Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. Deep within the sacred shrine forest of the Claynorth Kingdom's royal palace stands a goddess tree, enormous and ancient, drawing in anyone who lays eyes on it. Those who look closely enough notice something tucked among its branches that seems oddly out of place, and sure enough it is not a branch at all but the hilt of a sword. The holy sword, left behind by the goddess herself thousands of years ago, carries with it a single promise. Whoever pulls it free will become the hero destined to protect the kingdom from the demon lord. In the ages since, with neither demon lord nor hero making an appearance, the whole affair has quietly become more of a festival attraction than a prophecy, and not a single soul, local or foreign, has ever managed to make it budge even slightly. Which makes it all the more unfortunate that Eleanor is currently sitting on the ground staring at it in her hand. Eleanor is a lady's maid of the royal palace, and her being here at all is entirely the result of a punishment for some technical trouble she caused inside the palace, the details of which she would rather not revisit. Cleaning the shrine garden is not a regular part of her duties, and honestly the place was already spotless since nobody ever comes here, but rules are rules. She had been tidying up the forest and minding her own business when she glanced up at the goddess tree and the sword caught her eye. Being the practical sort, her first thought was not legend or destiny but rust. Standing there squinting up at it, she decided it needed a wipe down, reached up, grabbed the hilt to clean the dust off it, and the next thing she knew the ground was coming up to meet her very quickly. The clock tower bell begins ringing like it has completely lost its mind, and Eleanor scrambles upright staring at the sword in her hands with the expression of someone who has just accidentally started an avalanche. She has heard the legend her whole life. Boys dreaming of pulling the sword and becoming a great hero. Girls falling asleep imagining the handsome hero they had yet to meet. Eleanor herself had always been firmly in the second camp and had never once entertained the idea of being in the first. She is a maid. A very good maid, with aspirations of becoming an even better one. That is the dream. Not this. She looks at the sword and then at the sky and arrives at the very reasonable conclusion that absolutely none of this can be allowed to happen. She has a sick brother at home. She cannot go off on some grand journey. And more pressingly, is there even a demon lord right now? She has not heard anything about a demon lord. She sighs deeply and decides the most sensible course of action is to pretend the last 2 minutes never occurred, put the sword back, and go home. The goddess has presumably been at this for 1,000 years and can handle a brief interruption. She even feels a little sorry for the sword, thinking that at the very least if her brother had pulled it out it would have restored the family's honor, but that ship has sailed. She reaches up to slide it back into place and is just starting to feel relieved when she hears rustling somewhere in the forest. She freezes. Look around. See no one. Takes a long breath and goes back to returning the sword, bidding it a quiet farewell and firmly requesting that it never come out again under any circumstances, when her eyes land on a man standing at the edge of the trees staring at her with an expression that mirrors her own perfectly. Both of them go completely still. Eleanor does what any reasonable person in her position would do, which is to slip the sword back into place and immediately start humming a little song as though she has been doing nothing at all and everything is completely normal. She begins walking away with great purpose, but the man calls out and tells her to stop. She turns around with what she hopes is a casual expression and comments that the forest really is looking clean and perhaps they should go ahead and report back and call it a day. He grabs her hand before she can take another step, demanding to know if she did not hear him say wait. She looks at him and her stomach drops. It is Prince Blair, second prince of the kingdom and widely regarded as the most composed man in the imperial court, standing here of all places at this exact moment, because apparently today is just going to be that kind of day. He calls her by name and asks about the sword. Eleanor immediately starts shaking her head with great conviction, insisting she absolutely did not pull it out and that the very idea is ridiculous, and as evidence she holds up her arm, which she describes as needle-fish slender, pointing out that no reasonable person could look at this arm and believe it pulled out a holy sword. The prince looks at her arm, looks at the sword, and tells her he saw it with his own eyes and that she should not say something stupid. He releases her hand and announces they will simply confirm it by having her pull it again. Eleanor stares at him. She looks at the sword. She very much does not want to pull it again because she can already tell with great certainty that she absolutely will, and sure enough when she wraps her hand around the hilt the familiar feeling is immediately there, and she tries her best to look like she is struggling while the prince watches her like a man conducting a very serious scientific experiment. Then he steps up behind her, puts his hands on her waist, and simply pulls her back. The sword comes out without any resistance whatsoever. Eleanor shouts something at him that a lady's maid probably should not say to a prince, and then she is on the ground again with the sword in her hand and somehow also sitting on top of him, both of them staring at the sky in stunned silence. She snaps back to herself and realizes with mounting horror that she is sitting on the prince, scrambles upright, and stands there wondering if she is about to be fired and become unemployed all in the same afternoon. He sits up, shouts at her to move, and she flinches and steps back just as he reaches out and takes her hand again, looking at her with an expression that does something unexpected to her heartbeat. He calls her the hero and asks for her name. Eleanor promptly spits in shock. He stares at her. She stares back, still processing the word hero, and he asks why she is so surprised since she just pulled out the holy sword and has been approved by the goddess. She grits her teeth and watches him stand up and announce that he must report what he has witnessed to the king immediately, turning to ask her name again and telling her to come with him. Eleanor gasps and says that is impossible. He is baffled, pointing out that this is an honor stretching back to the very founding of the kingdom, so why is she refusing? She tells him to look at her, that she is a royal lady's maid, and that a goddess-appointed hero is simply not a title that belongs on her particular list of credentials. The prince informs her that the goddess has decided and it is not her decision to make, and Eleanor looks at him and thinks that the rumors about his stubbornness were, if anything, an understatement. She tries a different approach. She points out that even if he reports this, who in the world is going to believe that this delicate woman pulled out the holy sword when trained knights with considerably more impressive arms could not manage it? She sighs and adds that she herself finds it somewhat unbelievable, and honestly the people might not accept his testimony on this one. He asks if she is saying his word will not be trusted, and she says that is not what she means and that of course the people trust him, but she gets closer and tells him plainly that this is simply not what anyone had in mind when they imagined the hero, and they both know it. She steps closer and tells him plainly that she is just a maid with no special skills whatsoever. And yes, she knows how to talk, but who in the world would be happy hearing that their hero has arms this weak and slender, with the only remarkable strength being her mouth? That is exactly what people are going to think. Does he not agree? Blair tells her it is not like that. This makes her angrier. She gets closer, nearly shouting now, begging him to please just overlook the whole thing. Blair steps back, his patience visibly fraying, telling her firmly to do something about her expressions. A royal maid's face is absolutely not supposed to look like that. She shouts back that she will not, because she is desperate. Blair stares at her, genuinely baffled. He cannot understand why anyone would reject this honor. She is the hero. Why does she have so many concerns about it? Eleanor explodes. She is not a hero, that is precisely the point. No matter how many times she thinks it over, she is simply not worthy of it. She stamps her foot against the ground, adding that besides, with the kingdom this peaceful, would she not become immediately unemployed the moment she officially becomes a hero? She looks at him and shouts that honor is not going to fill her stomach. Blair stares at her in stunned silence. She turns her face away, composing herself slightly, and says quietly that she has worked extremely hard to become a royal maid. It took her longer than most. Moreover, she recently passed her exam to become a senior maid. She also remembers the head maid praising her just this morning, praising her while crying, which was touching in its own way, but she knows that same head maid would not hesitate for a single second when it comes to punishment. She grabs the prince by the collar. Blair's eyes go wide. She shouts that both her parents are dead, her younger brother is underage and sick, and she cannot afford to lose this job. Not for anything. Not even for goddess-approved heroism. Blair stares at her, jaw tight, clearly struggling between shock and fury. She asks if he understands. She is sure he does. It is impossible for her. And besides, would people not be far happier if it were the prince who pulled out the sword rather than her? She tells him to just take it. Blair stops her cold. He will not do that. He has no intention of deceiving the people. Eleanor stares at him. He is impossibly stubborn. She shouts that this is for the people's sake, not hers. Surely that counts for something. He tells her no. She is the hero. And that is not the kind of face a hero should be making. She shouts that as she has already said multiple times, she is not a hero and she does not care about her face. He tells her to calm down and stop swinging the holy sword around before she breaks something. That is enough. She shouts that she cannot do anything while holding the sword anyway. She wobbles toward the goddess tree, sword in hand. Blair watches her in confusion, then a sudden alarm, realizing what she is about to do. He shouts at her to wait and not to be rash. She ignores him entirely, shouting that the kingdom is already peaceful without the holy sword, and that is thanks to the royal family who have ruled faithfully from generation to generation, and she is deeply grateful for it. Long live the kingdom! Long live the king! Long live the prince! And with one firm, decisive shove, she slides the sword straight back into its hole. Blair's eyes go wide. His entire body trembles. He looks at her like she has just done something completely unreasonable, which, to be fair, she has. Eleanor, on the other hand, dusts off her hands and declares with great satisfaction that it's settled in nicely. Blair lunges toward her, grabbing her hand, voice shaking as he demands to know why she just did that, and then he stops. His whole body shudders. His legs buckle. He sinks to the ground, confused and disoriented. The sky above looks somehow darker and heavier. An overwhelming suffocating presence fills the air around him and his body refuses to respond the way it should. Eleanor calls out to him in alarm. He turns toward her, pale as a sheet. She asks if something is wrong because he looks terrible and questions if he is all right. He looks at her, bewildered, and asks if she did not feel anything just now. Eleanor gasps. She looks at him, then at the general situation, and quietly recognizes an opportunity. She announces with great concern that he does not look well at all and asks if she should fetch the royal family doctor, already turning to leave. Blair, still on the ground, grits his teeth and tells her not to. She informs him his condition looks very serious, tells him to stay exactly where he is and lie down, and that the doctor will be there shortly. Before Blair can do anything about it, she is gone, her voice trailing back through the trees cheerfully instructing him not to move. He grits his teeth and calls after her shouting the word hero. From somewhere in the distance comes a loud crack, then Eleanor's voice, furious, shouting that she has told him how many times, she is not a hero. Blair sits there for a moment and then, despite everything, smirks. He calls back that she just snapped her broom in half, so why does she hate the title so much? He exhales, feeling the tension ease from his shoulders, and then notices something else. The ground around him is bright again. The heavy suffocating atmosphere has lifted entirely as though it was never there. He gets to his feet slowly, looks at his hands, then reaches out and grips the hilt of the sword. He pulls. It does not move. Not even slightly. Same as always. He releases it and looks around at the now perfectly ordinary shrine garden, turning the moment over in his mind. That presence, that atmosphere, whatever it was, had been completely real, and it had vanished the moment she put the sword back. He stares in the direction she ran, wondering who on earth that girl is. Meanwhile Eleanor sprints back toward the palace, breathing hard and deeply relieved. She has returned the sword, escaped the prince, and survived the entire disastrous afternoon completely intact. Crisis resolved, heroism successfully avoided, senior maid exam passed. Life, for now, is good. As a prince, the legend of the goddess, the holy sword, and the hero was always more than just a bedtime story to Blair. He used to visit this place with his family, and he remembers his little brother bouncing with excitement at the sight of it, declaring boldly that he would be the one to pull it out and become a hero, telling them all to watch him. The king smiled and wished him luck. The little boy could not move it even slightly. Blair had always been certain that if anyone were to pull it out, it would be his brother, the greatest person he knew after their father. But the king had disagreed, saying quietly that it was a different matter entirely. The hero is chosen by the goddess herself, and whatever status a person holds in the world means nothing to her. No one has been chosen for 1,000 years. He had been certain back then that no ordinary person would ever be fit for it. That was during the good old days, when they would visit this place together as a family. Now, amidst the succession dispute, they only prod at each other. That is why he has been praying, quietly and privately, for his beloved and respectable brother to be the one to pull it out, for the crown prince to become the hero the kingdom deserves. But then he remembers his father's words. No one has been chosen for 1,000 years. He stands there turning everything over in his mind, every single thing he just witnessed, and wonders, genuinely and thoroughly baffled, what kind of creature the hero is supposed to be. Meanwhile Eleanor sighs in deep relief and concludes that she is absolutely exhausted. To summarize her afternoon, the holy sword was unexpectedly drawn out, there was a witness who happened to be the kingdom's second prince himself. She did not want to change jobs to something as unstable as heroism. She was considerably rude to said prince in the process, and his highness then suddenly became unwell, so she seized the opportunity and ran back to the palace to fetch a doctor, after which she was promptly punished for leaving her work unfinished and breaking the broom. She considers the matter settled and sincerely hopes the prince does not intend to think about it any further. She remembers his face when he asked for her name and feels a small flicker of relief that she never told him. But then again, a hero has appeared, which is far from anything resembling his ideals, and knowing the prince, he will almost certainly search for her and find her quickly. She pulls her hood lower over her face and walks through the street, wondering why she even cares, since all she did was touch the sword. Someone grabs her from behind. It is Reed, the son of a grocery seller from her neighborhood, grinning at her and telling her he is glad she made it. He pats her on the head, pulls the rope out of her hair, and asks why she wore it like that. She grits her teeth and explains it is a disguise, though she is still puzzled as to why it was exposed so easily. Reed stares at her in genuine confusion. He is someone who has known Eleanor long before the fall of the Twain family, and he along with his mother has been looking after her sick brother while she works at the palace. She pouts and admits she knows it is useless but could not help it. He tells her he does not get it, but she should stop frowning or no one is ever going to ask for her hand in marriage. She sighs and says she does not even have that opportunity in this life. Then she asks how Bradley is doing. Reed thinks for a moment before handing her today's memo. She looks at it, face tightening with worry, and he gently reminds her that if she goes home looking like that her brother is going to be alarmed, so she should try not to worry him too much. She apologizes and then her eyes land on something written on the page and she cries out in alarm, demanding to know why her brother did not eat dinner. Reed pats her head and tells her Bradley seemed to be in decent shape but his condition was a little strange that afternoon. He leans in and assures her that the doctor already checked him and it does not seem particularly bad, so she does not need to worry. She exhales and thanks him sincerely, then asks him to pass her regards to his mother and tells him she will pay the doctor's fee later. She apologizes and says she wants to check on her brother first. Reed smiles and tells her not to worry, that his mother did it willingly and she can pay any time. Just as Eleanor turns to leave he calls her back, mentioning he tried recreating that dish my brother likes and hands her a bucket along with her own share. She takes it from him, her face going warm. She thanks him and on impulse pulls him into a hug, telling him she likes him very much. Reed immediately pushes her away, flustered, telling her to stop that. Eleanor, already turning to leave, calls back that she will also pay for the ingredients later. She waves goodbye and thanks him again. Reed watches her go and sighs quietly to himself. She makes her way home, glancing at her clothes and finding everything at least presentable, though her face tells a different story entirely. She slaps both cheeks firmly to wake herself up, pushes open the front door, and calls out that she is home. But as she steps inside she stops. The house is completely dark. That is strange, because Reed always leaves the lamp on. As she enters, she realizes the lamp is simply turned down, though the room still feels oddly darker than it should be. She calls out her brother's name, steps into his room, and finds him sitting on his bed, looking up at her with a calm smile, welcoming her home. She stares at him in confusion, and just as she does, the room seems to grow a little brighter on its own. He asks what is wrong. She gets closer, asking if things did not feel strange just now. He simply asks if they did. She looks at him carefully and notices he is pale, though he does not seem to be in any pain. She sits down beside him and takes his hand, and immediately freezes. He is cold. He tells her calmly that he is fine and that her hands are probably just too warm. She is not convinced, because there is simply no way. And then he starts giggling. He holds her hand and tells her he is really okay and that she does not need to worry, because he actually feels particularly good today. She looks at him, something quietly unsettling nagging at the back of her mind. His pale complexion is the same as always. His smile is the same too, but that warm familiar smile tonight feels somehow colder, quieter, almost dignified in a way it never was before. Something suddenly hits her and she asks him urgently if he feels strange anywhere at all. He tells her not to worry, that he will not do anything to her. She is confused, asking what he means by that. He tells her simply that he knows she pulled out the holy sword, and that he too has awakened. He says it so calmly, smiling at her while she sits there completely at a loss for words, not understanding a single thing he is saying. She asks frantically how he could possibly know about it, and he responds by pointing at the bucket. He asks if that is the food Reed made. She confirms it is. He smiles and mentions that Reed's mother asked him to make it for both of them, and that if it gets cold he will feel bad for Reed after all the effort he put in. Eleanor stands up immediately, moves toward the bucket, and says they should eat it right away. As she begins to serve it, she is genuinely impressed by how good it looks. Her brother agrees and says he will go get the containers. She shouts at him to stay put because he needs to rest. He tells her she does not need to fuss this much since he feels perfectly fine today. She shouts back that he absolutely cannot move until she hears everything, and that he should not do a single thing until then. He looks confused but agrees, telling her he understands and will wait quietly. He apologizes for not being able to help when she is clearly so tired. She waves it off without turning around and tells him not to move and to just sit there while she handles it. She steps out of the room, and in her hurry she forgets to take the lamp with her. Before her brother can say anything, she has already pulled the door shut behind her, and immediately crashes into something in the dark, sending things clattering to the floor. From inside the room her brother can see her perfectly well through the gap in size, thinking that he was briefly worried about his sister, but judging by this display she is going to be just fine. Other problems, perhaps. But fine. Meanwhile Eleanor is crouching in the dark in a full panic, knocking into things and trying to reason with herself, wondering if she should call the doctor again, then deciding no, she should hear her brother's explanation first and calm down, because calmness is what makes everything better. She is still completely baffled as to how he knows about the sword. She gathers herself, picks everything up, and walks back into the room telling herself she just needs to ask him calmly and naturally, like always. He welcomes her back and asks if she is all right without the lamp. She sighs and says of course she is, settling in beside him and deciding she should ease into the conversation with some small talk first. She thinks for a moment about what to say and lands on the fact that the head maid scolded her again today, and not lightly either, more harshly than usual. Her brother tilts his head and asks if it happened again, wondering if she broke something, telling her she really needs to be more careful or she could get seriously hurt. She tells him firmly that she will be careful, apologizes, and admits it was not her best moment, but she is glad he sounds like his usual self. Then, casually, while stirring the food, she mentions that she also ran into the second prince today. Her brother looks up. She explains that everyone says Prince Blair is terrifying, so she had been imagining some kind of cold and frightening figure, but he actually looked rather adorable when he stared at her in complete disbelief. She is giggling about it when her face suddenly goes a little pink, and she murmurs that the whole thing felt like something out of a dream, something far beyond her reach. Then, snapping back to her usual self, she says with irritation that what she does not understand is why he suddenly grabbed a young girl by the waist without any warning whatsoever. Her brother looks confused and starts to point out that it does sound rather rude, when Eleanor's hand brushes against something soft and fluffy in the dark. She pauses. She decides to ignore it and tells her brother to eat, reaching forward with the food when suddenly a creature lurches out of nowhere directly in front of her. She screams, drops everything, and scrambles backward, heart hammering, before realizing with great mortification that she is looking at a cat and a dog. She demands to know when they got here because they were absolutely not here before and they just appeared out of nowhere, and what is going on. And then both the cat and the dog lower their heads in a bow, and address her brother as their master and their king. Eleanor goes completely still. She slowly turns to look at her brother, then back at the animals, then back at her brother again, not understanding a single thing about what is happening in her own home right now. She stands frozen in the corner, completely unable to process what is happening. Up until this moment, it had always been just the two of them in this house. And these things in front of her are most certainly not human. Before she can think any further, the cat turns and gives her a wide, slow smirk. Eleanor physically shudders, her eyes going wide, and she immediately slides in front of Bradley, planting herself between him and the creatures, demanding to know when they got in and what exactly they want with her brother. Bradley calls her name in confusion. The dog grits his teeth, stands up, and tells her bluntly not to stand before their king. She snaps back that this person is her brother and only her brother, her whole arm trembling as she says it. The dog shouts at her to move. She shouts right back telling them not to come any closer, because if Bradley has an asthma attack it will be entirely their fault, since he is weak against animal fur and they need to back away immediately. Both creatures stare at her. They have clearly assessed the situation and concluded she is completely unprepared and alarmingly unintimidating. Eleanor, who can read a room, notices the look and demands to know what exactly their problem is, informing them that the head maid herself praises her for her outstanding service. "Thank you very much." Bradley gently asks his sister to please calm down. She turns to him, grabs his hand, and assures him that his big sister will sort this out very quickly. He smiles at her warmly, then looks up at the two creatures and tells them calmly that everything is fine and she does not need to worry about anything. Eleanor accepts this, nods firmly, and then immediately looks back at him and asks if it is really, truly okay. He pats her hand and then addresses the creatures directly, informing them that if they do anything to his precious big sister, he will finish them. Eleanor blinks. She looks around the room and realizes for the first time just how dark and cold it has become. Something shadowy begins coiling around the necks of both creatures. Eleanor stares at it, then stares at Bradley, wondering if he is the one doing this. Both the cat and the dog begin trembling. Eleanor spins to Bradley and shouts at him to stop it. He simply smiles and tells her it is all right, that these are demons drawn from the netherworld responding to his power. The cat recovers enough to smile and say what a great honor it is to see him again. The dog agrees, saying their lives are his to do with as he pleases. Eleanor stands there completely lost, looking between her brother and two supernatural creatures pledging their loyalty in her living room, and simply cannot find a single sentence to describe what is happening to her evening. Then Bradley speaks up, telling the creatures that he has no use for anyone who frightens his big sister, and that anyone who goes against his will can be killed on the spot. Eleanor slaps him. The room goes silent. The creatures look horrified. Eleanor herself looks mildly horrified. There is a brief pause while everyone processes what just happened, and then Eleanor, pulling herself together, demands to know why he would say something like that, because she does not remember raising him that way. She points at him and tells him firmly that he should never take someone's life so lightly. Bradley stares at her. The dog, who has apparently had enough, grabs Eleanor and lifts her clean off the ground. She yelps, realizing she is floating in the air, which is not something that has ever happened to her before today. The dark aura immediately curls around the dog's neck in warning. The dog, still holding her up, snarls and asks if she wants to die and tells her to kneel and apologize at once. She shouts back absolutely not, this is a family matter, they should not be interfering, and also violence is not the answer, and furthermore if this continues Bradley is going to start coughing, and she shouts across the room at the cat to stop edging toward her brother this instant. The dog stares at her dangling there, still arguing, and concludes quietly that this one is also a complete chatterbox. Bradley tells the dog calmly to stop and let his sister down. The dog, accepting this without question, sets her down. Eleanor straightens herself out and immediately goes to Bradley's side, sitting down next to him and asking quietly if he is all right and if anything hurts. He apologizes. She looks at him. He apologizes again and tells her that something strange happened to him, that this afternoon he heard the sound of the clock tower bell, and that is when everything changed. Eleanor goes very still. She heard that bell too. She knows exactly when she heard it. That was the moment she pulled out the holy sword. Bradley continues, saying that when the bell rang he suddenly remembered who he is and what kind of person he truly is. Memories he never knew he had began mixing with the ones he already had, and with them came something darker, something that felt more and more cruel. Eleanor looks at him and the realization begins forming in her mind, slow and terrible. Whoever hears the bell at the moment the holy sword is pulled out. She stares at him and wants to say there is no way. She calls out his name. He tells her it still feels the same to him now, that he does not care whether humans or demons live or die. Eleanor glances at the two creatures in the room, registering for the first time that if Bradley summoned them they are demons. She grits her teeth and takes his hand, telling him that he was born weak, that he was so often on the verge of death, and that every single night he prayed to the goddess and to their parents while she always prayed for his health alongside him. She does not care what he is or what he has become, but she does not like hearing him speak about taking lives so lightly. She holds his hand and brings it closer, telling him that she does not know how much those prayers truly meant, but having him alive and by her side has made her happier than anything else in the world. She apologizes if it feels like she is forcing her feelings on him, but she means every word of it. Bradley goes quiet and then softly says that her hands are warm. He brings her hands to his face and tells her that even though he has lived such a difficult life he has made her sad, and he is sorry for that. Eleanor smiles, because this right here is still her brother. She helps him lie down and asks if he is tired and needs to sleep. He says yes, just for a little while, and before closing his eyes he looks toward the two creatures and tells them plainly to keep their hands off his sister, asking if they understand. They agree without hesitation. And so somehow Eleanor ends up sitting with the cat and the dog over tea, looking at both of them over her cup and still not entirely sure how this became her evening. The cat is practically glowing, whispering that Bradley's sleeping face is so adorable, and even the dog looks quietly moved, murmuring that he has such a fine figure and appears to be in good health. Eleanor blows on her tea and wonders idly why anyone enjoys hot drinks. Then the dog blows into his cup too and mutters that he cannot understand why they are sitting here drinking tea when he had planned to stay by the king's side until he woke up. Eleanor slams her teacup on the table and shouts that that is exactly her line, pointing at the dog and telling him his scattered fur will get all over Bradley's body and that is precisely why he should not go anywhere near him. The dog immediately gets angry and demands to know if she is stupid and who exactly she thinks she is. Eleanor tells him flatly that she is Bradley's elder sister, that is who. The dog sighs and explains that a demon lord naturally regains both his power and his memory together and that nothing can invade his body under a demon lord's protection. Eleanor shoots to her feet and shouts at him to repeat what he just said. The cat smiles and explains it calmly, saying that Bradley is a demon lord's elder sister. Suddenly he smirks that he was acquainted with the goddess of spring 1,000 years ago before she was cast out by the country's king's father, and that Eleanor's younger brother is the reincarnation of their demon lord King Dastians. Eleanor's heart stops completely. The cat then adds that they are the demon lord's servants. His name is Glenn and the dog's is Wolfgang, and that they have known Eleanor since before as well. Eleanor stares at Glenn, completely unable to understand what he means by that, when Glenn suddenly turns to Wolfgang and tells him sharply that if he does not treat the elder sister with respect he will be erased this time. Wolfgang turns away proudly, muttering that he cannot believe someone this useless is standing beside the king and that since the king is his master, why would he ever bother saving someone like her? Eleanor grits her teeth and tells Wolfgang that is exactly the point, she is his elder sister. Glenn tells Wolfgang to close his mouth and asks if he has forgotten that without Eleanor neither of them would even be here right now. Eleanor looks between the two of them and asks what exactly they mean by that. Eleanor is still trying to wrap her head around the fact that the moment she pulled out the holy sword, her cute little brother woke up as a demon lord, and because of her these demons appeared in her living room. But what exactly does that mean? She puts a do not disturb sign on Bradley's door, tells them not to enter, and instructs them to remain outside quietly. Wolfgang explains that when the demon lord experiences strong negative emotions his power grows and draws out the demon world, which is what creates a path between worlds. Glenn adds that they came through that path since they had been waiting for a chance to return to His Majesty's side. Eleanor is still confused and asks hesitantly if negative emotions means she was somehow the cause. She freaks out wondering what she has done. Wolfgang calls her a fool and asks if she is talking about the guy she was discussing with His Majesty earlier. Eleanor blinks and asks what guy, then slowly pieces it together. She had told Bradley about her encounter with the prince, right up to the part where he grabbed her by the waist, and apparently that was enough. Glenn lights up immediately, saying he cannot believe His Majesty made a hole large enough for two demons to cross at once just from hearing that, and that he must have been terribly jealous. He grabs Eleanor's hands and tells her excitedly that when Bradley tried to strangle them earlier he could feel just how deeply he cherishes his sister. Eleanor stares at him. Glenn then says he hopes Eleanor will continue stirring up His Majesty's emotions and suggests with sparkling eyes that she should go wild and that Glenn himself will lend her power if needed. Eleanor stares harder. Glenn then calls her elder sister and suggests they go to a gathering place and catch a random person to start things off. Eleanor calmly removes her hands from Glenn's grip and sighs, saying she understands Glenn is enthusiastic about this kind of story, aiming to be a popular girl, but before she can finish Glenn bursts out laughing. He questions Eleanor about what she is talking about. It is not aiming to become a popular girl but a slutty woman she knows. Eleanor shouts, mentioning she also does not have any interest in becoming either a popular girl or a slut to begin with and that she has no intention of cooperating with the demons at all. Suddenly Glenn realizes something and questions whether in that case instead of seducing them she wants to be seduced instead. Eleanor shouts back asking if Glenn heard a single word she said. Glenn waves it off and says her plan is not bad, but Eleanor would need to look a little prettier to pull it off. Eleanor's eye twitches. Before she can respond, Wolfgang cuts in sharply, telling Glenn to stop it, saying that if he is doing this to provoke His Majesty with such disgraceful behavior he will not allow it. Glenn looks at Wolfgang and points out that among His Majesty's followers who have awakened there are only 3 people, which is far too few, and that not many stayed behind in the castle either. Eleanor blinks and apologizes, then asks hesitantly if by 3 followers they mean she is included. Glenn lights up immediately and says of course, explaining that for the king a blood relative would be the last to betray him, making her a perfectly suitable shield who would risk her life for him, and that he hopes Eleanor serves His Majesty well as a sacrifice. Eleanor sighs deeply. She summarizes quietly to herself that she will simply be fine as long as she does not mention anything related to men in front of Bradley. Wolfgang adds that it is not enough and that she must also try not to cause any trouble for the king and should not even look at men. Eleanor stares at him and shouts that he is telling her not to fall in love at her age. Glenn's eyes immediately sparkle and he asks Eleanor if there is already someone she is interested in, because if so she should enjoy her youth to the fullest. Eleanor turns to him and shouts that she is not saying she wants to and tells Glenn to shut his trap. Wolfgang cuts in more seriously, telling Eleanor she will understand once she sees the illness that has been striking Bradley's body, and that His Majesty is having a genuinely hard time in this life, and that there is no need for strength or a castle unless he desires it himself. Glenn makes fun of Wolfgang for being sentimental. Eleanor looks at both of them and quietly realizes that beneath all the strangeness these two do genuinely worry about their master. Then something clicks in her mind and she sits up asking them to wait. They said Bradley did not have an asthma attack because of demon protection, so what exactly does that mean? Wolfgang breaks it down, explaining that because the king originally possessed a demon attribute but was born on this side, his body and soul were always going to be poorly balanced. However, as he gradually regains both his memory and his power, his life force and physical strength will naturally come back with them. Eleanor goes completely still. Then she shoots to her feet and asks in a shaking voice if that means he is actually going to get better. Wolfgang looks at her expression and asks dryly whether she has been taking care of the king this whole time while quietly expecting him to die. She says yes without thinking and then immediately backtracks, saying that no doctor has ever once told her something like this, that Bradley only ever got weaker with every changing season, and that she has spent years praying to the goddess just to see him healthy someday. She asks again, barely above a whisper, whether his body is truly going to get better. Wolfgang tells her yes. Eleanor's face goes red and she folds forward onto the table, pressing her forehead down and breathing out a quiet thank goodness. Glenn asks if she is all right. She says it feels like every last bit of energy has left her body at once, and somewhere in the back of her mind she thinks that if Bradley is going to be okay, then maybe, just maybe, the Demon Lord situation is not the worst thing in the world. Then Wolfgang casually mentions that if that is the case, returning to the demon world will eventually become necessary. Eleanor is on her feet before he finishes the sentence, concluding loudly that Demon Lord is in fact still a very bad thing. She tells them both to go home. Glenn asks why. Wolfgang demands to know if she is planning to take His Majesty away from them because they are absolutely not leaving his side under any circumstances. Eleanor grinds her teeth and stares at both of them, realizing with growing dread that they mean every word of it. She tries a different angle and tells them the house is simply too small to keep beings this large. Wolfgang gets irritated. She sighs and points out practically that if the neighbors find out there are demons living next door, the subjugation unit will show up at her door, which benefits nobody. Wolfgang grudgingly admits she has a point and that causing a scene would be bad. Glenn on the other hand turns to him with bright eyes and asks what the problem is, since they could just fight everyone off. Both Eleanor and Wolfgang shout at him to stop at the exact same moment, which is honestly the first time they have ever agreed on anything. Wolfgang sighs and says it seems there is no choice, and then Glenn transforms on the spot into a small and rather beautiful cat sitting neatly on the floor. Eleanor stares at him. Glenn pads closer and says that in this form staying beside the king should not be a problem at all. Eleanor looks at him and agrees that it works, still quietly bewildered that changing form is something they can just do. Glenn does not appreciate her lukewarm reaction and tells her to be more surprised, asking if it was really that unimpressive. Eleanor rubs the back of her head and says she genuinely is surprised. It is just that at this point she feels like she has completely fallen into a fairy tale and very little has the power to shock her anymore. Eleanor suddenly realizes she is still very much in trouble, because the sleeping space problem may be solved, but that is only half the issue. She gulps as Wolfgang mentions that he can see how they could use this form too, and before he even finishes the sentence she already has a very bad feeling about where this is going. Wolfgang explains calmly that if they transform like this as living creatures nobody will notice and they can stay right beside the king, and Eleanor shouts absolutely not. Right before her eyes, despite her telling him to please stop and not even think about it, Wolfgang transforms into a rabbit the size of something that has no business being called a rabbit. He points at himself and declares proudly that he is a dog. Eleanor stares, gets closer, and shouts that rabbits simply do not come in this size. Wolfgang looks genuinely confused and tells her this is completely standard sizing in the demon world. Eleanor reaches out, touches him, and realizes with quiet bewilderment that he is extraordinarily squishy and soft, concluding to herself that the demon world is a truly frightening place. She tells him firmly that this form is out of the question and that he should transform into a dog, look like a dog, and do it quietly. Wolfgang sighs heavily and Eleanor catches herself wondering if he genuinely enjoys being a rabbit that much. He grumbles that even though he is used to it the whole thing is starting to make him grumpy, and Eleanor stares at him in disbelief asking if he actually walks around as a rabbit in the demon world. He transforms into a large dog and asks flatly if this is satisfactory. Eleanor decides the size is acceptable. Before she can say anything else Glenn leaps onto her from behind with great enthusiasm, hugging her and announcing cheerfully that from now on Eleanor should take good care of both of them. Eleanor grinds her teeth. Glenn then immediately launches himself toward Bradley's room announcing he must hurry to His Majesty's bedside at once, and Eleanor grabs him from behind shouting that they already agreed nobody is allowed in. Wolfgang simultaneously attempts to open the door himself, mentioning he will simply sleep at His Majesty's feet, and Eleanor grabs him too, telling them both plainly that she is the master of this house and if they refuse to listen she will kick them out without a second thought. Both of them still go. Eleanor steps into Bradley's room alone and sits quietly beside him, telling him softly that so much has happened today it genuinely feels like the longest day of her life, that if he is truly going to get better then that is the wish she will carry into tomorrow, and that she loves him no matter who he is, asking him to sleep tight. Outside the closed door Glenn stares at it thoughtfully and asks Wolfgang quietly if it is really all right that they are not dealing with Eleanor, because he is fairly certain he saw a sign of the goddess on her hand which would make her the holy sword hero, and he also mentions that he tried to attack her earlier while preparing the tea but was blocked by a shield he did not put there himself. Wolfgang tells him firmly not to do anything on his own because the king will not forgive him for it. Glenn smiles and asks whether that means the king will not let anything happen to Eleanor either, reasoning that since His Majesty's followers are already so few in number losing one would be genuinely detrimental. Wolfgang agrees reluctantly. Glenn still looks troubled, wondering aloud why the demon lord was born as the hero's brother of all things, and asks Wolfgang with wide eyes if this is the goddess's doing. Wolfgang tells him he does not believe something like this could happen by chance and that there must be some intention behind it. Glenn frowns thinking that the intention might be to use the hero to bring down His Majesty, which is deeply irritating. Wolfgang adds that the goddess of spring is a sly one. Glenn nods slowly and then calls out to Wolfgang, asking whether it would not simply be better to get rid of the hero now since the king would not be able to resist if he took proper aim, and adds that since Eleanor does not seem to have the holy sword with her there is a strong chance of taking her down. Wolfgang tells him that is not possible since they were ordered not to lay a hand on that girl, and wonders aloud whether she would even fall easily to begin with. Glenn frets that humans can be more cruel than demons sometimes, and that even the royal families of this country cut each other down for the sake of authority. Wolfgang tells him that if it comes to that he will deal with it himself even if it provokes His Majesty's wrath, and then tells Glenn it is enough and that they should sleep. Glenn watches him pull a blanket over his face and whispers quietly that he will not wait until the critical moment arrives. But then he thinks it over and concludes that what the king truly needs right now is more hands, feet, swords, and shields, and that it would be far more useful to keep Eleanor and use her strength rather than eliminate her. A slow smirk crosses his face as a particular thought settles in, one that involves Prince Blair specifically. The sun rises. Eleanor opens her eyes slowly, blinking at the morning light, wondering distantly when she even fell asleep, when she notices a figure standing in front of her. A man. She stares up at him confused and flustered, her mind still half asleep and completely unable to place who this person is or why he is standing in her home, and then he leans down and kisses her on the forehead and wishes her good morning as though that is an entirely normal thing to do. Eleanor jolts upright like she has been struck by lightning, stares at his face, blinks, stares again, and as the sleep finally clears from her eyes and the face in front of her comes into full focus, every last trace of grogginess evaporates in an instant, because standing right there in her home looking perfectly composed is Prince Blair. Yesterday, Eleanor pulled out the holy sword that only the goddess's chosen hero can draw. By the time she got home, her brother had woken up as the demon world's lord and summoned demons through sheer negative emotion alone. And now, as if those two things were not already enough, she has been woken up by a good morning kiss from what appears to be the second prince of the kingdom standing in her own bedroom. She stares at him, completely at a loss, and just from looking at his face already knows deep in her bones that today is going to be worse than yesterday. She jumps out of bed and then stops herself. Look again. Think about it calmly. There is absolutely no way the famously composed and dignified Prince Blair would be standing in a maid's tiny house smiling like that. The door bursts open before she can finish the thought and Wolfgang launches himself at her, sending her straight to the ground, demanding to know what that sound was. On the bed the so-called prince is doubled over laughing. Eleanor picks herself up and tells Wolfgang flatly to please have a word with that cat of his about pulling stunts like this. Wolfgang blinks and asks if she means Glenn. Glenn looks at her with theatrical sympathy, shifts back, holds Eleanor's chin thoughtfully and suggests that the elder sister really should have played along and flirted a little more. Eleanor tells him absolutely not and thank you very much, and that if she is going to do any of that she would rather save it for an actual cat. Glenn laughs without a single shred of remorse. Hey guys, Zenith interjecting here, I hope you guys are enjoying the video. If it isn't too much to ask, it would mean the world if you could either hype the video, like it, or press subscribe. Either way, thank you for being here. Wolfgang grits his teeth and tells him to stop and transform back already. Eleanor, having heard enough of that laugh, promptly pushes Glenn down onto the bed. Glenn looks startled. Eleanor tells him calmly that because Bradley always had asthma she never got to keep a cat growing up, but that she has loved them dearly her whole life and fully intends to make the most of this moment. Glenn goes very still. Eleanor starts scratching under his chin. Glenn short-circuits on the spot, sitting up and pushing her away, insisting at full volume that he is not a cat right now. Eleanor tilts her head and says that being the case, would it not simply be better to transform back so she can enjoy this properly? She suggests they get comfortable, shall they? Glenn, thoroughly suffering, shouts at her to stop while Wolfgang watches from the corner with the quiet baffled expression of a man trying to reconcile what he is seeing with the fact that this person is supposedly the goddess's chosen hero. He concludes, not for the first time, that this assignment is going to be very long indeed. Across the neighborhood the morning is moving along at a much more ordinary pace. Reed is in the middle of his work at the shop when a wide yawn escapes him. His father glances over and asks if he is short on sleep. Reed straightens immediately, his eyes drifting toward the road as the realization settles that Eleanor did not come by yesterday. His father, noticing exactly where his son is looking, mentions casually that since Eleanor did not visit, his son was apparently restless until midnight. Reed grabs him from behind and tells him urgently to please not say anything strange. His father sighs contentedly, entirely unbothered. Just then Eleanor appears down the road and his father calls out to her with a wave. Reed's expression shifts as she gets closer. She greets him good morning, immediately apologizes for not bringing the money yesterday, and presses the doctor's fee and the basket into his hands with a genuine thank you. He tells her it is not a problem, but the thing that catches his attention more than anything else right now is her face, because she looks pale. Eleanor admits after a moment that she is just a little sleep-deprived. He grows visibly concerned, asking if Bradley's condition has worsened and offering to go check on him. Eleanor panics and tells him he absolutely cannot, then catches herself when he looks confused and softens it into a small laugh, saying Bradley is still sleeping but actually looks better than before. She leaves it at that. What she cannot say is that Bradley's room currently contains a cat and a dog that are not quite a cat and a dog, and after this morning's little performance she has every reason to believe Wolfgang is already planning something. Keeping Reed away from that house is simply non-negotiable. She is still turning all of this over in her head when Reed's voice pulls her back, and she realizes he has been watching her reaction this whole time and has just remarked that it was quite something to see. She snaps back and demands to know what he means. He tells her gently that he is worried about Bradley too, but she has been running herself ragged even after the exam and she really ought to rest. Eleanor's expression settles into something quieter. She cannot explain the real reason she cannot slow down right now, that if Blair tracks her down or she slips up even once he could show up at her home and walk directly into a brother who just woke up as a demon lord, at which point she would almost certainly be handed a sword and told to deal with it as the goddess's chosen hero. The safest thing she can do is show up to work like nothing happened and hold the worst-case scenario at arm's length for as long as possible. She is mid-thought when Reed cuts in and asks what she means. She changes the subject with practiced ease, mentioning that today is payday, so. Reed blinks and realizes it is already the end of the month. He asks if she needs money for anything in particular. Eleanor suddenly laughs to herself, thinking that maybe she will just run away and take the demon lord with her. Reed tells her not to work too hard and adds that he will make dinner again tonight. Her face warms and she thanks him genuinely, but then stops and tells him that since Bradley seems to be doing better she will not need him to check in this afternoon, and that she will stop by herself when she gets back to grab some dinner. Before he can respond she grabs him by both shoulders, her expression shifting into something so serious it makes him visibly uncomfortable. She tells him she is begging him, he should not come to her house today, okay? Reed tells her, a little alarmed, that her face is terrifying. On the other side of the city Blair stands in the shrine garden looking at the holy sword, the events of yesterday still turning quietly in his mind. He stays for a long moment before making his way back toward the castle, and it is there that a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. Blair turns to find his younger brother Klaus approaching with a bright smile, wishing him good morning and asking if he has been praying in front of the holy sword again, calling him quite the religious person. The people accompanying Klaus giggle at this. Blair looks at him and simply says his name. Klaus continues, suggesting Blair stop visiting with that expression on his face because the goddess must feel rather uncomfortable receiving prayers delivered with such a scowl. He also mentions, almost as an aside, that he heard Blair scolded a maid and frightened her yesterday. Blair stiffens almost imperceptibly. Klaus's tone carries an easy smile but his words are measured, telling Blair that no matter how insignificant a person may seem, if he continues behaving that way he will lose the people's favor. He reminds him that the guards and staff of the royal palace are all citizens and that calling any of them insignificant is something that simply cannot be excused, whether it is a maid or anyone else. Blair tells him calmly that he should refrain from such behavior himself. Klaus's pleasant expression sharpens and he tells Blair he does not need to hear anything self-righteous from someone wearing that grin, then asks with a smirk why Blair does not try frightening someone his own size instead, since he has heard that another marriage proposal fell through just recently. Blair turns to leave, telling him it is none of his business. Klaus calls after him anyway, mentioning cheerfully that the neighboring princess turned him down. Is that right? Blair exhales. Klaus grins and gestures to his aide beside him, announcing that his own marriage has been settled smoothly and has even strengthened their ties with the neighboring country. Blair turns back and looks at him evenly, asking what his point is. Klaus tells him simply that because the princess rejected Blair, their faction has grown considerably stronger with the new alliance now firmly on their side. Klaus bows gracefully along with his people and thanks Blair for it, framing Blair's rejection as the very thing that handed their faction a new alliance. Blair looks at him for a moment and then mentions pleasantly that as a token of his gratitude, he will pray to the goddess again tomorrow on Klaus's behalf. Klaus blinks, caught off guard. Blair adds calmly that he hopes the goddess might cleanse his brother's clouded and calculating eyes, because as things stand Klaus simply cannot see what the throne truly requires. He turns and walks away without another word. Klaus stares after him, stunned for a moment before his expression hardens. He turns to his followers and demands to know if Blair just implied he is unqualified to sit on the throne. His subordinate steps closer and Klaus, jaw tight, orders them to keep a close eye on Blair from now on. He will find his weakness, and when he does, he will knock him off that high horse of his entirely. Blair walks away with none of it showing on his face, but his mind has already drifted elsewhere. He thinks of Klaus as a child, bright-eyed and thrilled by the legend of the Holy Sword, announcing to anyone who would listen that he was going to become a hero someday. It has been a long time since those days, long before the succession dispute turned them into political opponents and the legend of the goddess hero became just another piece on the board. Blair's expression settles into something quieter and more certain. Whatever is coming, he thinks, he must find that maid first and he must protect her. Eleanor, for her part, is doing her absolute best to become unrecognizable. She stands in front of the mirror studying her reflection with great focus, having changed her hairstyle entirely, and asks herself seriously if this will do. A fellow maid notices immediately and remarks that she has done something different with her hair. Eleanor confirms it brightly, saying she felt like a change. The maid tilts her head and tells her honestly that hiding her forehead like that makes her look quite unlike herself. Eleanor's eyes light up and she asks if that is really the case, which would mean nobody would recognize her, barely containing her excitement. The maid looks at her and says she supposes that might be true, sounding not entirely convinced. Before the conversation can go any further, another maid steps into the room and tells Eleanor that the head maid is asking for her. Eleanor freezes. The maid who was just speaking watches her go and realizes with quiet sympathy that Eleanor was recognized before she even made it out of the room, wondering privately if she is going to be all right. The other maid sighs and says there is really no need to worry, she does not think it is about the senior examination. Eleanor, already halfway out the door, calls back that if the head maid can tell it is her from a distance she might be gone for a while. The two maids exchange a glance and the second one sighs softly, saying that no matter what Eleanor does, she will always just be Eleanor. Eleanor herself, sprinting down the hallway with fresh determination, has already decided she will do whatever she can to avoid being recognized by Blair, at least long enough to collect her salary, and that has to count for something. Her determined stride is immediately interrupted by another maid stepping out and telling her firmly that she should not be running in the hallway. Eleanor does not stop running, calling back that the head maid is waiting and she has to hurry, and promptly crashes straight into someone. She hits the ground, winces, looks up, and finds herself staring directly at Prince Blair. She panics instantly, bows her head, apologizes, asks if he is hurt anywhere, explains she was summoned by the head maid, and then catches herself and adds that of course this is his palace and he can go wherever he pleases. He looks down at her clearly amused, extends his hand, calls her elder sister, and tells her he is not angry. Eleanor freezes. She stands up slowly, stares at him, and then realizes with a wave of relief mixed with irritation that this is not Blair at all. It is Glenn. Glenn chuckles and says oh no, she has been called nasty, stepping closer and asking if that was meant as a compliment. Eleanor stumbles back with her hand over her chest, telling him it is not good for her heart and that despite finding his little act impressive he needs to change back right now. Glenn gets closer laughing and asks if Eleanor simply likes cats more than people. Eleanor sighs and admits that may genuinely be the case, then immediately shouts that no it is not like that and tells him to transform back this instant. Glenn shifts back into his cat form. Eleanor breathes out slowly and looks down at him, asking what he is even doing inside the royal palace. Glenn explains that Bradley woke up and since he was worried about Eleanor he came to check on her. Something in Eleanor softens immediately at that, quietly touched that her brother cared enough to send someone. She crouches down and asks Glenn if Bradley is doing all right. Glenn smiles and says yes he is fine, though his eyes carry a slightly loaded look as he adds that Wolfgang is taking very good care of the king, handling his needs and even letting in some fresh air. Eleanor stares at him. Then it hits her and she shouts, demanding to know if the one currently tending to her brother and letting fresh air into the house is Wolfgang walking around in his disguise. Glenn gives a small nod and cheerfully announces that he will be keeping a close watch on Eleanor until she gets home. Eleanor tells him firmly there is no need for that at all, but Glenn laughs and says she cannot refuse because it is an order from the king himself. Eleanor's expression shifts as the full weight of it lands on her and she shouts, realizing she has just let a demon into the royal palace. Glenn jumps lightly onto the windowsill, mentions casually that he might also get up to something a little mischievous while he is here, and announces he will be watching from out there. Eleanor rushes to the window shouting at him to stop and come back, and as Glenn disappears into the distance she leans out after him, calling for him to at least go check on Wolfgang because she will be in serious trouble if anyone spots him wandering around her house on his own. That concern turns out to be well-founded. Reed is standing outside Eleanor's house when he notices something in the upper window. A dog. A very large dog. The dog catches sight of Reed at exactly the same moment, holds eye contact for one long uncomfortable second, and then shuts the window firmly in his face. Reed stands there, teeth grinding, processing what just happened. He sets aside the part where a dog closed a window on him because the more pressing issue is that there is a large and unfamiliar dog inside Eleanor's house, which after she specifically told him not to come today feels like something worth investigating. He steps inside and calls out for Bradley, asking if he is all right. Bradley is in the middle of eating and looks up calmly, asking what is wrong. Reed explains that Eleanor told him not to come, but he was worried, and his eyes drift across the room and land on Wolfgang sitting there sharing the meal, enormous and completely unbothered. Reed stares at him. Wolfgang stares back. The dog, Reed concludes with some alarm, is very big. Bradley looks up and thanks Reed warmly for the food, mentioning that he could not eat yesterday so he is having it now. Reed tells him of course and then glances over at him more carefully, asking if he is really all right with the dog around given his asthma. Bradley simply chuckles and tells him he is already fine, that it is not a big deal anymore. Reed looks at him and admits that compared to yesterday afternoon he does look considerably better. He stands there quietly for a moment, eyes drifting back to the enormous dog in the corner, when Bradley notices the slight unease on Reed's face and reaches over to pet Wolfgang, mentioning casually that this is Wolfgang, his dog. Reed looks at Bradley with wide eyes and asks if he has been keeping a dog this whole time, already glancing around the small house with quiet concern about the space, but before he can finish the thought something shifts in his expression and he simply closes the sentence off, smiles, and says he sees them. He tells Bradley he will bring food for Wolfgang too next time and that he is genuinely glad for him, happy that he has got himself a big furry friend. Bradley smiles and thanks him sincerely. Wolfgang, sitting there through all of this, watches Reed with quiet attention and concludes that this one is also the type to pamper the king without a second thought, not unlike that girl. His aura is not bad either. Wolfgang finds himself already wondering what kind of dog food he should prepare for him, and then catches himself, a little thrown off by the thought. It is an uncommonly warm atmosphere, he notes, nothing like the fierce and severe faces he has only ever known in the demon world. Yet here is his king, relaxed and bright-faced, at ease in a way Wolfgang has never quite seen before. His physical condition may still be fragile, but his spirit is something else entirely, and Wolfgang feels something close to reverence watching him, grateful that the king has been treated with such genuine care. He is still somewhere in that thought when Reed suddenly reaches down and scoops him up without warning, telling Bradley he will take him outside and give him a bath. Bradley blinks and says he really does not have to go to that trouble, asking if it would not be a burden. Reed waves it off entirely and tells him to just eat properly. Wolfgang, now being carried toward the door, internally calls out to the king in full alarm. Bradley, watching them go, smirks and tells Wolfgang to be a good boy. Bradley smirks and tells Wolfgang firmly that he should listen to Reed, asking if he understands. Wolfgang stares back at his king with visibly trembling eyes and nods, already planning several things he intends to do the moment he gets free. Bradley waves them both off cheerfully and tells them to take care, then sits back quietly wondering what his big sister is up to right now, silently hoping Glenn has not already caused an international incident somewhere in the palace. He pauses and adds, just before they disappear out the door, that Wolfgang should listen to Reed. Wolfgang processes this information with great difficulty. Meanwhile Eleanor is striding through the palace halls actively losing her mind searching for a cat that has seemingly vanished into thin air. She mutters to herself wondering if Glenn has already transformed into something ridiculous and caused a scene, then stops and reasons that wandering around looking for him would only increase the very real risk of stumbling into the actual Blair, which at this point would be catastrophically worse. The smarter plan is to just go meet the head maid, take the scolding, and survive the day. She arrives at the room, knocks, announces herself with an apology, peers inside and finds it completely empty. The head maid got tired of waiting and left. Eleanor is already mentally rehearsing her apology for later when a voice from directly behind the door asks if she has come and calls her the goddess hero. She spins around. Blair is standing right there. He steps forward and closes the door behind him. Eleanor stares at him for exactly 1 second and then grabs him by the hair, announcing triumphantly that she caught him, declaring what a relief and demanding to know why he is still wearing that face when she specifically said not to transform into the prince. Blair stands completely still, genuinely unable to determine what is happening to him. Eleanor grabs his hand and turns away, telling Glenn firmly that he does not need to worry about her and should go straight home right now because she can feel her lifespan physically shortening with every minute she spends in this building, and that she will cook fish when they get back so he should hurry up. Blair opens his mouth. Nothing comes out. Eleanor turns back and tells him it would be smarter to leave through the window since they are on the first floor, asking if he can handle that since he is a cat. Blair asks very carefully what she means by cat. Eleanor points at the window and simply tells him to go. Blair stares at her. Eleanor suddenly goes still and looks at him with genuine disbelief, asking if he has seriously forgotten the way home. She grinds her teeth and concludes out loud that Glenn is an absolute handful. Blair watches her quietly as she climbs onto the windowsill, struggles to balance herself, and announces she has no choice but to escort him out personally before the head maid returns. She turns and tells Blair to hurry up and transform back into a cat already because she can carry him much more easily in that form. Blair steps up to the window, drops to the ground below with complete effortless precision, and lands without even a stumble. Eleanor peers down at him from the ledge and registers somewhere in her brain that he really does move like one. She tells him her reflexes are nowhere near that impressive, so he should stay right there and not move. Blair looks up and opens his arms. Eleanor stares down at him confused, and before she finishes processing it he catches her as she comes down. She looks up at him from his arms, face immediately warm, and murmurs that even for a demon he really does act surprisingly human sometimes. Blair looks down at her with an expression that has no name for it yet. Up on the rooftop Glenn is folded completely and half laughing, stomach hurting, watching every bit of it from above. He gasps between laughs that making a flustered face would have been more than enough on its own, so why on earth did her cheeks have to go red the moment he caught her? He watches Eleanor with absolute delight and wonders aloud whether he should report this to the king immediately since timing is everything, then decides against it. Watching Eleanor fumble through the rest of her day in real time is simply far too good to interrupt. Back when Klaus was still a child he would desperately trail after Blair and their older brother, absolutely adorable in his determination to keep up. At some point that changed, the distance grew, and what was once admiration quietly declared itself rivalry. Blair thinks about this as he moves through the palace, the weight of it settling somewhere familiar. For the kingdom to continue flourishing in the right direction the goddess hero must be guided toward the crown prince faction, both openly and quietly. That much is easy enough to infer. He makes his way to the head maid and asks her who it was that cleaned the shrine garden yesterday. The head maid thinks for a moment and tells him it was Eleanor. Blair pauses, saying he feels he has heard that name somewhere. The head maid explains that Earl Twain was once a close aide to the king's army general, that the previous lord passed away 10 years ago from illness, and that the Twain family's title was subsequently revoked when they were buried in debt. She adds that in those days the crown prince had just performed admirably in his first battle, and that a certain concubine grew green with envy over the lord's influence and quietly had him buried in debt until his health gave out entirely. Blair listens without a word. The head maid continues, telling him that Eleanor had a younger brother and both were taken in by Lord Taggart, though the lord's wife had little patience for a sickly bedridden child and the two women clashed constantly over it. Eleanor, she recalls with something close to fondness, never once backed down, standing her ground and insisting that her brother was neither a burden nor a disgrace, and that she would raise him into a gentleman fine enough to make the wife's jaw drop. It was Lord Taggart himself who eventually arranged for Eleanor, not yet fully independent, to work at the royal palace. Blair is quiet for a moment, the picture settling clearly in his mind. A fallen nobleman's daughter whose entire life was quietly dismantled by the very political struggle happening around her, who never asked for any of it. He carries that thought back with him as he steps outside and finds Eleanor squinting at the palace gates with the focused expression of someone planning an escape route, muttering to herself about whether they can make it past the guards without being noticed. What Blair does not know, and what makes the next several minutes genuinely bewildering for him, is that Eleanor still believes she is standing next to Glenn. She turns toward him and asks why he chose Blair's face of all things to transform into, then answers her own question, looking at him and saying that she supposes the prince's appearance really is exactly her type, golden hair and sharp imposing eyes. She has to admit she likes it quite a lot. Blair's face goes very slightly warm. Eleanor then immediately follows it up by saying that those same sharp eyes and the ability to read a person's weakness so precisely is honestly terrifying, exactly what she would expect from a demon. Blair cannot decide if he has just been complimented or insulted. She sighs and says it cannot be helped if he insists on standing around looking like the prince, demons really are something else, and that it will be just as troublesome if he transforms back into a cat and tries to escape. She grabs his hand and tells him firmly not to go anywhere and to stay right beside her because they absolutely cannot afford to cause a scene and be discovered by the prince right now. Blair, hand firmly held, follows her in silence and concludes with great certainty that this girl has mistaken him for someone else entirely. He is not Glenn. He cannot become a cat. He has no idea what a demon smells like. And yet she said with a completely straight face that she could carry him if he transformed, which means whoever she thinks he is, it is not a human. He glances sideways at her as she drags him purposefully toward the gate. There are visitors to this country of various kinds, but he genuinely cannot think of a single one friendly enough to hold a maid's hand and sneak out through a side gate. What he can think of, and what becomes clearer to him with every passing second, is that this girl is the goddess hero, and that whatever strange world she is currently living in, she needs to be placed under the protection of the Crown Prince faction before Klaus gets anywhere near her. Blair decides the best move is to play along and gather as much information as he can. He stops her and says he would like a word. Eleanor looks at him confused and says whatever it is can wait until they get home, and that if she does not get him back soon he will miss the head maid entirely. Blair tells her simply that if they do not talk right now he is not leaving the royal palace. Eleanor stares at him and demands to know what kind of threat that is supposed to be. He turns away calmly, guides her under the shade of a nearby tree, and sits down, saying it should be fine here. Eleanor stares at him, mutters that he really is something else and that she cannot make deals at a time like this, then yanks her hand back and says it is already too late to go back to the head maid anyway, so fine. She glares at him. Blair is genuinely thrown off by how intense it is. Eleanor tells him flatly that she has quite a lot to complain about. He asks with some alarm why she is looking at him like that because her eyes are genuinely scary right now. She scoffs and asks whose fault he thinks that is, adding that she is normally a very reasonable person for his information. Blair decides to push forward and mentions that he heard she was the daughter of an earl. Eleanor flinches and asks how he knows that. He adds that she has been under the general's care as well. Eleanor panics, covers her face, and mutters that he was the one leaking all her personal information, then looks up and says it is honestly terrifying how much he knows and that she clearly cannot hide anything in front of a demon. Blair is not entirely sure how to respond to being called a demon again but lets out a quiet laugh, and Eleanor watches him carefully before suddenly shouting that no, this one is a cat and she will absolutely not be fooled by a smile like that. She points at him and warns Glenn not to dare do anything to her uncle. Blair looks at her and concludes quietly that for a goddess hero she is genuinely and completely unreliable. He steps closer anyway, gently pulls her down to sit beside him, and settles in. Eleanor sputters and then stops, looks at him sideways, and scoffs, saying it is nothing and that he is a demon so he must be used to pushing people around. Blair tells her firmly those are not words a young woman should be using. Eleanor asks him with complete sincerity whether he is not the one who went around suggesting things like aiming to be a slut. Blair stares at her. She then pauses and looks at him a little more carefully, asking as casually as she can whether he is a cat, right? Blair looks at her and runs through his options very quickly. He cannot afford to tell the truth because the moment she finds out she will vanish and he will never find her again. He reaches over, takes her hand, and tells her quietly yes, he is the cat. What follows is something Blair did not see coming. Eleanor's entire body tenses with a fury so sudden and complete that he does not even know what triggered it, and before he can figure it out she has launched into a lecture that goes on for a full hour. He sits there and endures every minute of it because he knows he has to understand this girl. By the end of it the two things he has managed to clearly take away are that if Glenn wants to keep living in their house he must clean his fur properly since he said so himself, and that he has to tell her everything about her uncle. Blair registers with quiet exhaustion that there is still more to come. He sits there thinking that he never once imagined how genuinely difficult it is to just sit and listen to someone talk, when Eleanor suddenly leans in, looks at his face up close, and says slowly that now that she thinks about it, he does not look exactly like the prince. Blair echoes her words back in disbelief and shoots to his feet, gritting his teeth and demanding to know which part exactly looks different because from every angle they are completely identical. Eleanor tilts her head thoughtfully and says well, the prince always carries a frightening expression and she thinks his eyes are a little sharper. She had been laughing freely all morning and even just now, and even if the outside looks the same the two of them feel very different on the inside. Blair grits his teeth hard at that. Then Eleanor pauses and mentions that he has been calling her for quite a while now. Blair flinches. She asks if he has stopped calling her elder sister. Blair goes quiet. Eleanor's expression shifts and she says so that is how it is, figuring that just because her brother is not around he thinks he can call her whatever he likes. Blair looks at her and realizes with some urgency that if he tells her he does not actually have an older sister she is going to suspect something immediately. He has no choice. He forces the words out with a visibly suffering expression and calls her elder sister. Eleanor stares at him. His face is red. She tells him that after all this time, why is he pulling a face like those words are physically killing him, and that he really does not have to force it if it is going to look like that. Blair looks away without a word. She then asks what he actually wanted to talk about and whether it concerns her brother. He tells her no, the only thing he needs is her cooperation. Eleanor thinks it over and says that above everything else her brother's safety comes first, and that staying in the royal capital is starting to feel like a bad idea because getting tied down here over the holy sword situation would cause enormous trouble. Blair asks if she is truly not planning on taking up the holy sword as the country's chosen hero. Eleanor grits her teeth and says that even setting that aside, she cannot keep something like that near her brother, right, because it is holy and all, so would it not be harmful to him? Blair stares at her trying to follow the logic. Eleanor then suddenly turns on him and demands to know if he was planning on using the holy sword for something wicked, because she wants absolutely nothing to do with that. All she needs at home are knives and scissors and maybe a grass pickle. Blair looks at her and concludes somewhere deep in his mind that he does not understand a single word of what she just said. Eleanor then simply flops backward onto the grass and stares up at the open sky. Blair looks down at her. She asks out loud why any of this is even happening to her. He tells her she looks exhausted. She says yes, obviously, because just thinking about everything that happened last night kept her awake the entire night out of sheer terror, and now she has dragged herself into the royal palace where the prince could find her at any moment just to collect her salary, and on top of all of that he had to go and tease her by walking around in the prince's face. Blair wonders quietly to himself if she means he was teasing her. He tries calling her elder sister again and Eleanor grits her teeth, saying that after everything she went through to finally pass her exam and somehow make the head maid genuinely happy about it, she now has to walk back in there and tell her she is resigning, and the frustration of it is almost more than she can take. Blair looks at her and finds, unexpectedly, that he understands the particular pain of working towards something only to watch it collapse, though what he cannot grasp is why she feels she has to give it all up entirely. He calls her elder sister once more and she immediately asks if he could please just turn into a cat for a little while. Blair goes very still. She sits up and tells him that roughly half of her current exhaustion is his fault specifically, that her mind feels like it is moments away from snapping, and that if things continue this way she might just end up sprinting through the royal palace screaming with everything she has got. She leans in close to his face and points out that if a guard catches her in that state because of him, her brother is going to give him a very thorough scolding, is he not? Blair stares at her. She points at him and asks if he could please, just for a little while, turn into something soft and fluffy. Blair says what? She says he can even be a leopard if he wants. She is not particular, she just desperately needs to bury her face in something fluffy right now. Blair sits there and looks at her eyes, completely and utterly fixed on him with a sincerity that is beyond question, and arrives at the conclusion that this girl has reached a genuinely critical state. She scoots closer and tells him that he said it himself this morning, that she likes cats more than human boys, and that Reed once told her that burying your face in the soft fur of a big dog or cat does wonders for the soul, and she really wants to find out if that is true right now. That much is fine, right? She says brightly. Blair asks in genuine alarm what she means by that. She blinks at him and says he is being slow, and does not want her cooperation, and is growing a little fur really so difficult, asking him to please do his best. Blair grinds his teeth trying to work out what doing his best is even supposed to mean in this situation. Then Eleanor's gaze drifts upward on its own and she says there is a strange bird up there, a long one, it even seems to have a tail. Blair's eyes follow hers to the sky and immediately sharpen. Something drops from it and collides with the ground, and the grass around them bursts into flames. Blair is on his feet in an instant, eyes wide, recognizing it immediately. Teleportation magic. Blair looks at Eleanor's face and realizes the formation completed itself almost instantly. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. He does not think twice. He shouts her name and pulls her into his arms. The atmosphere shifts around them completely and Blair keeps his eyes open, already trying to assess where they are being taken and whether the hero is being targeted. Eleanor trembles against him as he takes a slow breath and looks around. Wooden walls. Old curtains. Worn-out chairs and a small table. He looks around trying to figure out whose house this is. Eleanor opens her eyes beside him and goes still for a moment before quietly realizing it is her house. Blair looks around again and asks if she is serious. Eleanor is equally confused about why of all the places they ended up here. Before either of them can make sense of it, something collides into Blair with full force, shoving him away from Eleanor and telling him in no uncertain terms not to touch his sister. Blair hits the floor hard. Eleanor immediately rushes over and crouches down asking if he is all right because that was a genuinely loud sound. Glenn looks up at her with a calm smile and tells her not to worry since he broke her fall, so Eleanor should be fine. Blair lies there on the floor and notes with tired disbelief that she still called him a cat in a situation like this. He steadies himself and then notices it, the same heavy suffocating atmosphere that pressed down on him yesterday, dark and unmistakable. He grips the floor and looks up, asking through his teeth who that is. Then from the other room a voice cuts through sharply, demanding to know who he is and what exactly he thinks he is doing in their house, telling him to get away from his big sister right now. The dark coiling aura seeps through the walls and into the room. The black fumes swallow the grass hole and darkness closes in around them in an instant. Eleanor barely has time to feel scared before Glenn, still wearing Blair's face, pulls her into his arms. She opens her eyes to suffocating darkness and unexpected warmth, and when she looks up she finds the prince's face looking down at her. For just a second her heart does something she immediately tells herself to ignore, because this is not the real prince and now is absolutely not the time. She looks around and realizes with a jolt that they are in her house. Before she can process that, a figure comes crashing through, hurling Glenn straight into the wall with a loud bang and shouting at him to get his hands off his sister. Eleanor stumbles back startled as Bradley's voice cuts through the darkness, wrapped in a dark swirling aura, telling him to get away from her right now. Eleanor looks toward her brother and registers that he is genuinely furious. She turns toward him, relieved to see him sounding stronger than before, and tries to get closer when Blair grabs her hand from behind, telling her to stay back because he is dangerous. She looks at him like he has just said something painfully obvious and asks what exactly he thinks she does not already know. Before Blair can answer, Bradley pulls Eleanor back toward him and whispers close to her ear, asking her to explain who this person is and why exactly he had his arms around her. Eleanor explains that the grass suddenly caught fire while she was lying down and she got scared, so it just happened. Bradley's expression darkens and he asks through gritted teeth what she means by lying down. Eleanor blinks and says surely the more important question right now is who just threw someone into a wall like that. Bradley tells her flatly that is completely beside the point and that she cannot just lie around with some stranger from who knows where. Eleanor tilts her head and asks why he is a stranger, then laughs a little and clarifies that it was only her head on his lap and she was tired and thinking about resting against his belly fur. Bradley stares at her and asks what she means by belly fur, then points at Blair and asks if she is really that comfortable around him. He says he could possibly let it go if it were Reed, but any other guy is something he genuinely cannot stand. Eleanor asks why Reed gets a pass and then immediately asks if it really matters since it was just belly fur and he is an animal. Bradley shouts asking who exactly she thinks he is. Eleanor is still explaining that she just wanted to bury herself in something soft when Blair, sitting quietly against the wall and still surrounded by the lingering dark aura, suddenly notices a cat in the room. The cat turns toward him and gives him a slow, easy smirk. Blair goes very still, eyes narrowing, wondering if this is that cat from before. Then a laugh rings through the room and a voice asks Eleanor if this is her lover, saying she certainly knows how to pick them. Eleanor spins toward Glenn in alarm. Bradley grinds his teeth and demands to know what that was. Even Blair looks visibly thrown, sitting there processing the fact that the cat just spoke out loud. Eleanor looks between the two cats in the room and realizes with dawning horror that there are now two of them. Her brain catches up a moment later and she reaches over and starts rubbing Blair's hair, cheerfully saying goodbye and asking if he must be the dog then. She tells them not to startle her like that and says that if he was the dog all along he should have just said so. Bradley moves close and whispers into her ear that the dog is currently outside being washed by Reed. Eleanor freezes. Glenn laughs and mentions it is because his fur was looking uncomfortably hot. Eleanor slowly turns and looks at Blair sitting there against the wall and everything clicks into place all at once. She gets closer and whispers, asking very quietly who he is. The room goes completely still. Glenn hops up onto her shoulder and tells her cheerfully that she is clearly playing dumb now and that of course she already knows exactly who he is. He is the real second prince of this kingdom. Eleanor's eyes go wide. She jolts backward. Blair looks up at her, equally unsure of what comes next. Reed is outside giving Wolfgang a bath, a small crowd of neighborhood kids having materialized out of nowhere the way they always do when something interesting is happening. One little girl announces she wants to brush the dog too and wants to dry him as well, reaching for the brush with great determination. Reed tells her it is almost dry and that they should take turns. Wolfgang, sitting in the middle of all this, hears what sounds unmistakably like a scream from inside the house but is currently having what he privately admits is not the worst time, so he decides to leave it alone. Then Reed picks up a pair of scissors and tells him he is going to trim his nails and to please stay still. Wolfgang snaps internally at the indignity of it all, though he stays put. The kids are absolutely delighted by how soft his fur is, pulling at it from every direction despite Reed telling them gently not to or he will get upset. They inform Reed cheerfully that it is fine because he is not biting at all, which is the precise moment Wolfgang tips over onto the ground and lies there wondering if this is some kind of trial the universe has specifically designed for him. Reed looks at him with a warm smile and tells him he is really good at enduring. He then tells the children to let him dry in the sun for a bit and promises to play with them after. Wolfgang exhales slowly, thinking he has made it through the worst of it, when his eyes snap open. Something is wrong. He is on his feet before he even finishes the thought. Reed looks around confused as the temperature drops sharply and the little girl tugs at her brother's sleeve saying it is suddenly very cold. Wolfgang feels it settle over him like a weight and recognizes it immediately. This is the king's presence. He bolts toward the house without a second thought and Reed shouts his name after him, but Wolfgang is already gone, running and wondering what on earth is happening in there. Inside, things have gone considerably sideways. Eleanor is gripping Blair by the hair, announcing loudly that she has caught him and demanding to know why he is still wearing that face when she specifically told him not to. She is replaying everything that just happened in her mind when it suddenly crashes into her all at once and she bangs her own head in frustration, shouting that she does not understand any of this. Bradley looks at her with alarm and calls out her name. Eleanor grits her teeth, eyes wide, and announces that she wants to die, that she is going to be executed, because stroking a prince's belly is an act of genuine perversion and she cannot believe herself. Bradley grabs her by the shoulders and asks if she is okay because her face is a very bad color. She tells him this is the color of regret, pure and deep regret. Bradley turns toward Blair and asks very quietly what he did to his sister. Blair sits in silence. Bradley asks again, louder this time, and before anyone can react he hits him. Eleanor's eyes fly open at the sound and she looks at the floor and sees blood and shouts at her brother to stop, scrambling to her feet and staring at Blair's face in horror because that face is damaged and it is a genuinely terrible thing to look at. Bradley calls out for Glenn and Glenn shifts into full size in an instant, announcing herself with a sharp yes. Blair goes very still. Glenn scoops Eleanor up and tells her it is getting dangerous and they need to move. Eleanor shouts at him to put her down and shouts at her brother at the same time. Glenn tells her to stop being so violent and asks her please not to pull his hair. Bradley tells Eleanor to stay back, saying he needs to hear this person's explanation himself. Blair sits quietly watching Bradley while one hand moves slowly toward the sword at his back. Eleanor shouts at her brother that she is not on the prince's side in this. Glenn, thoroughly entertained, mentions with delight that the king's rage is growing nicely. Eleanor whips toward him and shouts that he is being completely reckless and asks what will happen if her brother gets punished for harming a member of the royal family. Glenn looks at her and asks what she is talking about, pointing out that there is no noble person here other than His Majesty. Eleanor grinds her teeth, realizing this is only going to get worse because the moment Blair figures out that Bradley is a demon lord everything becomes catastrophically complicated. In a last-ditch effort she bites Glenn's hand and tells him to let her go. Glenn smirks and calls her a masochist. Eleanor realizes that is absolutely not going to work. Then Glenn tells her to look at the beautiful magic forming nearby, mentioning that the path to the demon world is about to open again and wondering out loud with a delighted smile who will come through this time, hoping cheerfully that it will be someone stronger and more troublesome than last time. Eleanor shouts at him calling him an idiot and tells him to stop the king right now. She looks at her brother and knows she has to reach him before this goes any further, shouting at him to stop, to calm down, and asking Glenn with genuine desperation to please let her go. Glenn tells her he cannot because he is following His Majesty's orders and that is simply how things work in the demon world. Bradley's power surges and a tremendous wave of dark energy rips through the air. Eleanor shouts his name. Two strange creatures tear through the opening and land in the room. Eleanor stares at them, then at her brother, then back at the creatures, and realizes with sinking certainty that things have just gotten a great deal more complicated. Bradley has always wanted power. For as long as he can remember, this weak body of his refused to let him leave his bed, and all he ever did was trouble his sister and weigh her down while she carried the whole family on her shoulders alone. He could never say it out loud, but the frustration of it never left him, sitting heavy in his chest day after day. So now that he knows who he truly is, now that the power he spent his whole life longing for has finally come to him, there is only one thing on his mind. He will protect his sister. He will crush anything that even thinks about harming her. He looks at his own hand and grits his teeth, telling himself he does not have to hold back anymore because he is not that weak boy lying in bed. Then something strange happens. He hears a voice, not from outside but from somewhere deep within himself, telling him he has endured far too many terrible and absurd things for far too long, and that now he finally has the strength to protect the sister who has been struggling on his behalf all this time. Bradley agrees with it completely, looking at Blair and demanding to know what he did to his sister. But even as the words leave his mouth, something feels off, like the voice speaking is both his and not his at the same time. Then a creature of light drifts close to his ear and whispers that he should not wait, that he should deal with this person right now. Bradley hesitates, thinking he should at least hear an explanation first. The creature grits its teeth and tells him that if he waits for an explanation he will just hold himself back again the way he always has, and what is the point of having power now if he does nothing with it? That lands somewhere it should not. Bradley gets to his feet, a dark aura coiling around him, telling himself that this person walked into their home uninvited and had his hands on his sister, and that there is simply no reason in the world to forgive something like that. He raises his hand. And then stops. Something is wrong. He can feel it pulling at him, something dark and unfamiliar threatening to swallow the person he actually is. He is disappearing into it. He calls out for his sister. Eleanor tears herself free from Glenn's grip and gets to her brother in an instant, wrapping her arms around him and telling him firmly to hold on, that he cannot do this. Bradley stills. On the floor behind them, Blair has gone pale and is coughing, the weight of the released power having hit him hard. Bradley looks at what he has done and apologizes to his sister quietly. Eleanor pets his hair and tells him it is all right, that he should calm down, and that Blair was not doing anything bad to her. She pauses and then adds that if anything she is the one who sexually harassed him. Bradley lets out a small smile and closes his eyes, feeling that terrifying part of himself gently loosen its grip as his sister's voice settles over him like something warm. Eleanor smiles at him and tells him she needs to go check on Blair, that she will explain everything properly later, and asks him to wait just a little while. She then looks past him and calls out to someone she refers to as Grandpa, asking if he could please keep an eye on her brother while she tends to the prince. Bradley blinks, confused about who she is talking to, when an elderly man who looks like he might collapse just from the effort of standing up straight responds with a composed certainty. Bradley stares at him. The old man introduces himself with quiet dignity as Old Journal Maynard, having come before his king. Bradley has barely processed this when he hears Glenn make a sound he has never heard from him before. Glenn is staring at the other creature that just came through, voice completely thrown, calling out one single word. Mother. The large cat smiles warmly and says yes, it is her, his dear mother. Glenn asks in a panic why she is here and begs her not to tell him she is angry. His mother tilts her head and asks why on earth she would be angry, then asks sweetly whether it might have anything to do with the fact that when the path to this world opened the other day Glenn shoved her aside and jumped through first. Glenn freezes. His mother turns around slowly and points at her back, raising her voice just enough to make everyone in the room uncomfortable, telling him to look carefully at the footprint he left there from stepping directly on her to get through. She has been so furious about it that she left it completely untouched as evidence. Glenn tells her desperately that it might just be her imagination and that he absolutely did not step on her head on purpose. His mother goes very quiet. Then she turns to him and asks in a dangerously calm voice whether she is wrong then, stepping closer and asking if he thinks she is foolish just because she is over 2,000 years old. Glenn tells her no, there is absolutely no way he thinks that. She sighs and tells him he knows how much she had been looking forward to seeing the king again, and yet the very moment the path opened he stepped on her and came through without her. She smiles at him and says he really did that to her. Glenn tells her frantically that he was just so excited to see the king that he lost himself completely and truly did not mean to step on her. His mother raises her hand and a sharp burst of energy silences him on the spot. She tells him to be quiet. Bradley's mother stamps her foot on the ground and shouts that Glenn robbed her of the joy of seeing the king's face the moment he first awakened, declaring that he deserves to die 1,000 deaths for it. Glenn stares at her looking genuinely terrified. Then from behind her a voice cuts through, calm and warm, calling out her name. Cornelia. She turns toward the sound and her entire expression transforms the moment her eyes land on Bradley, announcing with pure joy that yes, it is her, his faithful nanny, finally at his side where she belongs. Bradley smiles and says it has been a long time. She crosses the room and pulls him into her arms without a second thought, telling him he is so adorable and that she has waited for this moment longer than he knows. She then mentions almost as an aside that she is quite certain her good-for-nothing son has been causing trouble, and that she will have him properly tied up for it. Across the room Glenn sinks quietly to the floor and covers his face. Old man Maynard shuffles over to him on unsteady legs and calls him a fool with quiet satisfaction. Eleanor watches all of it unfold and laughs to herself, thinking that someone truly remarkable has just arrived. Her amusement is short-lived. Blair's voice drops to barely a whisper beside her, asking if those are demons. Eleanor turns to him sharply. He grabs her arm and tells her to answer him immediately, his voice tight and urgent, pointing out that those creatures emerged directly from beneath her brother and are calling him their lord and their king, titles reserved for only one person. His eyes go wide and he tells her she cannot possibly mean that her brother is the demon lord. Eleanor looks at his face and before she can say a single word something strikes the back of his head and he drops forward, unconscious, his weight falling onto her shoulder. Eleanor looks at him in alarm, asking what is wrong and what she is supposed to do, when a quiet tap lands on her own shoulder. She turns to find Maynard standing there, his mouth moving, but not a sound reaches her. She stares at him helplessly until another voice steps in to translate, and she looks up to find Wolfgang standing there looking, she genuinely cannot help but notice, significantly fluffier and sparklier than before. She tells him so. Wolfgang tells her not to comment on his appearance and get straight to the point, conveying that Maynard put Blair to sleep because he was becoming a problem, and that if necessary he will erase the man's memories entirely. Eleanor looks at Maynard trembling quietly beside her and asks in disbelief whether he can truly do that. Wolfgang adds that before she gets too absorbed in that thought she should lay Blair down somewhere, because if she keeps holding him like that the king is going to get angry all over again and separating the two of them now is simply the smarter move. Cornelia waves a hand and says to leave His Majesty to her. Wolfgang steps forward and lifts Blair without much effort, telling Eleanor he will carry him. Eleanor tells him to lay him down in her room. Across the room Glenn, who had just begun to think the worst was behind him, hears his mother say she still has quite a lot more to discuss with him. His face falls completely. Eleanor looks at the sleeping prince and says they should wipe the blood from his wound first, but Wolfgang stops her before she can move. Maynard steps forward instead, placing one trembling hand gently over Blair's chest, and a soft glow of mana spreads from his palm. The wound disappears without a trace. Eleanor stares, asking quietly if that was magic. Wolfgang tells her yes, explaining that the general has served His Majesty for a very long time and is proficient in more kinds of magic than most people will ever see in a lifetime. Eleanor looks at the old man with new eyes, turning the thought over, and then asks whether what he said about erasing the prince's memory is also within his ability. Maynard nods. Wolfgang adds carefully that he can only erase the memory itself, not what grew from it. Eleanor looks at him, not quite following. Wolfgang explains that the general's magic can remove the target's recollection of events, but it cannot touch the emotions those events left behind. In other words, if Blair already feels suspicious of her, that suspicion will remain even after every memory connected to it is gone. Eleanor goes quiet for a moment and then works it through out loud, asking if that means even if the prince forgets that she was rude to him, and that she sexually harassed him, he will still carry a bad feeling about her without knowing why, and end up disliking her for a reason he cannot even name. Wolfgang says he cannot speak to whether it would go as far as hatred, but the unease Blair feels will linger regardless of what the general erases. Eleanor turns back to Blair and looks at him in silence. She thinks about how much simpler everything would be if he could simply forget the holy sword, forget her brother, forget all of it. But he would also forget everything else. Every moment between them, gone without a trace. Wolfgang watches her expression shift and asks if something is wrong, or whether she disagrees, because in their situation is this not still the better outcome? Eleanor exhales slowly and says no, it is all right. She looks at Maynard and asks him quietly to please erase the prince's memory. This, she tells herself, is the cleanest way to end this peacefully. The words linger in Eleanor's mind long after she says them. That was what she sincerely meant, so why does her chest feel a little heavier than it should? She cannot tell whether it is guilt toward Blair or something else entirely, and she does not let herself think about it long enough to find out. Blair wakes up with the tail end of a dream dissolving at the edges of his mind, vivid and warm in a way he cannot quite hold on to. He sits up disoriented, blinking the sleep away, and realizes he must have dozed off. There is a face lingering somewhere in the back of his thoughts, a woman, but the more he reaches for it the further it slips away. He lets it go, listens to the birds outside his window for a moment, then swings his legs off the bed, dresses, and walks out of his room like any other morning. Across the city Eleanor is making her way through the streets with Glenn at her side, remarking that it feels like the prince has returned to his normal routine. She also mentions that the head maid was waiting when she got back yesterday and that she somehow managed to talk her way out of it. She smiles and says she was genuinely worried about how things would go, but she is glad everything sorted itself out in the end. Glenn sighs and tells her she is always disgustingly lucky, and that of all the people who could have come through that path it just had to be his mother. Eleanor tells him she is sorry, but it is not as though she personally sent for his dear mother. Glenn grits his teeth and tells her to stop calling her that. He is the eldest son, he explains, which is precisely why his mother holds him to such a high standard. Eleanor tells him plainly that it is clearly his personality and behavior that earned him that treatment and nothing else. Glenn grinds his teeth harder. He then mutters that now he has to act as Eleanor's escort on top of everything else, all while his mother and that ancient general are back at the house having a relaxing tea with the king. He is absolutely jinxed. Eleanor looks at him and tells him he is being dramatic, pointing out that he saved her, and that on top of that Maynard erased Blair's memory all the way back to when she pulled out the holy sword. She catches herself at that and goes a little quiet, saying yes, that is right, the prince does not remember her anymore. Glenn mentions that he had been hoping for a terrifying and formidable subordinate to show up, not a grandpa who looks like he needs more care than he provides. Eleanor says that Maynard may not look like much, but his dear mother on the other hand is an entirely different matter, and when it comes to raw power she is clearly the strongest one in the room by a considerable distance. Glenn sighs and admits she is right about that. Eleanor smiles and says that with someone like Cornelia protecting her brother she does not have to give up her position as senior maid or her salary, and stretches her arms above her head declaring that she is going to give work everything she has got from here on. Glenn looks at her with the expression of someone watching a person walk cheerfully toward a wall, realizing that Eleanor clearly has not thought through what it actually means for his mother to be protecting the king, which is that starting from today those two are going to be living in that house. Eleanor finds out the moment she steps through the front door. The table is covered in food from end to end. Cornelia looks up and welcomes her home, telling her she must be tired and that she was not sure what Eleanor preferred, so she made plenty and to please help herself. Bradley is already eating beside her, looking genuinely happy, saying it has been such a long time since he tasted Cornelia's cooking. Eleanor stands in the doorway staring at all of it and then calls out from behind them asking if Cornelia is planning to stay. She tries to explain as carefully as she can that the house is quite small and having this many people in it is going to cause problems, so perhaps it would be better if she went home. Cornelia laughs warmly and tells her not to worry about a thing, that Neela will handle everything properly. She then steers Eleanor firmly toward the table and tells her to start with the soup. Eleanor takes a bite and despite everything admits quietly that it is delicious. Cornelia smiles and says she is glad and tells Eleanor to leave all the housework to her from now on. Eleanor chews slowly and thinks to herself that this is bad, that she needs to find a way to send them back to the demon world as soon as possible. The moment she finishes eating she slips into the kitchen and tells Cornelia directly that she really should leave because having so many people here for an extended period is going to create serious problems. Cornelia goes still. Eleanor looks at her carefully, wondering if she has upset her, and quickly tries to soften it by suggesting that perhaps Cornelia could rent a place nearby instead. Cornelia turns toward her. Eleanor takes one look at her expression and immediately shouts at her to please stay calm and not resort to violence. The tea kettles rattle ominously on the counter. Cornelia then picks up the tea and the cups, places them in Eleanor's hands with a pleasant smile, and tells her to go enjoy a nice chat with Sir Maynard while she finishes the dishes. Eleanor stands there holding the tea. Cornelia's smile does not waver. Eleanor sighs and says okay. Eleanor comes out of the kitchen and drops her forehead onto the table, concluding that she simply does not have it in her to argue with that woman. Across from her Maynard is having his tea, both hands trembling around the cup. She looks at him and wonders if talking to him might help, then remembers she cannot hear a word he says, and the two of them end up simply smiling at each other across the table. She bangs her head on the table again. The door opens and Glenn comes in and sits directly on top of her head. They both sigh at exactly the same time. Eleanor tells him not to copy her. Glenn asks what she means, or whether she has something against him. Eleanor asks if he is stupid. Glenn then mentions that his mother has assigned him to watch over the goddess hero, which means he is stuck away from the king all day. Eleanor says she is not happy about the living arrangement either but somehow cannot bring herself to say no to Cornelia. Glenn admits that at the very least stalking and deceiving Eleanor is still entertaining. Eleanor turns on him and then tells him that if he keeps talking she will rub his tummy. Glenn goes quiet. Eleanor sinks back into her thoughts and asks him after a moment whether his mother knows she pulled out the holy sword. Glenn tells her of course she does, and asks if Eleanor still does not understand how terrifying his mother is, explaining that she is the kind of woman who would notice if the king's hair grew even a single millimeter. Eleanor sighs and says she figured as much, realizing that Cornelia simply does not trust her. She thinks back to visiting her brother's room earlier, bringing him his medicine, only for him to tell her he does not need it anymore, and noticing Cornelia standing in the corner with eyes that were perfectly pleasant on the surface and utterly cold underneath. Cornelia has not done anything to her, and yet the message could not be clearer. As far as Cornelia is concerned, Eleanor is the king's enemy. The thought is still sitting with her when she notices Maynard has somehow materialized in the chair in her room and she shouts asking when he got there. He tries to respond with his trembling voice and Eleanor apologizes and tells him she genuinely cannot understand him. Wolfgang, who has apparently also been in the room this whole time, tells her that Maynard is talking about Cornelia, specifically that she is enduring the current situation for the king's sake. Eleanor spins toward Wolfgang and shouts asking why he keeps appearing out of nowhere, then catches herself on the word enduring and asks if it is because she is the king's older sister. Wolfgang says that may be part of it, but also that Eleanor and Cornelia neutralize each other's power simply by being in the same space, and that Cornelia has likely chosen to maintain the current arrangement for the king's benefit. Eleanor stares at him and asks why weakening each other would actually be advantageous, since surely it would be better for Bradley to grow as strong as possible. Wolfgang glares at her and asks what she thinks would happen if someone detected the king because his demon power became too overwhelming. He points out that if the demon lord were discovered here, humans would move to subdue him, and that right now without his subordinates or his army nearby the present balance is just enough to keep things stable. Eleanor quietly admits that is true. Wolfgang takes a breath and then adds that the demon lord himself has no desire for humans to perish. Eleanor looks at him and asks if that is really the case. He tells her firmly that if she would just look at Bradley she would understand that what he wants is neither conquest nor destruction. He wants to live in peace with her. Eleanor still goes. Wolfgang continues, saying that now the king has his nurse, his closest aide, and himself, all of them having served as vessels of his majesty since childhood, and that his safety is the only thing that matters to any of them. Glenn pipes up from the corner demanding to know what about him. Eleanor is not listening anymore. She clenches her fist, tells them quietly that they did not need to say any of that to her, and walks straight out of the room and into her brother's. Eleanor crosses the room and pulls Bradley into a hug without a single word. Cornelia watches from across the room confused and Bradley calls out her name softly, asking what is wrong. Eleanor pulls back and tells him quietly that he supports her too, and that from this point forward she is going to protect him just as fiercely as he protects her. Bradley looks at her with something warm and uncertain flickering across his face all at once. Eleanor then turns to Cornelia and steadies herself, telling her that she understands completely just how important the king is to her and that their feelings for Bradley are exactly the same, but if they stay here someone will eventually notice and when that day comes it will not end quietly. She looks at her directly and asks her, for the king's sake, to please consider returning to the demon world. Wolfgang sighs from the doorway and points out that there is absolutely no chance of that while the hero is living right beside the demon lord, adding that if anyone notices they can simply erase the memory and be done with it. Eleanor tries a different angle and suggests they at least hear what Bradley himself thinks. Bradley's eyes immediately light up and he declares that the more the merrier. Eleanor grabs him by the shoulders and asks if he genuinely understands how small this house is. Bradley tells her that they get to eat Cornelia's cooking every single day and asks if she has not noticed how delicious it is. Before Eleanor can find a response to that, Cornelia steps forward, moves Eleanor gently but firmly aside, and tells her she has work tomorrow and should get to bed early. Eleanor stares at her brother over Cornelia's shoulder and asks in disbelief if they are both really going to pretend none of that just happened, muttering demons under her breath as she is ushered back to her room. She drops onto her bed and stares at the ceiling. Glenn eyes her from the corner and remarks that calling his mother that was rather rude for someone who is supposed to be a hero, even if she is the king's sister. Eleanor scoffs. Glenn jumps on top of her and announces with great suffering that this is unbearably boring and that things would be considerably more interesting if he were the king. Eleanor stares at him and decides that aside from this particular individual the situation is not entirely without hope. Glenn sighs dramatically and declares it has been the darkest 2 days of his entire existence. Eleanor looks back up at the ceiling and lets the events of the past 2 days wash over her quietly. Exhausting as it has been, she is glad the sword is back where it belongs. Blair has forgotten everything, and nobody in the palace knows the holy sword was pulled out at all. All she has to do now is avoid the prince, keep the neighbors from discovering the demons next door, and hold everything together one day at a time. She can do this. She closes her eyes and is asleep before she finishes convincing herself. The next morning she walks into the palace, gets called in by the head maid, and is handed a document informing her of her promotion to a higher rank along with her new assignment. The head maid tells her calmly that she hopes she will not do anything careless this time around. Eleanor looks down at the paper. Look up. Look back down. Drops her forehead directly onto the document with a loud thud and shouts in pure disbelief, asking if she is really being put in charge of the prince. Eleanor walks into the prince's quarters with her heart hammering, introduces herself, and tells him it is a pleasure to meet him. Blair looks at her with wide eyes, something flickering across his face for just a moment, and then it passes. He tells her simply that he understands and that he is counting on her. She steps back out and closes the door behind her, exhaling slowly. The reunion was considerably less dramatic than she had braced herself for, and though that brief skeptical look nearly stopped her heart, it is clear that Maynard's magic did its job. She is not being thrown out today. That is enough. Her relief lasts approximately as long as it takes for someone to start shouting at her. Her first assignment in the prince's quarters turns out to be assisting at the knight's training ground, which in practice means running back and forth across the field with towels and water while being ordered around by every knight in the vicinity. She is still catching her breath when one of them tells her the prince will also need water before the break, so she should hurry up. She shouts back that she is on it and keeps moving. Blair himself appears shortly after and immediately becomes the center of everything, surrounded by knights seeking instruction while Eleanor weaves between them supplying water and wondering if anyone in this entire training ground is aware that she is a living person who runs out of breath. Then one of the knights tosses his training shirt directly onto her head and asks her to fix the stitching. Eleanor stands there with fabric over her face and quietly seethes, wondering if this is Blair's doing or just the natural order of things here, and concluding it is almost certainly the latter though no less infuriating for. She had heard things about the prince's household before taking this assignment. The third Prince Klaus reportedly kept his servants in a constant state of terror, snapping at them until most simply gave up and left. Blair's reputation was different but no less daunting, the rumor being that he was a demon who felt neither emotion nor remorse. The head maid had waved that off with barely contained fury, telling Eleanor that Blair was nothing of the sort and that those rumors came straight from the third prince's faction, and that whoever was responsible would one day face her wrath personally. Eleanor had been mildly terrified watching her say it. But having spent time with Blair herself, she finds she agrees with the head maid completely. The prince she remembers, even if she is the only one who does, showed far more expression than anyone would expect. He was sharp and composed on the surface but underneath that there was someone considerably more human, someone who had turned red just from calling her elder sister. She had mistaken him for Glenn the entire time and treated him accordingly, which means she spent a meaningful portion of that afternoon being thoroughly inappropriate toward the second prince of the kingdom. She sighs deeply. An apology would not even begin to cover it. Getting on her knees would not cover it. She thinks he should probably just let her apologize from the ground entirely. Her face goes warm at the thought and she shakes it off, which is precisely the moment another knight drops his shirt on top of her and tells her to stitch his as well. Then another. And another. Eleanor stands buried under a growing mountain of training shirts belonging to the Imperial Guard and feels something shift in her expression. If this is the challenge they want to issue, then fine. Her peaceful life with her brother is on the line and she is not about to lose it to a pile of laundry. She throws every last shirt onto the ground, announces she will be back with a needle and thread, and storms off with the energy of someone who has made a decision. One of the knights watches her go and remarks with a grin that the new one has quite a glare. Blair calls out to him by name, asking Oliver if he is testing the maid again. Oliver hands him his water and says that the best way to understand a person's true nature is to put a little pressure on them, adding that this one in particular has a short temper, clearly amused by it. Blair sighs and says it will be a problem if she resigns immediately. Oliver's expression settles into something more measured as he tells the prince that when it comes to someone in his position, being cautious of newcomers is simply the responsible thing, even if they are just a maid, because if anything were to happen to him the queen and the crown prince would be devastated. Blair glances at Oliver with a level look and points out that she does not seem like someone capable of hiding killing intent. Oliver smiles and admits that yes, she would not last long against him in a fight, but she does wear everything on her face, and right now she is very clearly furious, which he finds rather entertaining. Blair looks back toward the corridor where Eleanor has disappeared and says nothing. A little while later she is sitting in the corner of the training ground with a needle and thread, working through the mountain of shirts with quiet intensity. Oliver watches her from across the field and thinks to himself that she really could have just said no, and that by agreeing to do it here she has essentially invited every other knight in the vicinity to pile their mending on top of hers, which is exactly what has happened. Blair glances over at her buried under the growing stack and feels something that might be described as mild guilt. Oliver catches his expression and turns to him with a grin, telling him to see, exactly what he said, she is not going to make it home on time at this rate. He then reminds Blair that training is about to resume and turns to call him forward, only to stop. Blair is laughing. Quietly, but genuinely. Oliver stares at him. Blair says almost to himself that it is strange, they only met her for the first time this morning and yet something about the way she carries herself feels oddly familiar, like she has always been exactly like this. Oliver has absolutely no response to that. Blair straightens up and tells him to give her a break from the mending and to let everyone know she is not to be pushed too hard, that he does not mind them being strict with her but there is a limit. Oliver watches him walk back toward the training ground and stands there for a long moment, thinking that was very unlike the prince he knows. Across the city the streets are as lively as ever, people weaving between market stalls and going about their afternoons without a care. Inside Eleanor's house however the atmosphere is considerably more serious. Wolfgang, Glenn, Cornelia, and Maynard are seated around the table in what can only be described as a formal emergency meeting. Wolfgang opens by asking if anyone has an opinion on the matter at hand. Cornelia states immediately that she is against it, that she would give the king anything he desired but that this is simply too soon and too much. Glenn seconds this without hesitation, saying that if something goes wrong at this stage it will already be too late. Wolfgang asks Maynard for his thoughts but before the old man can respond the front door opens and Eleanor steps in announcing she is home. She stops. Takes in the four of them seated around the table with matching serious expressions and asks what is going on and why everyone is gathered. They turn toward her in unison. Eleanor takes a small step back. They tell her it is an emergency meeting. Cornelia sighs and explains that the king has expressed a desire to find work outside the house. Eleanor blinks and asks what exactly is wrong with that, saying she will go light the lamp. Every single person at the table slams their hands down at once and shouts at her asking what she means and what is wrong with it. Cornelia tells her that the demon Lord King taking up employment in the human world is something that has simply never happened and cannot happen. Eleanor looks at her. Wolfgang adds with barely contained disbelief that their master is about to go and work under some unknown stranger. They glare at her from across the table and tell her in no uncertain terms that they cannot accept it. Eleanor sighs and asks them to please calm down, saying she understands their concern completely, but her brother is living in this world as a human being and he simply wants to do what any normal boy his age would do. Cornelia straightens up and tells her that she is taking the Demon King's existence far too lightly. Bradley may have reincarnated but he still carries the same abilities as the Demon King who once shook the entire human world, and while living beside Eleanor has kept that power suppressed, is it not genuinely dangerous for him to be out among ordinary people? Eleanor agrees with her quietly, and then turns to make her point, only to find Bradley standing right behind her with a wide smile welcoming her home. She shrieks and tells them all to please stop appearing out of nowhere without any warning because it is terrible for her heart. Bradley tells her he was worried since she came home late, then looks at her properly and asks why she looks so worn out and why her hair is all over the place. He grits his teeth and asks if the prince did something to her. Eleanor tells him quickly that no, it was just her first day as a high-ranked maid and it was a little overwhelming, gesturing at herself as evidence. Bradley says he can see that, but tells her he is still worried, and that if she is going to come home looking like this she should just stay home instead. He pulls her into a hug and tells her softly that he knows how hard she worked to earn that promotion, but he cannot go into the royal palace himself, and the thought of something happening to her while he is not there is something he simply cannot stand. He wants to protect her. Eleanor looks up at him with wide eyes and something in her chest squeezes tight. It was not so long ago that this boy could barely lift himself out of bed, and here he is saying things like this with complete and quiet sincerity, holding her like it is the most natural thing in the world. It makes her so happy she does not know what to do with it. And then another thought creeps in as she looks at him properly, really looks at him, and realizes with a jolt that he has gotten tall. Genuinely tall. She stares. He is a growing boy, it is completely natural, so why is she only noticing this now? Her eyes go a little blank with the weight of her own absent-mindedness. Glenn notices her expression immediately and tells Bradley that she appears to be emotionally overwhelmed. Bradley tells him to stop laughing. Glenn says he will zip his mouth. Bradley then looks back at Eleanor and asks, with the calm straightforward tone of someone making a perfectly reasonable observation, whether that prince is usually present in the palace, because if he does something to her again he might just accidentally destroy the place. Eleanor grabs him by the shoulders and tells him with great urgency not to say terrifying things like that with such a straight face, and that she is completely fine. Eleanor realizes quickly that Bradley is the type to overreact when it comes to her safety, which means she is going to have to be very careful about what she brings home from work. Wolfgang pulls out a chair and asks the king if he would like to sit. Bradley says yes and then turns and tells Glenn to get his sister a seat as well, which Glenn does with considerably less enthusiasm. Eleanor sits down and asks her brother what exactly they were going to discuss. Bradley takes her hand and looks at her with a soft smile. Eleanor glances down at their joined hands and starts to say something. Bradley immediately asks why she cannot just let him hold her hand, adding that they are siblings after all, and then slumps into a quiet gloom. Eleanor looks at him and tells him it is fine, settling back and studying his face, struck again by how much he has changed. She shakes the thought off and suggests that if he wants to start working, why not begin at Reed's place? Bradley tilts his head. Wolfgang shoots to his feet and demands to know why it has to be at Reed's. Eleanor looks at him and asks why he is so against it. Glenn laughs and helpfully explains that after Eleanor left for work today Reed came by and apparently spent a very enjoyable afternoon walking Wolfgang around on a leash, brushing his fur, and treating him very much like a large and extremely fluffy pet. Wolfgang suffered it in dignified silence. Eleanor laughs and tells Glenn that Reed does love animals, then turns to him and asks why Reed does not give him a bath too while he is at it. Glenn looks at her like she has suggested something deeply offensive and says he cleans himself and has absolutely no intention of being captured, scrubbed, and styled by a human like some kind of household pet. Wolfgang grinds his teeth in the background, clearly still processing his afternoon. Bradley meanwhile considers Eleanor's suggestion about Reed's place and tells her his body is perfectly fine now and that he can do real work and earn proper money to make things easier for her. Eleanor reaches over and grabs him by the arm. Bradley's expression shifts. The room is very quiet. Eleanor looks at him with the particular energy of a woman who has worked herself to the bone since she was old enough to hold a broom, and asks him, with a calm that is somehow more alarming than shouting, whether he truly does not understand, or whether he is just underestimating what work actually means. She informs him that nobody, absolutely nobody, hands a paid position to someone who has never worked a single day in their life. And here our protagonist, who once accidentally pulled out a holy sword while dusting, delivers a lecture on the dignity of labor with the full authority of someone who has been scolded by a head maid no fewer than 6 times this week alone. She reminds him that she herself started as an apprentice and scraped her way up to where she is today, and that he is going to do the same thing, starting at Reed's, starting small, and starting without pay. She asks if she has made herself clear. Bradley tells her he understands. Eleanor scoffs and says good, then straightens up and declares the meeting concluded and everyone dismissed. The room moves to wrap up when Bradley's eyes drift to the end of the table where Maynard is sitting completely still, head drooped, a soft rhythmic snoring coming from somewhere beneath his beard. Bradley stares at him and asks, genuinely uncertain, whether the general has been asleep this entire time. Eleanor tells Reed directly that she wants him to take her brother on at his shop. Reed blinks and asks if she means as an apprentice. She admits it is an unreasonable thing to ask but tells him that having Bradley working beside someone she trusts makes her feel a great deal better about the whole thing. Reed laughs and tells her he does not mind at all. In fact, he is glad to do it. He tells her to let him watch over his big day. Eleanor smiles and thanks him genuinely, saying she knew he would say yes. She then goes to Bradley, apologizes for not being able to accompany him on his first day since work has been demanding, and tells him she has to leave early. Bradley tells her it is fine. She pulls him into a quick hug and tells him to do his best. He smiles and says yes. Bradley's first morning at the shop begins with Reed crying. Bradley stares at him and asks him to please stop, wondering if his cleaning technique was wrong since he has been doing it exactly the way his big sister does. Reed wipes his eyes and apologizes, explaining through continued sobbing that he is just so moved seeing Bradley well enough to actually work. Bradley stares at him for another moment and then asks what he should do next. Reed pulls himself together and tells him to stock the food onto the shelf. Bradley asks where the shelf is. Outside the shop the situation is considerably more dramatic. Wolfgang, Glenn, Cornelia, and Maynard have gathered nearby and are watching their king through the shop window wearing an apron and carrying goods to the shelves. All of them are struck completely silent. They agree without words that he looks impossibly cool and inexplicably adorable at the same time. Then Cornelia starts crying. Wolfgang looks at her and panics. She grips her hands together and declares through tears that His Majesty is actually working with his own hands and that she wants to burn whatever book gave anyone this idea. Wolfgang tells her to please calm down because if she makes a scene she is going to get them all thrown out. Cornelia looks at the shop with trembling eyes and says she is terrified. One careless touch from the king once turned a creature to dust. What if His Majesty loses confidence from breaking something a human made? She grabs Wolfgang and shakes him, shouting at him to tell Maynard to cast a protective spell over everything in that shop immediately. Wolfgang tells her to calm down. Inside the shop Bradley finishes stocking a shelf and notices it has gotten rather loud outside. He turns toward the door and sees Reed finishing up with a customer who had walked in looking visibly displeased and is now leaving with a full bag and a smile. The other customers look equally satisfied and have bought considerably more than they came in for. Bradley watches this quietly and thinks that Reed is genuinely remarkable. He has been supporting Eleanor and Bradley with that easy warmth of his for as long as Bradley can remember. That thought settles into something more deliberate. When Reed steps back inside Bradley calls out to him and says there is something he wants to ask. Reed stops and looks at him. Bradley asks him plainly whether he likes his big sister. Reed sputters so hard he nearly chokes, face going red in an instant, and asks in a strangled voice what Bradley is talking about. Bradley tilts his head and says he might be wrong but the two of them have always looked like a married couple to him whenever he sees them together. Reed's face reaches a shade of red previously undocumented. He tells Bradley to stop changing the subject and asks him to please let it go. Bradley steps closer and says that his big sister is already at that age, so if Reed does not say something clearly soon. Reed's jaw drops and he asks in a barely functioning voice what Bradley means by clearly. Reed grits his teeth and tries to find the words. Bradley listens patiently and says yes, go on. Reed opens his mouth. Nothing comes out. He grabs the broom, announces he is going to sweep outside, and disappears through the door at a speed that suggests he has been practicing this exact escape his entire life. Bradley stares after him and calls out his name in pure confusion. Reed's father, who has watched the whole thing unfold from behind the counter with the quiet amusement of a man who has seen this exact performance many times before, calls Bradley over. Bradley turns to him and asks what he means. The man explains warmly that when it comes to a certain subject his son tends to lose every trace of the composure he normally carries so well. Dependable in business, he says, and completely hopeless in everything else. Bradley considers this and asks what that means for the situation at hand. The man sighs and says that despite it all his son is quite popular, and that the only reason no rumors of a love affair have ever attached themselves to Reed is almost certainly because of Eleanor. Bradley nods and says that if the two of them do not figure things out it is going to be a genuine problem. The man looks at him confused. Bradley glances toward the window where Reed is currently sweeping a patch of ground that has never been cleaner in its life and says plainly that if it is not Reed then his big sister is probably not marrying anyone for the rest of her life. The man protests, saying Eleanor is cheerful and lovely and surely there is no shortage of good men willing to marry her. Bradley straightens up and says that of course his sister is the finest person alive, but he has absolutely no intention of giving her to anyone other than Reed. Just thinking about it, he adds with a grin that sits slightly sinister at the edges, is honestly disgusting. The man stares at him in silence. Bradley sighs and admits that truthfully he sometimes does not even want to give her to Reed, but he would feel too sorry for his sister to act on that particular feeling. The man still has nothing to say. Bradley looks at him and concludes that if Eleanor ever brought someone other than Reed home as a boyfriend he simply could not allow it, not as a matter of principle but because he does not like humans all that much in general. The man tells Bradley he genuinely had no idea he was like this. Bradley smiles and tells him not to worry because he likes him well enough. The man laughs awkwardly and thanks him, sets a box down, and tells Bradley he is sorry for his timid son. Bradley says there is no need to apologize and that given the current circumstances there is probably still hope. He thinks for a moment and adds that the uncle himself should put in some effort to help things along. The man looks out the window at Reed diligently scrubbing the same already spotless patch of ground and decides quietly that yes, he will do his best. He pats Bradley on the shoulder and tells him he should do his best too. Bradley looks at him and something genuinely warm settles across his face. He tells him yes sir. Meanwhile on the other side of the palace Eleanor is carrying a bucket overflowing with repaired clothes and actively choosing not to think about her brother and Reed in the same sentence. A fellow maid stops her and asks if she really sewed all of those by herself. Eleanor explains that she somehow powered through the entire pile overnight, brought some home to finish, came back this morning with the rest, and has absolutely no idea what today holds in store for her. The maid smiles and tells her cheerfully that the first order of business is returning every single item to its owner. Eleanor stares at her and asks if it would not simply be easier to repeat yesterday. She does not get the impression that the senior knights are particularly eager to bond with her over it. She staggers under the weight and concludes with quiet resignation that she is about to face those broad-shouldered knights all over again. She sets off through the corridor with the pile stacked so high it eliminates her entire field of vision, which is precisely the kind of condition one should not be walking in near royalty. Blair is just ahead of her and notices her immediately, thinking to himself that Oliver has clearly continued loading her with work and that it is becoming a bother. He looks at her and wants to help, but doing so under the eyes of the entire palace would only invite accusations that she is taking advantage of the royal family, which would damage her position far more than any amount of laundry ever could. He has learned this the hard way. Every time he has reached out to help a maid it has made things considerably worse for them in the end. He understands that Oliver and the others are still testing the new maid and he accepts the reasoning even as it irritates him. He exhales. Eleanor hears the sigh at precisely the wrong moment. Her foot catches the edge of a carpet she absolutely cannot see from behind the mountain of fabric. The clothes launch dramatically into the air. Eleanor meets the floor. She lies there for a moment staring up at the ceiling, asking herself in genuine anguish why it is always her. She has been working hard. She deserves better than this. Her greatest failures begin cycling through her mind with impressive speed and she is hovering right on the edge of actual tears when a thought arrives completely uninvited, strange and entirely unhelpful. She is fairly certain that the prince standing somewhere nearby would look quite beautiful even in a training shirt. She braces for the fall when a hand suddenly catches the basket. Her eyes squeeze shut, then snap open in shock. She isn't falling. Someone steadies the bucket, pulling it toward himself as she clings to it, heart racing, unsure of what's happening. Peering through the heap of clothes, she catches sight of the prince. He pauses, a strange sense of déjà vu stirring within him. As his gaze settles on her face, a rush of emotions flickers across his chest: surprise, joy, disappointment, shame, even a trace of amusement and distrust, all at once, gone almost as quickly as they come. Eleanor remains frozen, still trying to make sense of it, when he drops to one knee and begins gathering the shirts scattered across the ground. They were headed to the training grounds anyway. Without a word, he dusts them off, places them back into her bucket, and turns to leave. She watches him, dazed, as he walks away. Then he glances back, offering her a brief, almost absent look. Startled, she hears him say he'll go on ahead. Panic flickers through her, and she hurriedly apologizes. He studies her for a moment. Color rises to her cheeks. A soft chuckle escapes him before he turns again and leaves her standing there. Reed thanks Bradley for coming. He asks if Bradley has too much on his plate. Bradley glances at him, a faint blush rising to his face, uncertain how to respond. Before the moment settles, Reed suddenly breaks into tears, muttering that Eleanor would cry even harder if she saw him like this. Bradley lets out an awkward breath, admitting that his sister tends to worry more about herself than about him, then realizes, almost too late, that Reed is the one crying buckets. He goes on to explain that lately she has been bringing back piles of torn clothes, staying up every night to mend them. He heard it somewhere near the prince's quarters, or perhaps from the seamstress. There's a quiet warmth in his tone as he adds that he only hopes she finds happiness there. It's something she has wished for a long time. Elsewhere, Eleanor sits absorbed in her work, carefully stitching a gown, when Glenn wanders over. Irritation slips into his voice as he asks how long she plans to keep this up. With a tired sigh, he remarks that watching her like this is dull, she should go out, stir trouble, break something, anything like she usually does, because this version of her is unbearably boring. Eleanor pauses, softly calling his name as her thoughts drift back to the morning. Glenn groans and jumps onto her lap, grumbling that her face looks dingy and asking what kind of expression she's wearing. She nudges him away, telling him to stop before his fur sticks to the gown. Then, without warning, he asks if she's still thinking about what the prince said earlier. Her heartbeat quickens. She brushes it off, insisting she isn't concerned, though her voice wavers. Glenn smirks, noting that the prince is difficult to satisfy, just as people say. At this rate, he adds, she might receive her termination letter after barely a week of service. The remark cuts deeper than expected. Her jaw tightens, frustration rising as the thought of that letter lingers. Glenn continues, idly wondering what the prince could dislike, her temper, her carelessness, or perhaps that foolish face of hers. Anger sparks. She snaps back, demanding what he means by short temper. Doesn't he see how patiently she has been sewing this gown? The words falter, and just as tears threaten to fall, she forces them back, doubt creeping in, perhaps she truly isn't good enough. The prince's words echo in her mind. He had told her she no longer needed to follow him to the training ground. When she asked why, he simply said he would head to the office afterward, so she should return first. Before she could say anything more, he had already walked away. The memory unsettles her. Something must have gone wrong. Though she had tried so hard today to avoid mistakes. A quiet sadness settles over her as she wonders what she did wrong. Thoughts of the prince linger, confusing and heavy, until her composure finally breaks and tears spill down her cheeks. Glenn watches Eleanor quietly before telling her not to cry because gloominess does not suit her at all. Clutching the gown tightly, she mutters that being pushed away quickly makes no sense. Was it because she threw those training shirts onto Blair's head? Glenn casually replies that it could be part of the reason. He then points out that she spent so much time helping with the swimming practice that she neglected her actual responsibilities, and perhaps Blair simply grew irritated with having such an incompetent maid around. Eleanor instantly flares up, yet deep down she remembers how impossible it felt to refuse the knights whenever they handed her more work. Before she even realized it, mountains of training clothes had piled up around her. Letting out a frustrated sigh, she complains that those men bullied others while smiling so kindly that it hardly looked like bullying at all. Glenn stares at her and bluntly remarks that she is not generous, only weak-willed. Her teeth grind together in annoyance, but his tone suddenly sharpens as he calls out to her seriously, warning that there are people far crueler than demons themselves. Eleanor blinks in confusion while Glenn continues, admitting that he is genuinely worried because people like that could easily take advantage of her, tricking her into doing useless things or wasting money for them. Tears well in her eyes again as she complains that he has even started scolding her now. Glenn huffs and admits that although he enjoys picking on his own family, he cannot tolerate watching outsiders bully them. Leaping onto her shoulder, he grumbles that she should stop acting like a doormat for everything Blair says because watching her behave so obediently is dull and no fun at all. Eleanor quickly denies being mistreated, insisting that Blair would surely appreciate her efforts if she simply handled everything properly. Even so, memories of recent events creep back into her thoughts, making her quietly wonder if she truly is useless after all. Glenn then reminds her of something far more important. Even without his memories, Blair still witnessed both the Holy Sword and His Majesty, so perhaps this distance is actually a good opportunity for her to avoid getting further involved with him. That does not mean she has to quit being a high-ranking maid. Eleanor lowers her gaze, admitting she already understands that much. Glenn continues, explaining that Blair still carries suspicion buried somewhere in his lost memories, so it would hardly be strange for him to reject or resent her. Eleanor exhales shakily and confesses that she knows she is a disloyal person who abandoned both the holy sword and the hero's duty, yet she believed that if she worked hard enough, she could slowly ease that guilt and remain by Blair's side as nothing more than an ordinary maid. The thought alone leaves an ache in her chest as she wonders if even that small wish is impossible for someone like her. Still, Blair's words refuse to leave her mind, and more than anything, she longs for at least one chance to make up for the past. The next day, Eleanor is working in the garden when something suddenly smacks against her face. Startled, she stumbles back in panic, clawing at the cloth covering her eyes. The moment she pulls it away, she gags loudly. The smell is unbearable. Realization hits her instantly, it is a training shirt. Oliver bursts into laughter nearby, proudly confirming her guess. Only then does she recognize him as one of the newer knights. He teases her, asking if she has the nose of a dog. Eleanor immediately snaps back, furious that he dares underestimate how terrible his own stench is. She scolds him for throwing something so filthy straight at another person's face while he only laughs harder. The moment her eyes land on the shirt again, though, irritation turns into disbelief. She shoves it back toward him and demands to know what happened to it. She remembers fixing that exact tear earlier this morning. Oliver glances at the fabric casually, confused about why she is upset, and that only makes her angrier. Near tears, she complains that he could at least try wearing the clothes carefully. Oliver sheepishly admits he cannot help ruining things while training. Eleanor almost cries on the spot, shouting that this does not mean he should destroy newly repaired shirts right away. The least he could do is wash them before bringing them back to her. She even threatens to make him smell the thing himself. Nearby, Glenn quietly watches the entire exchange. With a tired sigh, he thinks Eleanor really needs to stop letting people walk all over her. Then suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, warning someone to mind their own business. Eleanor flinches and quickly looks around, wondering if it came from Glenn, but she cannot spot him anywhere. Even Oliver seems confused for a moment. Eventually Eleanor lowers her head with a defeated sigh. Oliver notices immediately and tells her that gloomy expressions do not suit her. He offers her candy instead. Eleanor bluntly replies that she does not need candy, she needs deodorant. Oliver laughs again and admits he does not have any. Still, she takes the candy and starts nibbling on it while sitting beside him to sew the shirt once more. As she works, Oliver listens to her story about Blair telling her not to follow him anymore. The knight smiles faintly, finally understanding the situation. Even if Blair ordered the others not to burden her with extra work, he doubts any of them would listen. Most likely, Blair simply wanted to keep her away from them altogether. Unfortunately, Eleanor misunderstood everything and started blaming herself instead. Oliver quietly chuckles to himself. That sounds exactly like Blair. He never bothers explaining his intentions properly. Yet the more Oliver thinks about it, the stranger it becomes. For Blair to give that kind of order means he genuinely cares about this girl. The second prince of the royal family worrying over a maid? It makes no sense to him. No matter how much he watches her, all he sees is an odd girl. So what exactly is so special about her? Eleanor suddenly grits her teeth and warns him that she can hear everything he is muttering. Oliver only grins wider. In his eyes, she really is braver than she looks. Curious now, he decides he wants to test something for himself. Rising to his feet, he casually tosses a small piece of cloth toward her head. Before it can touch her, however, something flashes between them. Oliver jerks back sharply. Blood drips from his hand. Eleanor stares at him in alarm and asks what happened. Still stunned, Oliver explains that the moment he tried throwing the cloth at her, a cat appeared from nowhere and scratched him. Eleanor's eyes widened immediately. Glenn. Without wasting another second, she stands and reaches for the first aid box, insisting they treat the wound first. Oliver brushes it off at first, claiming he does not need treatment, but Eleanor ignores him and firmly grabs his hand anyway. Trying to distract herself, she awkwardly asks what kind of cloth he had attempted to throw at her in the first place. Oliver shows it to her. The instant she sees it, confusion crosses her face. Then Oliver suddenly starts trembling violently. Eleanor freezes in shock. Before she can react, his body collapses onto the ground. Panicked, she shouts his name and kneels beside him, asking if he is alright. Then laughter echoes nearby. Calm. Amused. Glenn's voice. He casually remarks that Oliver deserved it. Eleanor whirls toward him in horror, demanding to know what he did. Glenn merely shrugs and says he only gave the man a tiny scratch. Eleanor stares at him in disbelief. A tiny scratch does not make someone collapse like this. Glenn finally pauses, seeming to realize something important. Demon wounds are extremely dangerous to humans, especially those who lack strong protection from the goddess. Eleanor blinks at him, completely lost. Glenn chuckles softly and explains that while Blair is deeply faithful, Oliver clearly is not. Eleanor still cannot follow his meaning. Glenn elaborates further. If such a weak curse from a demon can affect Oliver this badly, then it proves the goddess barely protects him at all. He adds that humanity's faith has weakened over the centuries anyway. The goddess's hero has not appeared for nearly 1,000 years. Still, even Glenn did not expect someone to succumb so easily. Eleanor's attention snaps back to Oliver's arm. The skin has already started turning black from the spreading poison. Panic crashes over her instantly. Covering her mouth, she frantically asks what they should do and whether they should call a doctor. Glenn calmly tells her that an ordinary doctor will not be able to help this. Eleanor's thoughts race wildly until an idea suddenly sparks in her mind. She blurts out that they still have the journal. Glenn's eyes narrow before he nods in agreement. Relief flashes across Eleanor's face as she hurriedly suggests calling Maynard instead. Glenn immediately coughs awkwardly and reminds her that Maynard is a demon too. Glenn casually adds that calling Maynard would probably make the situation even worse. Eleanor groans in frustration and asks what they are supposed to do then. Without hesitation, Glenn suggests they simply dump Oliver somewhere in an alley and leave him there. Eleanor immediately snaps at him, shouting that he should stop saying such ridiculous things and tell her how to actually save him instead. Flicking his tail, Glenn explains that they need a priest with proper divine power to handle a curse like this. Eleanor lowers her head in confusion, asking what exactly he means. Then, as if a thought suddenly strikes her, she quickly grabs Oliver and struggles to pull him onto her shoulder. She blurts out that if a priest is needed, then the goddess's temple should be able to help him. The moment she tries lifting him properly, though, his weight drags her down and both of them crash onto the ground. Glenn stares at her and bluntly points out that there is no way she can carry him alone. He tells her again to stop bothering with this rude man and just leave him behind. Eleanor remains pinned beneath Oliver's weight, breathing hard as she mutters that curses are terrifying. If they do not treat him soon, he could really die. Glenn calmly replies that this is probably true. Eleanor freezes at his answer. Slowly, disbelief spreads across her face. She cannot understand how Glenn can speak so casually about someone dying. To him, throwing a dying man into some random alley seems completely normal. The thought unsettles her deeply. Why can he say something so awful without caring at all? Panic and frustration build inside her at once. Then suddenly, the expression on her face disappears completely. A strange glow begins spreading across her hands. Eleanor startles and jerks back, frightened by the burning sensation. She quickly calls out Glenn's name in alarm. Glenn instantly turns toward her. The moment Eleanor pushes herself upright, his eyes widen in shock. On both of her hands, the seal of the goddess has appeared. Glenn stares at Eleanor in complete shock. Something about her presence suddenly feels different. Eleanor breathes heavily, barely aware of herself, while Glenn nervously asks why she is acting like this. Before he can react further, Eleanor lifts Oliver with one arm and floats him into the air as if he weighs nothing. Glenn instantly panics. He yells at her to stop and warns her not to recklessly release holy power like that. Heat spreads through the air so intensely that even Glenn starts freaking out. His fur begins to singe at the edges, and he quickly jumps back in alarm. Eleanor snaps at him, calling him a real piece of work. Glenn stares at her with wide eyes before blurting out the truth. She is the hero of the Holy Sword. If anyone can deal with a curse like this, it should be her. Eleanor freezes. Confusion floods her face. Her thoughts go completely blank. The next second, all the strength leaves her body at once. She collapses to the ground with Oliver crashing down on top of her. A painful cry escapes her lips. She struggles to push herself up again, groaning about how absurdly heavy he is. Glenn watches for a moment before sighing in relief. The overwhelming holy power has already faded. Still shaken, he tells her not to suddenly awaken like that again because she nearly scared him to death. Meanwhile, Eleanor continues struggling beneath Oliver's weight, her voice trembling as she complains that the man is far too heavy. Glenn casually turns away and mutters that the shock made him hungry. He starts wondering aloud about what he should eat before leaving. Before he can take another step, Eleanor grabs his tail tightly. Glenn stiffens instantly. Holding on to him desperately, Eleanor asks what she needs to do to remove the curse from the night. Tears begin forming in her eyes as she reminds him that he was the one who told her to save him. Glenn sighs heavily, clearly annoyed, and admits that a demon like him has no idea how holy power works. Eleanor stares at him helplessly. Glenn glances toward Oliver before speaking again. Since the goddess's seal appeared on her hands, there may still be a way. With an amused grin, he suggests she try praying while hugging Oliver with both arms. Eleanor immediately turns bright red. Completely flustered, she stammers in confusion, asking what he means by hugging. Her gaze slowly shifts toward the unconscious knight. The very thought of embracing him feels unbearable to her. Glenn only smirks wider and casually tells her she can ignore his advice if she wants. In that case, Oliver will either die from the curse or possibly turn into a demon instead. Then Glenn begins chuckling to himself, adding that the demon world already has strange creatures like insect demons and mushroom demons, so it might actually be interesting to see what Oliver becomes. Eleanor stares at him in horror and nervously gulps. Suddenly, Eleanor straightens up as if forcing herself to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, she blurts out that doing it is probably better than doing nothing at all. With wide, nervous eyes, she kneels beside Oliver, stares at his darkened hand for a second, then awkwardly wraps both arms around him. Closing her eyes tightly, she starts praying to the goddess, begging for the curse to be cleansed. Her words come out clumsy and rushed. She admits she does not even like Oliver very much because he bosses people around and constantly smells suspiciously awful, yet she still cannot bear the thought of him dying. Tears gather in her eyes as she wonders whether she is even praying the right way. Even so, she keeps pleading desperately, insisting that none of those reasons are enough for someone to lose his life. She quietly asks the goddess if saving him like this is really alright. Unable to resist, she peeks at his arm again and instantly freezes. The black curse still spreads across his skin. Panic crashes over her. The curse is not disappearing at all. Her composure begins slipping apart as terrifying thoughts race through her head. What if he dies? What if he really becomes a demon? Nearly sobbing now, Eleanor desperately calls out to the goddess again, arguing that even someone like Oliver has parents who would grieve for him. Dying from a simple scratch from a cat would be far too pitiful. Nearby, Glenn casually hums to himself and cheerfully comments that perhaps Oliver really will become a mushroom demon after all. Eleanor's eyes fill completely with tears. She cannot even imagine how miserable Oliver's mother would feel hearing something so absurd. There is no possible way she could explain that to anyone. Glenn quietly watches her, realizing all over again how strangely soft-hearted this girl truly is. Then his ears twitch sharply. Sensing someone approaching, he immediately bolts away. Meanwhile, Eleanor continues praying through tears until a voice suddenly interrupts her, asking exactly what she is doing. Startled, she slowly looks up with wet eyes and tear-stained cheeks. Blair stands there, staring down at the scene in complete confusion. He says he heard words like mushroom and goddess from a distance, but none of this makes any sense. Eleanor instantly panics the moment she recognizes him. Pointing at Oliver in alarm, she blurts out that the knight is dying because Glenn scratched him. Blair looks even more bewildered by the explanation. Eleanor hurriedly apologizes through tears, explaining that the cat from her family is extremely short-tempered. While she continues crying helplessly, Blair crouches slightly and examines Oliver's hand himself. From what he can see, there is only a small scratch. No other injury appears visible, and Oliver's breathing remains completely normal. Blair calmly points out that the man simply looks asleep. Eleanor immediately protests in confusion, insisting that his arm had turned completely black earlier. Yet when she hurriedly checks again, the darkness is already gone. Blair glances at Oliver's arm once more and casually remarks that the skin color looks perfectly ordinary now. Eleanor stares at it in disbelief. Right then, Oliver suddenly yawns and opens his eyes lazily. The first thing he sees is Eleanor hovering over him. Completely confused, he asks who she is because he definitely does not remember inviting a girl into his room. Before Eleanor can react, Oliver casually hooks an arm around her and pulls her down onto his chest, mumbling that whatever the situation is, he does not really mind. The next instant, Blair punches him without hesitation. Blair coldly tells him not to act half asleep and orders Oliver to release his maid immediately. Oliver finally blinks himself awake and lets Eleanor go while complaining that Blair is being ridiculously aggressive again. After sitting up properly, he looks at Eleanor and suddenly asks whether she enjoyed the candy he gave her earlier. He even offers her more with a grin. Blair instantly smacks him on the head again. Eleanor gasps and hurriedly asks if Oliver is really alright and whether he feels unwell anywhere. Oliver only looks confused by her reaction and tells her to stop making such a frightening face. Eleanor falls silent while Blair quietly explains that she must have worried because Oliver had fallen asleep outside with his arms stretched out awkwardly. Oliver scratches his head and admits he honestly cannot remember anything after being scratched. Eleanor keeps staring at him in silence. Her thoughts spiral the longer she looks at his arm. Earlier, the skin truly had turned black. She knows she did not imagine it. Slowly, disbelief fills her chest. Did her prayer actually work? The goddess responded that easily. But then what about her brother's illness back then? She prayed far more sincerely and properly during those days, yet nothing changed. Eleanor quietly mutters that she is just relieved Oliver is safe now, though her thoughts refuse to settle. Something feels wrong. The power she released earlier had not seemed weak at all. A frightening possibility suddenly forms in her mind. What if Oliver recovered not because of her prayer, but because her holy power still remains? Eleanor's eyes widened slightly at the realization. She truly believed everything had ended the moment she returned the holy sword to the great tree. Eleanor stares at the faint new mark on her hand and quickly covers it, her breath catching. The realization hits her hard, this is the goddess's hero seal. Her eyes widened in pure terror. It does not matter anymore whether she still has the holy sword or not. A cold thought follows. She might have been mistaken from the very beginning. If this were an ordinary job, she could have simply resigned with some excuse about family matters, especially since her brother is the Demon King. But now, leaving feels impossible, as if even the goddess herself is watching. Frustration builds as she feels everything closing in on her at once. Oliver, still half-dazed, shifts slightly and awkwardly tries to pat her back to calm her down. Before he can, Blair steps in and knocks him aside again without hesitation. Eleanor gasps, startled, when Blair suddenly grabs her hand. She immediately protests, asking what he is doing and telling him to let go. Her gaze flicks between him and Oliver, worry flashing in her eyes for the injured knight. Blair calmly tells her it is fine and that she should ignore Oliver. Eleanor is left confused. Meanwhile, Oliver grits his teeth in irritation, clearly sensing Blair's tension. Blair's expression is colder now, more controlled, and it unsettles him. It is rare to see the prince holding a woman's hand like this, and Oliver's mind starts racing with dangerous assumptions. He quickly covers his mouth, forcing himself not to say anything reckless, because if his suspicion is correct, it would become a serious problem. Eleanor, still following quietly, notices Blair's blank, unreadable face and starts panicking internally, wondering if he is angry about something she did earlier or just exhausted from training. She lets out a small sigh, feeling overwhelmed. She knows she makes more mistakes than others, yet every time she tries to commit fully to any work, her father's voice echoes in her mind. He used to tell her that a noble daughter should not be doing servant work, that her place was meant for something greater, something different. He had always expected her to become the heir instead of her sickly brother. And yet, every time she thinks about that path, she ends up freezing, unable to move forward, failing at everything she tries. Being a maid, at least, feels honest. It feels like something she can survive doing. She shakes her head sharply, pulling herself back. This is not the time to spiral. She needs to figure out why Blair is upset. Maybe he thinks she is slacking off again, but she remembers clearly that she was dealing with Oliver's condition earlier, when he was nearly on the verge of something far worse. Suddenly, her thoughts stop completely. A realization crashes into her. Her face goes pale. She slowly looks up at Blair. The scene hits her all at once, her sitting on Oliver, holding him, clinging in panic just moments ago. Blair is staring at her now, clearly confused by her sudden silence. Eleanor's eyes widened in horror. The image repeats in her mind again and again. She looked like she was hugging a man while sitting on him in front of the prince. Her brain short-circuits. Without warning, she jerks backward, hair flying up as if struck by lightning, frozen in pure embarrassment that in an instant, Eleanor drops to her knees. Blair looks down at her, asking what she is doing. She keeps bowing her head, jaw tight, frustration and panic mixing together as she assumes he is already furious. Her voice shakes as she quickly explains that she did not mean to end up on Oliver while he was asleep. She insists she is telling the truth. Blair gives her a sharp, doubtful look. Eleanor steals a glance at him and immediately flinches, reading his expression as one that says he does not believe a word she is saying. Blair studies Eleanor for a moment and realizes the issue is not disbelief, but confusion. She continues in a shaky voice, trying to explain herself in a rush. Oliver had only come over to hand her sweaty training clothes and suddenly shoved a candy into her mouth. There was no way, she insists, that her thin, needle-like arms could have pushed down someone with a body like his. Her hands tremble as she speaks. Blair looks at her more closely, finally understanding that she is dead serious. He repeats her words slowly, asking what she means by needle-like arms, pointing out that she is not just talking about strength but even her build. Eleanor blurts out that she was just trying to explain, she was raised properly, and if she ever acted aggressively toward a man during work in the royal palace, she would be punished immediately. Before she can finish, Blair suddenly kneels down and interrupts her, asking if she means such a disgraceful act. Then he adds, as if remembering something, that she had said something similar before too. Eleanor blinks in confusion, trying to recall what he is referring to. Blair gestures toward her again, repeating the phrase about her needle-like arms, as if quoting her directly. She freezes. Her mind scrambles. She tries to remember when she could have possibly said that in front of him. Scenes flash through her memory, every encounter, every conversation. Then it hits her all at once. Her eyes widened in horror. She realizes she said it the day she pulled out the holy sword. Eleanor remembers it clearly now. Back then, she had spoken those words only to deceive Klaus after pulling out the holy sword. She had casually claimed there was no way anyone would even look at her needle-like slender arms. Her teeth grind in irritation as she realizes something worse. If Klaus still remembers that line, it means she must have triggered the journal in her mind without noticing. She feels a strange anger rise toward him, as if he failed to manage it properly. Somewhere far away, the journal itself feels like it sneezes in response to being remembered. Trying to recover, she quickly tells Klaus that he is mistaken. She insists he must be confused. Her arms are not skinny at all. In fact, she claims they are quite muscular. Needlefish? No, she blurts, then awkwardly adds that she is definitely not a no-needle-like, whatever that even means. Klaus tilts his head, clearly unconvinced, and asks what kind of obvious lie that is supposed to be. Eleanor snaps back that maybe he is mixing her up with someone else. After all, she has only served him for a few days. There is no way she had time to develop any real physical strength changes. Klaus studies her in silence, thinking. Eleanor notices his doubtful expression and panics internally. For a moment, she thinks she might actually get away with it if she keeps pushing. Then Klaus speaks again. He reminds her that she once said she would never have returned the sword if she had known all of this would happen. Eleanor freezes. Her mind blanks. Klaus continues, calmly pointing out that such words directly imply the holy sword should not even exist inside the royal palace. She immediately denies it, hiding her face as she insists she never said anything like that. Klaus narrows his eyes, stepping closer. He tells her plainly that there is no lie more obvious than hers. Then, his gaze drifts away, and something in his expression shifts. For a moment, he falls silent. A memory surfaces. He recalls his childhood. His younger brother cried dramatically on the floor after being accused of eating sweets that were missing. The boy, chocolate smeared across his face, insisting it was probably a cat. Their older brother laughed, leaning down to wipe his face and teasing him about a fake beard of cream. The whole scene had been ridiculous, warm, and loud. Klaus exhales softly at the memory. That same younger brother is now standing against him in duty and responsibility. A faint smile forms on Klaus's face. He looks back at Eleanor and quietly says that her lie is even worse than his brother's back then. Eleanor blinks in confusion. Before she can respond, Klaus suddenly starts laughing. Not the usual cold laugh people fear from him, but something lighter. Almost real. Eleanor freezes completely. She has never seen him like this before. The composed young prince, the one who made the entire palace tremble with a single glance, is laughing openly in front of her. Her heart stutters. Her hands clench without her noticing. Her face heats up fast. She becomes painfully aware of it, how charming that smile is. Too charming. It unsettles her more than any anger ever could. Klaus eventually settles, still amused, and tells her she no longer needs to report to the training ground. Eleanor barely hears the words properly. Her thoughts are still stuck on that smile. Even later, whenever she catches a glimpse of him from a distance, that expression lingers in her memory, and somehow, it ruins her entire day in the strangest way. Eleanor is on her way to do the laundry when another maid calls out to her. She turns back and asks what is going on. The maid quickly approaches, looking apologetic, and requests if Eleanor can stay a little longer today because Serena has fallen ill. Eleanor blinks in confusion and asks if the maid was supposed to be on the night shift. The woman explains that someone was meant to cover it, but the position is now empty. With the royal ball approaching, they are already short-staffed. She gently holds Eleanor's hand and pleads with her, knowing she also has her brother to care for, but asking if she can help just this once. Eleanor hesitates, unsure, when she suddenly notices Glenn by the window giving her a quick blink. She lets out a small sigh, understanding he is probably informing the others at home about her situation. Turning back to the maid, she finally agrees. The maid relaxes instantly, thanking her in relief and saying she owes her one. Then she adds another request, asking Eleanor to take over the twins' duties on behalf of Serena for the evening. Eleanor freezes in surprise. She repeats the agreement under her breath, but only after saying it does she fully register what she just accepted. She is already responsible for that room. Since the moment she saw Klaus's smile, something in her has shifted. She has become strangely self-conscious, so much so that she can barely meet his eyes anymore. Luckily, she does not usually have tasks that bring her directly close to him, so she has managed to avoid awkward encounters. Still, she clenches her hands tightly, her thoughts spiraling. What is she supposed to do now? Will she really be fine like this? Her cheeks flush as the uncertainty lingers. Eleanor is now assigned to serve Blair directly in his room, and she tells herself she will do it properly, calmly, so he can finally rest for once. That is the thought she clings to, but the moment she accidentally catches a glimpse of him, her confidence cracks. Even pouring tea suddenly feels like a dangerous task. She takes a slow breath and forces herself to stay composed, reminding herself this is not the time to lose control. Inside the room, she quietly serves tea to Blair and his guest, Oliver. Oliver casually remarks that the prince must be exhausted after working so hard, and Blair lets out a tired sigh, admitting that dancing truly is not his strength. Eleanor listens while carefully pouring tea, realizing the infamous Iron Mask prince is struggling with something as simple as dance practice for the royal ball. That thought alone surprises her. Oliver continues, explaining that the girl who practiced with Blair earlier could not handle it either. She froze up, stepped on his foot, turned pale, and even cried afterward. Blair comments flatly that if it is like that, then skill does not matter much anyway. Oliver laughs and adds that people might be avoiding Blair on purpose, perhaps intimidated by his reputation, especially the harsh stories surrounding him. Blair responds with mild annoyance, saying he does not care about humiliation, but repeated failures are draining his motivation. He questions whether people feel even a little guilty toward the king for wasting such opportunities. Oliver stands, stating that it is precisely because His Majesty allows too much freedom that people take advantage of it. Before leaving, he glances at Eleanor and Blair, reminding Blair to rest and stop overthinking work. He then leaves the room with a loud door slam. Eleanor is left standing there in silence, tea still unfinished on the tray. She notices Blair leaning back on the sofa, eyes half closed. For a moment, she thinks he must be completely exhausted. She hesitates, then softly asks if she should leave and wait outside so he can rest. Blair opens his eyes and tells her she does not need to. Eleanor stiffens immediately, realizing she may have spoken out of turn. Then Blair studies her and remarks that if he is not mistaken, she is from the Twain family, adding that he heard she lived in the main residence after the Count passed away. Eleanor confirms it quietly, saying she stayed there with her brother, then carefully asks if there is a problem. Blair then mentions that the Taggart family's daughter is known for being an excellent dancer, and wonders if she has similar skills. Eleanor admits she was taught before her family fell, learning alongside her uncle's daughter in earlier days. At that, Blair stands up and looks directly at her, asking if she will dance with him. Eleanor freezes. She asks him to repeat it. Blair explains calmly that all princes are required to practice for the royal ball, but he is not good at dancing, and his partners usually become stiff or frightened, which is why he has never been able to improve. He adds that he previously practiced with Serena, but she is now unable to continue due to pain in her legs and back. Eleanor's hands begin to tremble. She quickly suggests finding another senior maid or one of the ladies-in-waiting from bridal training instead. Blair simply replies that it does not mean she cannot do it. He insists he needs a partner right now and asks her to help. Eleanor grits her teeth, overwhelmed, realizing she has been cornered into an answer she is not prepared for. Eleanor suddenly shouts at Blair to wait, glancing down at her own feet with hesitation. She admits she did take lessons before, but it was a long time ago. If she is truly bad at it, she will end up stepping on him far more than his previous partner ever did. Panicking, she blurts out that she will definitely step on him, eyes wide with worry. Without hesitation, Blair catches her hand. He tells her he does not care and to go ahead anyway. She freezes completely. Then he places a steady hand on her back, guiding her into position. Eleanor remembers how he winced earlier when his foot was stepped on, and that thought makes her falter. Blair looks at her calmly, a faint tension in his expression. He explains that if he enters the ball as he is now, he will end up dancing in front of the king, the crown prince, and all the nobles with two left feet. He adds that he sometimes even frightens his partners without meaning to, and he wants to learn to lead properly. The king and queen will be present, and while it is normal for him to dance gracefully, a poor performance could damage his partner's reputation and make her the subject of ridicule. Eleanor's heartbeat quickens. She recalls his earlier words about people not caring for the king's goodwill, yet here he is, worrying more about others than himself. A strange contradiction forms in her mind. The horrific tales people spread about Blair feel completely different from the man standing in front of her. She realizes there may not be enough time before the ball to correct those rumors, but at least she can help him practice. Steeling herself, she suddenly grips his hand firmly and steps closer. With determination, she declares that she will be his dance partner. Then she scoffs, warning him bluntly that she will definitely step on his feet. Blair looks genuinely startled. She repeats it again without hesitation, telling him to be prepared for it. For a brief moment, he simply stares at her. Then, unexpectedly, a small smile appears on his face. He quietly replies that he is counting on her. Eleanor moves along with Blair's lead, doing her best to keep up with the rhythm of the dance. She steps on his foot and wonders quietly to herself whether that makes 13 times now. She has already lost count entirely, but he had already told her it was perfectly fine to step on his feet, so she holds on to that. It reminds her of something. Sir Taggart's daughter, the one she used to take dance lessons with, once said that the person getting their feet stepped on is simply a bad lead. The memory of that girl's sharp and confident expression is still burned clearly into Eleanor's mind. Not that she thinks Blair is a bad lead, of course. It was just that at the time, the young lady's partner had been her own father, and she had been deep in her rebellious phase, stepping on his feet with almost deliberate satisfaction. Eleanor had admired that bold and unapologetic attitude and thought she could learn a thing or two from it. And besides, Blair said it himself. She can step on his feet. She reminds herself of that firmly, straightening her resolve. That is right. She will step on his feet. She declares it out loud with full conviction. Blair looks at her with a quiet smile spreading across his face, wondering with obvious amusement whether she is saying every single thought out loud. His cheeks flush faintly as he tries his absolute hardest to hold back his laughter, and the effort alone is making it nearly impossible for him to concentrate. The truth, which Blair quietly keeps to himself, is that Eleanor has not actually stepped on his foot even once since she made up her mind to do it on purpose. She did step on him quite a few times at the very beginning, perhaps around 13 times in total, but as they have danced together over and over again, her movements have grown noticeably smoother and more natural. He is genuinely grateful that she came into the lesson with that defiant attitude, declaring boldly that she would step on his feet as many times as she pleased. That simple declaration transformed what could have been a stiff and anxious practice into something far more relaxed. He is thoroughly tired of watching dance partners stand before him looking as though the world is ending with every small mistake they make. He cannot dance well with someone rigid from fear, and it is deeply irritating on top of that to watch Klaus standing nearby with that smug expression, knowing full well that he was the one who set all of this up. But Eleanor is different. She does not shrink. She does not freeze. Even when she makes the wrong step, she simply keeps going without missing a beat. She is easy to follow and responds naturally to his lead. And though she is wearing the most intensely concentrated expression he has ever seen on a dance partner, he finds himself chuckling softly at the sight of it. With her, he feels like he could keep dancing for a very long time. More than that, she actually makes him want to dance. He cannot quite believe he is feeling this way. If she were to become his partner at the ball, he thinks dancing might actually be something he could enjoy. He looks at her and remarks simply that she is good. Eleanor startles immediately and looks up at him in surprise, asking what he means. He tells her plainly that she is easy to dance with. Eleanor is still not convinced and brings up his feet immediately, pointing out that she stepped on them so many times. Blair turns his face away to hide his expression as he chuckles, telling her that is precisely why he is saying it now. He looks back at her and adds with a teasing lilt that she stepped on his feet with such total commitment, declaring so boldly that she could step on them as much as she liked. Eleanor's eyes go wide and she demands to know how he possibly knew that. Blair says nothing in response. Instead he reaches out and lets his fingers slide gently across her hair. He tells her quietly that he liked it. He tells her that he is grateful to her, and that it was a genuinely pleasant time. Eleanor leaves the room shortly after, and the moment the door closes behind her she lets out a long breath, pressing a hand to her flushed cheek. It felt like something out of a dream. Dancing with the prince, just like something from a fairy tale, even if she did step on his foot 13 times. And yet he said it was pleasurable. And she saw that smile again. She lets out a small, helpless laugh to herself. She is still lost in her thoughts when a voice calls out to her sharply and she nearly jumps out of her skin. The knight standing just outside Blair's door looks at her with a flat expression and tells her that her suspicious loitering around the corridor is enough to get Sir Oliver's attention, and that if she gets herself replaced he will simply have to go through the trouble of memorizing an entirely new face. Eleanor lets out a startled thank you, not entirely sure what else to say, and quickly moves on. She walks down the corridor with one hand pressed to her warm cheek, telling herself firmly that she absolutely cannot keep feeling this giddy. Ever since she became a lady's maid she has never once had the chance to simply dance freely like that. And even now, if she does not get home soon, her brother is going to worry. But no matter how hard she tries, she cannot stop replaying the prince's expression in her mind, and the words he said, that he enjoyed it, that it was a pleasant time. She wonders helplessly what she is supposed to do with any of that. Then a figure standing in the shadows at the corner of the corridor catches her eye, and Eleanor turns toward them. The moment she does, the figure vanishes completely. Eleanor lets out a shriek and stumbles back, heart hammering. She wonders frantically whether that was a ghost. She already has her hands completely full dealing with the demon situation and absolutely does not need this on top of it. Before she can think it through any further she raises her hand instinctively, reasoning that perhaps she can drive it away with the goddess's touch. She points directly at the figure and shouts at the evil spirit to be gone. The figure, who has not vanished at all, turns to look at Eleanor with an expression that shifts quickly from surprise into outright irritation. A sharp voice demands to know what she means by evil spirit and tells Eleanor that calling someone that is extremely rude. She tells her not to say anything so stupid and insulting. Eleanor stares at the figure and her eyes fly wide open. It is Lady Lucy. Eleanor asks her in bewilderment what she is doing here, and Lucy grabs Eleanor's arm without answering and pulls her immediately into the corner. Lucy glares at Eleanor for a brief moment and then, without any warning, her eyes fill with tears and she begins to cry. Eleanor stares at her in complete shock before stepping forward and taking both of Lucy's hands in her own, asking her urgently what is wrong. Lucy asks Eleanor in a trembling voice what she is supposed to do. She asks how the prince was during practice. He was furious, was he not? Eleanor quickly holds out her handkerchief and tells Lucy to dry her tears first, then asks her what she means exactly. Lucy takes a shaking breath and presses on, listing everything she has been dreading out loud. The prince said he would have her thrown in jail, did he not? He said he would demote her father or have her beaten with a whip, did he not? Eleanor stares at her in stunned silence. Lucy's tears spill over again as she asks what she is supposed to do, saying that her father's territory will suffer because of her mistake. She adds between sobs that her father is terribly fond of Western alcohol but has a weak stomach, and that if he were sent somewhere with unsuitable countryside water, he might not be able to cope. Eleanor looks at the sobbing young woman in front of her and feels the pieces come together all at once. This girl, crying so openly and desperately, is none other than Lucy, Sir Taggart's daughter, the very same one Eleanor used to take dance lessons with. After her father's funeral, Lucy and her brother had stayed at their house for a long stretch of time. Eleanor remembers clearly how Lucy, even in her grief, kept calling her father stupid in that roundabout way that was really just twisted affection. And now here she is, that same boldly rebellious young lady, falling apart in tears in a palace corridor. Eleanor tells Lucy firmly to calm down and asks her why her uncle would be demoted at all. Lucy tells her through her tears that it is because she was chosen as Blair's partner for the upcoming ball. She was summoned for today's dance practice, she explains, still crying, when suddenly Eleanor's eyes go wide and she asks with barely concealed excitement whether Lucy was Blair's partner today. Then something clicks in her mind and she looks at Lucy with a dawning expression, asking slowly whether the person who stepped on the prince's feet so many times was Lucy. She is still puzzled, because Lucy is an exceptionally skilled dancer. She would never stumble like that under ordinary circumstances. Lucy explains that a friend told her the prince becomes furious if his partner makes even the slightest mistake, and that the fear simply took over her completely. She had heard that one lady missed a single step and her father was demoted and stripped of his right to train his knights, and that those who stepped on the prince's feet were beaten by his personal guards afterward. Eleanor tells her flatly that there is absolutely no way any of that is true. Lucy does not even let her finish. She grabs Eleanor's hands and begs her, saying she is going to go directly to the prince and kneel and beg for his mercy. Eleanor looks at her with wide eyes, completely taken aback by the desperation in her expression. Lucy's tears are flowing freely again as she insists that at this rate her father will be. Eleanor looks at her and thinks quietly to herself that it truly cannot be helped. This girl is terrified for her father and there is no talking around it. Eleanor feels a quiet pang of guilt as well, because she knows that it was Lucy's overwhelming fear that caused her to stumble during practice, and that because of that stumble, Eleanor herself ended up dancing with the prince and experiencing something she had genuinely loved. She feels guilty for how happy she was about it. She drops to one knee in front of Lucy and looks up at her, telling her clearly that it is going to be all right. The prince never said any of those things. She explains gently that Blair is simply not the kind of person to demote Lucy's uncle or send him off to the countryside over something so small. She sighs and adds that she does think Lucy ought to reconsider the friendship with whoever told her all of that. Lucy looks at her, still unconvinced, and says that she heard actual names of people who were apparently beaten and demoted and that she knows them. She adds that on top of everything, Blair had a deep crease between his eyebrows all throughout practice, and she became so frightened that her legs simply refused to move properly. Eleanor chuckles softly and suggests that if frowning is simply a habit of his, then perhaps what was troubling him was Lucy herself, or rather, how frightened she appeared. Lucy pauses, then asks whether there will be another dance practice scheduled after this. Eleanor says there might be, and then she reaches out and takes Lucy's hands in hers before Lucy can spiral any further. She tells Lucy that the next time she dances with him, she should not let herself be so afraid. She asks her to simply give it everything she has. Lucy looks uncertain. Eleanor explains that Blair himself said that he struggles when his partner is tense and afraid, and that it only makes things harder for both of them. Lucy shouts back that from everything she has heard, the people Blair dislikes end up facing terrible fates. Eleanor considers this for a moment and says quietly that in those cases there was probably a very serious reason behind his decision, and that she genuinely hopes she can make Lucy understand this. She tells her that she does not believe Blair is the kind of person who passes judgment on others based on rash or careless emotion. Lucy grabs Eleanor's hands tightly. Eleanor pauses and then adds, almost as an afterthought, that Lucy should also know that Blair's personal guards are, to put it plainly, complete muscle brains who care about nothing in the world except physical strength and martial arts. They absolutely adore Blair and for that very reason they would never dare lay a hand on a young lady. Lucy stares at her and asks if that is really true. Eleanor scoffs and says that those men are basically horses in human form. Then her expression softens and her cheeks go faintly pink as she tells Lucy that Blair is simply someone who cannot express what he is truly thinking, which means people tend to misunderstand him, but that at his core he is genuinely kind. She laughs quietly and mentions that she herself stepped on his feet so many times today. Lucy jumps and asks Eleanor in alarm whether she is all right. Eleanor gives her a confident thumbs up and tells her that yes, he actually told her she could step on them. Lucy's expression drops immediately into something deeply unsettled as she asks what on earth kind of situation that even is. Eleanor smiles and says the point is that he is generous even toward a lady's maid like her, and so Lucy's uncle and Lucy herself are going to be perfectly fine. And the person who gets their feet stepped on is a bad lead, right? Lucy stares at her. Eleanor tells her earnestly that she should go and be a magnificent partner for him, just exactly as she truly is. Then the young woman standing nearby, who has been listening quietly this entire time, suddenly straightens up. She says that she has been wondering ever since she heard from her father that Eleanor had become a lady's maid how that had come to be. She studies Eleanor's face for a long moment and then says plainly that it really does seem as though Eleanor is genuinely on the prince's side. Eleanor's expression stiffens. She says simply that it is because he is her master. The young woman holds her gaze with a sharp look. Eleanor freezes on the spot, wondering immediately whether she just made a very serious mistake. Without warning, Lucy grabs Eleanor firmly by both shoulders. Eleanor stares at her in shock, and before she can even react, Lucy pulls her into a tight hug. Eleanor panics and tries to wriggle free, but Lucy tells her firmly to stop with all that formal lady business. She says she cannot believe she is hearing such stiff words from Eleanor of all people, and demands to know why she left their house, asking whether she got into a fight with her utterly hysterical mother and calling her an idiot for it. She squeezes her tighter, admitting that when Eleanor and her brother packed up and left, she felt genuinely lonely. Eleanor stills within her arms and tells her warmly that she is truly glad to hear it and that seeing how lively Lucy has become makes her happy. She smiles and adds that now that the subject has come up, she wants to thank her for the delicious snack she sent over, saying she is always grateful for how much Lucy looks out for them. Lucy reacts as though cold water has been thrown over her. She releases Eleanor instantly and takes a sharp step back, telling her not to say something like that so openly to the person herself. Eleanor watches her retreat and thinks quietly to herself that beneath all of that bluster, Lucy really is a genuinely kind-hearted person. Proving that thought almost immediately, Lucy spins back around and jabs a finger at Eleanor, demanding loudly to know whether she is stupid, and insisting that she absolutely is. Eleanor holds back a smile and thinks to herself that she truly does wish Lucy would show her affection a little more openly, but she smiles anyway and tells her that she is certain Blair is exactly the same kind of person, someone who buries his kindness beneath a rough surface just as Lucy does. She tilts her head and asks whether, if Lucy thinks about it carefully, the two of them might actually get along quite well. She presses further, telling Lucy directly that the next time she is called for a dance practice she should not let fear take over, especially not with her uncle's situation still hanging in the balance. Lucy stares at her wide-eyed and asks what she means by that, before warning Eleanor sharply that she will not forgive her if she breathes a single word of any of this to Blair. Eleanor assures her calmly that she will say nothing of the sort, and tells her plainly to wipe that stormy expression off her face and go home, because if she keeps wandering the corridors like this someone is going to send word to her father. Lucy's mouth drops open and she shouts that she absolutely does not want that. She raises her voice further and declares that she gets it already, swearing that she will prove to Eleanor she is perfectly capable of socializing with full confidence and that her people skills are far better than Eleanor's anyway. Turning sharply on her heel, she calls back over her shoulder that she will send something over later and that Eleanor had better eat it herself instead of letting her brother finish it all alone. And just like that, she is gone. Eleanor watches her disappear around the corner and thinks fondly that Lucy is as full of energy as she has always been. She wonders quietly whether that rebellious phase of hers is truly ever going to end. A voice comes from directly behind her, and Eleanor realizes with a jolt that someone has been standing there this whole time. Oliver is watching the whole exchange with quiet contemplation, remarking that Lucy seems like quite a complicated person and that Sir Taggart must truly have his hands full. Eleanor shakes her head and tells him that Lucy really does love her father deeply, that her way of showing it is simply a little twisted. She is mid-sentence when she freezes, turns around slowly, and realizes with a start that she had absolutely no idea when Oliver appeared behind her. He greets her with easy familiarity and says it has been a while. Eleanor shouts at him to stop sneaking up on her. He chuckles and says it is something of a specialty of his, and asks whether she has time because he has something to tell her about the rumors. Eleanor looks at him in confusion, and after he finishes explaining, her eyes go wide. She asks slowly whether the nobleman who was sent to the countryside was actually banished by Prince Klaus and not by Blair at all. Oliver confirms it without hesitation. He explains that every single one of those people belonged to Klaus's own faction and that most of them had simply failed to satisfy him. Blair's cunning, however, is something else entirely. According to those involved, the first prince quietly ran a campaign designed specifically to fracture the second prince's faction from the inside. Eleanor shouts that that is an absolutely horrible thing to do. Oliver tells her that his people were not pleased about it either, but that she already knows how Blair operates. He gave them a direct order to leave the matter completely alone. Oliver laughs at that. Eleanor looks at him with a flat expression and tells him firmly that this is not something worth laughing about. Oliver's amusement settles and he tells her that they did everything within their power at the time, but that once a rumor takes root, the harder anyone pushes to deny it the more convincing it sounds as truth. Every attempt to defend Blair's name only made things worse, and doubt spread further through the public as a result. But as Eleanor is already well aware, those men are complete muscle brains at the end of the day. Eleanor sputters and asks him to pardon her. Oliver glances toward the window and says that is precisely why they chose in the end to follow Blair's decision and leave the second prince's rumor spreading entirely alone. Eleanor asks quietly whether that simply means doing nothing at all. Oliver goes silent. He turns his face away, and Eleanor studies his expression carefully, noticing that he looks like someone who genuinely cannot wrap his head around the first prince's way of thinking. Even these people, she realizes with quiet surprise, carry their own private burdens. Oliver turns back toward her and tells her plainly that she too should be careful not to do anything that would drag Blair down. Eleanor looks at him in confusion. He continues, saying that if she genuinely admires Blair and wants to devote herself to him the way they do, they would welcome that wholeheartedly. But if she is doing so with some kind of hidden agenda. Eleanor cuts him off at once and demands to know what he means by a hidden agenda. Oliver speaks over her calmly and tells her that she has no status, no wealth, and no power. She is far too weak. Even if the relationship amounts to nothing serious, Blair is in a position where he simply cannot afford to be associated with someone who might weigh him down. Eleanor stares at him, and slowly, she lowers her head. She tells him quietly and firmly that she is not doing any of that. Oliver studies her for a moment and tells her that her words moved him a little, all the same. Eleanor looks up in surprise, not quite sure what to make of that. Something lands hard on top of her head before she can respond, and she yelps in pain. Oliver tells her flatly that it is his uniform, that it has a tear in it and she should repair it. Eleanor holds it up and immediately points out that there is an entire department specifically responsible for uniform care, and before she can finish that sentence Oliver is already walking away laughing. He pauses just before rounding the corner and tells her that as a thank you for the other day, there is something for her tucked inside the pocket. Eleanor reaches in with a puzzled expression and pulls out a small pouch. Her eyes soften the moment she recognizes it. She opens it carefully and finds candy sitting inside. She looks up to say something, but he has already vanished completely. She stands still for a moment, turning his words over quietly in her mind. He is right. She has no status, no wealth, and no power. She has known that for a long time. She has always understood that royalty and servants simply do not make a suitable match. She was genuinely happy, just for that brief stretch of time when she got to dance with Blair. She takes a slow step forward and wonders in her heart whether Oliver was simply telling her to know her place. Something drops onto her from above with no warning at all, and Glenn announces himself with cheerful energy. He tells her that when it comes to social standing, there is absolutely no one in this entire country who ranks above her. She is a hero and above all else she is the sister of the Demon King, the most noble being in the entire world. Eleanor stares at him, completely caught off guard. Glenn hops down to the floor and she shouts at him not to drop onto her out of nowhere like that. Glenn smirks and tells her that she is always wandering around making noise, so he came to collect her himself, and that if she does not come home at a reasonable hour Bradley is going to be in a foul mood. Eleanor's eyes fly open wide. She asks him frantically whether he told her brother something. Glenn smirks and asks what exactly she is referring to. Eleanor fidgets visibly and tells him she is talking about herself and Blair. Glenn laughs and asks whether she means the time she was having such a wonderful time flirting and dancing with the first prince. Eleanor sputters and insists that she does not remember it being anywhere near that passionate or flirtatious. Glenn tells her casually that no, he has not said anything like that to her brother. Eleanor exhales fully in relief. Glenn adds the word yet, and Eleanor goes completely still. She turns to look at him slowly, her expression darkening. She asks him very carefully whether he is planning to stay quiet about this. Her mind races through the consequences. If Bradley finds out she was dancing with the first prince, he is going to completely lose his composure, and if that happens, another demon could very well get summoned. She cannot allow that under any circumstances. She faces Glenn and tells him she is begging him, offering to buy him absolutely anything he wants in exchange. Whatever it costs, she will handle it. Glenn raises a paw and tells her to hold on. He is not a real cat and she needs to keep that in mind. Has she truly forgotten that this is simply a form he has taken on? Eleanor looks as though she is on the verge of tears and says that something else entirely is fine with her. She blurts out that her house is already far too cramped as it is now that her brother's new subordinate has moved in, and that he has been crying over it constantly. Glenn looks at her steadily and places one paw gently over her mouth, telling her that it cannot be helped. He tells her seriously that she really ought to stop behaving this way, because someone who acts as she does will always end up being taken advantage of by people with bad intentions. He sighs and asks whether she is truly the Demon King's sister, because could she not manage to be even slightly more reliable? Eleanor looks at him quietly and thinks to herself that here she is, being lectured on reliability by a demon of all things. She has been told something similar before. She asks him slowly whether the bad person he is referring to is himself. Glenn turns away immediately and says that first of all she should not attempt to bribe him with fish. His eyes light up as he adds that if she wants something useful out of this arrangement, she ought to try doing something on her own for once. Eleanor scoffs and asks whether he thinks he is some kind of entertainer. Glenn tells her that since this technically qualifies as a request pertaining to the king, the appropriate compensation would be either her soul upon death, sharing sleeping quarters with the shy Wolfgang, or being permitted to scribble freely across his mother's belongings. Eleanor shouts that he is every bit as ill-natured as he has always been. Glenn chuckles at her furious expression and says openly that teasing her is genuinely always this enjoyable. He mutters half to himself, wondering aloud whether she is perhaps too good for that mustache man. Eleanor stares at him in stunned silence. Glenn walks away without looking back and says he is merely muttering to himself, because she is so hopelessly slow that simply standing near her is starting to feel chilly. He slips out through the window and disappears. Outside at the palace gate, even the knights on duty notice the shift in the atmosphere. One remarks that the sky has been getting darker earlier than usual and wonders aloud whether a storm might be moving in. Their attention drifts toward a group of unfamiliar figures standing just beyond the entrance, perfectly still and completely silent. The two knights exchange a look. One says they should go and speak to them. The other disagrees, saying those people look suspicious and that handling suspicious individuals is the other one's responsibility. The first insists that to him they simply look like they are standing there and that he has no desire to approach them either. Both of them shift uncomfortably and wish quietly that these people would just move along on their own. The group standing beyond the gate is none other than Bradley and his subordinates, waiting in silence for Eleanor and Glenn to emerge. The guards stare at them from a cautious distance, completely unsettled, and wonder in hushed voices why such intimidating-looking people keep staring directly back at them. Bradley speaks quietly, saying that all of this is Glenn's fault for telling him that his sister would not be returning at a normal hour because she was working overtime inside the First Prince's private chambers. He stares straight ahead and adds that even without being told that, he would have been worried about her all the same. The guards exchange a wide-eyed look and agree under their breath that this situation is becoming very troublesome. Cornelia, standing close beside Bradley, glances over at him and remarks that he is making an absolutely terrifying face right now. She wonders aloud whether he did not get enough sugar at dinner. Wolfgang clears his throat and considers whether that might genuinely be the issue. Cornelia immediately turns and smacks him, demanding to know why he is speaking out of turn and reminding him sharply that if anyone nearby were to overhear them it would cause serious problems. She tells him that Bradley wants to wait here and that Wolfgang should keep quiet and do exactly as he is told, adding that standing outside is far better than sitting around in their cramped little house that looks as though it could crumble into dust at any given moment. Wolfgang apologizes at once. Bradley exhales slowly and says quietly that he hates the royal family. His father in this life was as good as killed by them, and because of that he cannot shake the deep fear that one day they will take his sister away from him as well. His gaze lifts to the towering walls of the castle and he wonders bitterly why she had to end up working for royalty of all people. His eyes go wide and very still. His fist tightens at his side. His jaw clenches. He asks in a low and dangerous voice what would happen if he simply destroyed all of it. Every single one of his subordinates looks at one another. Without a word, They lower their heads and drop to one knee before him, telling him that as long as it is his order, they will gladly give everything they have for his sake. A strange energy rolls through the kingdom without any warning at all. Every person it touches feels it immediately, a deep unsettling sensation that settles into the bones and refuses to leave. Bradley looks down at his own hand and feels something old and familiar stir within him, something that reminds him of a time long past. His hand, he realizes with quiet recognition, feels exactly the way it once did. Maynard speaks up beside him in a calm and measured voice, telling Bradley that if he wishes, he can release every drop of the energy he has spent so long gathering at any moment he chooses. Bradley looks at him and says his name softly. Neela chuckles from nearby and offers her own help with bright and easy confidence, reminding him cheerfully that alongside cooking, tearing things apart has always been one of her greatest strengths, and that he need only call her name whenever the feeling takes him. Wolfgang adds his voice with growing urgency, asking why they keep holding themselves back if all it does is cause Bradley pain. He asks the question loudly and plainly, wanting to know whether there is truly any reason left to keep their strength in check at all. Bradley lowers his head. He wonders quietly to himself whether a reason really exists anymore. His eyes drift upward toward the castle standing tall before him. He remembers what it felt like to hold that kind of power without restraint. He remembers that right now, in this very moment, he is stronger than he has ever been. This time, he thinks with a slow and rising certainty, he could bring the entire human world down around him. His fist tightens at his side. Every last piece of it could be swept away. He is standing at the edge of that decision when the castle doors open and Eleanor steps out into the open air. She finds him immediately and her whole face lights up with a warm and genuine smile. She asks him with bright and easy curiosity what on earth he is doing standing out here in a place like this. Bradley goes very still. She bounces forward with glittering eyes, telling him not to dare say that he actually came all this way just for her or something like that. The world in front of him seems to flood with a soft and unexpected warmth as he watches her close the distance between them. He calls her name. Even Maynard goes completely quiet, staring with stunned eyes as the dark and swelling energy dissolves in a single breath, scattering into nothing as though it had never gathered at all. Eleanor calls out to her brother with pure delight and apologizes for making him wait so long. Bradley looks at her face and a wide and helpless smile spreads across his own. His eyes fill without warning and he surges forward to reach her. Eleanor barely has time to react before a great flock of birds sweeps suddenly down from the open sky and crashes directly into her. She stumbles backward in complete shock, wondering out loud where they could all have possibly come from. Cornelia turns to Maynard with a mildly exasperated look and tells him that he frightened everything in the area too deeply with that energy and that the birds have now collectively decided Eleanor is the safest place to be. Maynard trembles from head to foot and apologizes quietly, saying he is utterly ashamed of himself. The birds descend on Eleanor all at once and send her tumbling to the ground beneath their combined weight. Bradley looks down at her immediately, his face tight with worry, and steps toward her. Eleanor throws a hand up and tells him in a strained voice not to come any closer. The feathers, she reminds him, he is terribly allergic and must keep his distance no matter what. Bradley stops in place, pulled between helplessness and concern, and looks over at Wolfgang. Wolfgang lets out one sharp and commanding bark and in an instant the entire flock scatters and disappears into the sky. Bradley crouches closer to Eleanor and asks her again with quiet urgency whether she is all right. Eleanor, still catching her breath, tells him once more in a worried voice to please stay back. Bradley tells her gently but firmly to pull herself together, his voice carrying both relief and affection in equal measure. Maynard moves toward Bradley slowly, his body unsteady but his voice careful and clear. He tells him that whatever his heart desires, every one of them will pour themselves into making it happen. But he asks Bradley to understand one thing. Once something is truly destroyed it cannot be made whole again, not even with the full strength of the Demon King behind the attempt. Bradley holds his gaze steadily. Maynard continues, explaining that right now inside Bradley's body, a young human life and an overwhelming magical force are living beside each other in a fragile balance. If Bradley truly holds the life he is living right now close to his heart, he cannot let that power shake him loose while he is still young and that balance still holds. Bradley turns the words over slowly and wonders in the quiet of his own thoughts whether the life Maynard is referring to is the one he shares with his sister day by day. And just like that, without asking permission, the memories come. Eleanor's face on the day she told him she had passed the exam to become a high-ranking maid, flushed and proud and happier than he had seen her in a long time. He understands in that moment with sudden and painful clarity that if he tears the castle down, he tears her work apart along with it. If she ends up heartbroken because of something he chose to do and quietly pulls away from him, the life they have built together ends with the wreckage. Her smiling face stays steady and warm in his mind and refuses to leave. He lets out a quiet and almost reluctant scoff, wondering to himself whether this was all some kind of test he did not know he was sitting. He tells Maynard that while destruction comes quickly and without effort, rebuilding is never a simple thing, and what is rebuilt is never quite the same as what was lost. Behind him, Cornelia gently scoops Eleanor up from the ground and checks on her with soft and steady care. Bradley watches his sister and lets his thoughts rest on every small and quiet effort she has made and everything that has slowly grown between the two of them over time. Something still lingers in his chest, unsettled and unresolved. But he breathes through it and lets it go. The following morning, Reed comes strolling down the street toward work with a light and cheerful melody on his lips. He turns the familiar corner toward the shop and stops so suddenly his feet nearly slip. A crowd has pressed itself around the entrance and the noise pouring from inside sounds nothing like an ordinary morning should. He pushes through the door and spots Bradley right away, calling out with genuine surprise that this is quite the rare sight and asking whether everything is all right. His eyes sweep across the room and go wide at the strange and mismatched group of people filling every corner of the space. Bradley looks up and greets him with a calm and easy welcome back. Reed stares at the scene, deeply unsettled, unable to understand who all of these odd-looking people are or how they ended up here. His father appears from the back of the shop, announcing his return home, and stops with exactly the same horrified expression, asking in a hushed and urgent voice what has happened and whether some rival shop has decided to cause them trouble. Reed takes one long and careful look at the whole situation, passes the things he was carrying over to his father, and apologizes, saying that things have gotten out of hand and that he is going to take Bradley somewhere quieter for a rest. He asks his father to keep an eye on the shop while he is gone. He moves straight to Bradley's side and apologizes for having left him alone, asking whether the wait was hard and pointing out that he looks pale. He says gently that they should leave everything else to his father and step away together. Bradley waves it off lightly, saying he is perfectly fine, and tells Reed to stop fussing and just come along already. Behind them, Reed's father stands in the middle of the crowded shop, staring around at the sea of unfamiliar faces, and wonders in quiet desperation how he is supposed to manage all of this by himself. Once they have settled somewhere calm, Reed leans back and remarks that there are never this many people in the shop at this hour and that some of them honestly looked like they had no business being there at all. He asks whether Bradley was frightened by any of it. Bradley tells him honestly that not particularly, and that if the truth be told, he was the one who drew all of those people in to begin with. Reed stares at him and asks what he could possibly mean by that. Wolfgang observes quietly from a short distance away and thinks to himself that the heavy and restless demonic energy Bradley had been putting out earlier was powerful enough to pull those people in without a single one of them understanding why. Reed, of course, has no way of knowing that. And because of the troubling news Glenn passed along about Eleanor, the report that sent Bradley's emotions into a dark and spiraling place to begin with, that energy had leaked out further than it should have. But now, at last, something in Bradley seems to have found its footing again and settled back into steadiness. Bradley closes his hand into a fist and holds tight to the quiet decision he has already made inside himself. He is going to protect the life he has right now. Holding on to that thought, he turns to Reed and tells him directly and without building up to it that he knows this is coming from nowhere, but that he has something very important he needs to ask of him. Reed looks up at him with startled and open eyes, saying that if he needs anything at all, water or a doctor or anything else, he only has to say the word. Bradley looks at him with steady eyes and a soft smile. He thanks him. And then he asks Reed plainly whether he can please just go ahead and tell Eleanor how he feels about her already. Reed's expression empties out completely. He asks in a loud and bewildered voice what Bradley just said. Bradley repeats himself with the same patient calm, saying he would very much like him to do it sooner rather than later. Reed sits in stunned and wordless silence for a long moment before he manages to ask quietly whether something has happened to bring this on. Bradley presses his jaw together and tells him that if he does not say something soon, his sister has apparently started showing an interest in someone else. Reed asks whether that is really true, his voice carrying a note of genuine alarm. Bradley nods. Reed sits with that quietly, Bradley tells him what he has said before, that he personally trained Eleanor's partner himself and that as far as he is concerned the only person that role belongs to is Reed. He adds that more than anything he wants to be the one who stands beside his sister and keeps her safe, but that if the day ever comes when a demon lord and a hero find themselves standing on opposite sides of something, he has already settled it in his heart. He will be the one to step away. That is why, he tells Reed with quiet seriousness, he needs to think carefully about everything that comes after that day. Reed watches him, something deep and understanding slowly making its way across his face. Bradley tells him that Reed is kind and warm and steady, someone who can be counted on, and that he wants to place his sister's future in the hands of someone like him. He lowers his head. If the time ever comes when he himself cannot be there for Eleanor, he wants Reed to be the person standing in that place beside her. Reed is quiet for a long and thoughtful moment. He says gently that he understands now. So those are the feelings Bradley has been carrying all this time. Bradley looks up, something soft and surprised flickering across his face at how easily and warmly that landed. Reed brings a hand up over his face. He tells Bradley that being trusted this deeply means more to him than he can put into words, but that no matter how much either of them cares about Eleanor, whether she comes to feel the same way is a decision that belongs entirely to her. He says it with quiet and steady conviction, telling him that regardless of how lovingly her brother watches over her, the only heart with the right to choose is Eleanor's own. Bradley says quietly that he already knows that. He knows. His expression tightens with something he cannot quite release. Reed reaches over and rests a hand gently on top of his head, telling him not to carry it so heavily. He smiles and tells Bradley that no matter who Eleanor one day chooses to love, Bradley will always hold the most important place in her heart. He will always come first for her. Always. Across the shop floor, the people who had drifted in under the pull of Bradley's earlier energy begin to stir as though surfacing from a strange and foggy sleep. They blink at their surroundings with confused expressions, unable to piece together why they are standing inside a shop at all. They filter out one by one until the room is completely empty and still, leaving Reed's father alone in the silence, staring at the vacant space around him and wondering in genuine bewilderment what on earth just took place. Bradley lets out a soft and quiet laugh. He thinks to himself that just as he always suspected, Reed really is something genuinely special. He managed to lift the weight from Bradley's chest with such effortless warmth. Bradley calls out to him again with a light and teasing laugh, pointing out that Reed has finally said out loud what he has been quietly carrying this whole time, that he has feelings for Eleanor. Reed's face goes a deep and immediate shade of red. Bradley tells him with open and heartfelt happiness that he is so glad to finally hear it, because he always had a feeling Reed liked his sister, and that if Reed puts in just a little more effort there is every real chance that Eleanor's heart will turn his way entirely. Reed sits there looking thoroughly and helplessly embarrassed. Bradley nods to himself with quiet and satisfied warmth. This, he thinks, is very good indeed. One afternoon, Eleanor watches with wide eyes as Blair and Lucy face each other on the dance floor, a tense energy hanging between them. The moment the music starts, what follows is less a waltz and more a battlefield, Lucy stepping hard on Blair's foot as they twirl across the floor. Eleanor watches in growing horror before letting out a strangled cry, realizing with full conviction that this is not a dance at all, it is a duel. When the session finally ends and Lucy drops onto the waiting room sofa, Eleanor covers her face and mutters that she is cursed and cannot bear to watch another second. Lucy calls out casually and asks whether Eleanor would like to switch places with her, and Eleanor looks like she might genuinely cry, telling her to please give her a break. Lucy settles into the cushions with a sigh, saying that no matter how much she and Blair practice, every single session deteriorates into a confrontation, genuinely wondering whether the first prince is deliberately trying to pick a fight with her. Eleanor tells her plainly that she thinks the one trying to fight is Lucy herself, reminding her that she barely stopped Blair from kneeling the other day and that he even willingly apologized. Lucy's expression sharpens instantly at the word willingly, demanding to know exactly what Eleanor means by that. Eleanor begs her to stop making that face or her marriage prospects will be ruined entirely, and Lucy fires back that Blair's face is so permanently stiff and severe it genuinely frightened her, that she nearly fainted during their dance. She exhales heavily, saying she is glad Eleanor came because knowing someone is on her side helps. Eleanor tells her gently that Blair is not her enemy, but Lucy's gaze slides toward her with a particular look before asking whether Eleanor would be willing to dance with Blair in her place tomorrow. Eleanor, mid-pour with the teacup, nearly drops everything and tells Lucy to calm down because she is saying something very strange. Lucy scoffs, pointing out that Eleanor was dancing just moments ago and managing far better alongside Blair than Lucy ever did, adding that her own hostility during their sessions has clearly been too obvious to ignore. Eleanor goes pale, sputtering that dancing with Blair would mean impersonating Lucy in front of the entire nobility, which is impossible since they look nothing alike, and that discovery would mean execution without question. Lucy waves a hand and clarifies that she wants Eleanor as a proxy, not an impersonator, explaining sweetly that she will claim a leg injury and introduce Eleanor as her younger sister dancing in her place. She sets her teacup down and asks Eleanor if she understands. Eleanor scoffs and says the ball is tomorrow and this plan will absolutely never work, then tells Lucy her break is over and she should return to Blair immediately. Lucy simply says she is being completely serious. Eleanor asks what she means, and Lucy reminds her of exactly how she ended up living here in the first place, of how much convincing it took with her stubborn father. Eleanor acknowledges that Lucy helped preserve her family name and turned down the idea of a formal adoption on her behalf. Lucy smiles and asks whose generosity allows Eleanor to live as cheaply as she currently does. Eleanor fumbles through an answer about Lucy's father being very generous, and Lucy asks brightly whether Eleanor can repay even a little of that debt now. Eleanor insists this is an entirely different matter, asking why Lucy is so determined to avoid dancing with Blair when she herself said he wasn't scary. Lucy takes Eleanor's hand and admits she knows she is asking for something unreasonable, but that if things continue this way she will end up as a princess candidate, which frightens her far more than Blair's stern expression ever could. Eleanor's eyes go wide at that. Lucy explains that while she and Blair have never addressed it directly, the king and queen have made it quietly known that whoever Blair dances with at the ball is being considered as a future bride, and given their ages and family standings, everyone regards the two of them as the obvious match. The words land heavily, pulling up something Oliver once said that Eleanor hadn't fully processed until this moment. Before she can sit with it, Lucy asks whether Eleanor truly watched them dance and still believes something real could be built between them. Eleanor lowers her eyes, telling Lucy that she is kind and beautiful and perfectly suited for someone of Blair's standing, while Eleanor herself is nobody by comparison, certain the two of them would grow into something real given enough time. Lucy scoffs, saying that growing as a couple is one thing but marriage is entirely another, declaring outright that she intends to marry someone of her own choosing and would far sooner marry someone like her own father, and furthermore Blair doesn't even have a beard, which disqualifies him immediately as far as she is concerned. Eleanor tells her to calm down, and Lucy drops into the seat beside her, saying Eleanor's name with sudden softness before confessing that she has always quietly carried feelings for someone in particular. Eleanor's expression goes completely slack. Lucy tells her she is speaking about Lord Jivu, the librarian of the Law Academy, asking whether Eleanor knows of him. Eleanor knows exactly who Lord Jivu is, the image that comes to mind being of an exceptionally stern and serious man, and she shouts at Lucy to stop right there, understanding in an instant what Lucy meant by wanting to marry someone like her father. Lucy confirms it without any embarrassment, saying she has always been drawn to men with well-kept beards. Eleanor stares at her, asking whether that is truly a reasonable basis for these feelings, and Lucy adds almost casually that Lord Jivu also happens to be around the same age as her father. Eleanor goes very quiet at that, her expression doing something difficult to describe, and Lucy announces loudly that she loves Lord Jivu the same way she loves her father, no, even more than her father, and she means every single word. Eleanor asks in flat disbelief whether she is serious, and Lucy says yes without hesitation before asking whether Eleanor will support her. Eleanor says of course without even pausing to think, and Lucy beams, saying she knew Eleanor would answer that way, which is precisely why she is entrusting tomorrow entirely to her. Eleanor panics the moment the implication settles, starting to say that calling herself Lucy's sister would be a lie, but Lucy is already turning toward the door, announcing she is heading to City Hall to have Eleanor formally adopted before the ball begins, making it legally true before morning. She sweeps magnificently out of the room, declaring that a girl in love is completely invincible, calling back to Eleanor to wait and be ready. Eleanor sinks slowly to the floor, staring at the empty doorway, asking herself in a hollow voice what on earth she is supposed to do. She thinks briefly of Glenn but stops herself, knowing perfectly well that Glenn and Lucy carry their own friction between them, and the two crossing paths in the middle of this chaos would not resolve anything but simply ignite an entirely new disaster on top of the existing one. She sighs, wondering whether she should just abandon her post for the evening, when a voice comes from the doorway. Blair stands there, explaining he was closing out the practice session when he noticed the door left open. He looks around, asks where Lucy is, then notices Eleanor on the floor and extends his hand with a mildly puzzled expression, asking why she is sitting there. Eleanor grabs his arm and tells him to please help her, and after he calmly settles her into a seat and she explains everything, Blair asks quietly whether Lucy simply ran out. Eleanor bows her head and apologizes deeply, saying it was her duty as Lucy's lady's maid and relative to stop her and she failed. Blair says it would be difficult to stop someone that determined regardless of who was trying. Eleanor urges him to go after Lucy immediately, insisting she will absolutely follow through and that Eleanor attending the ball in her place alongside Blair is completely out of the question. Blair pauses, then tells Eleanor to let Lucy go. Eleanor calls after him in disbelief and Blair explains patiently that under their country's law Eleanor is a legal adult who cannot be adopted without her own consent, so there is nothing to worry about on that front. He adds that even if it somehow proceeded, her family name is not as threatened as she fears since her brother Bradley can carry it forward. Eleanor shouts that he is missing the point entirely, explaining in a rush that the real problem is Lucy refusing to attend with Blair and wanting Eleanor to stand in her place, that if word spreads among the nobility that Lucy rejected the first prince then damaging rumors about Blair himself will follow everywhere, and beyond that Eleanor cannot dance properly, and bringing her to the ball would make him a complete laughingstock, something she absolutely refuses to allow. Blair looks at her steadily, closes his eyes, and says quietly that he doesn't mind any of it. Eleanor stares at him. Blair says this would not be his first ball without a partner, apologizes for causing her worry, then asks whether she could simply tell everyone it was his fault the routine made no progress and that he was the one who declined. Eleanor says they must be extremely careful about the wording so no rumors follow, and if it sounds entirely like his fault she will make certain of it. Blair speaks again then, quieter than before, asking whether she truly did not want to dance with him, and whether he was the only one who found any enjoyment in it. Eleanor is completely thrown by the question, and before she can find a single word Blair turns away, telling her not to worry about the ball, apologizing for his poor wording, saying he was simply curious and that hoping she might enjoy it was his own selfishness. He leaves, and Eleanor stands in the silence he left behind, realizing with a sharp jolt that she never once said she didn't want to dance with him, that was never what she meant at all, with absolutely no idea how to fix it now. Across the palace Blair walks alongside Oliver in silence, privately bewildered by his own words, unable to explain why he said what he did when Eleanor was clearly only worried about him. Oliver asks whether Blair is truly planning to attend the ball alone, noting that refusing his dance partner would likely upset the Queen. Blair says he assumed his mother had already accepted the situation regarding his marriage. Oliver remarks that the general's daughter had certain merits worth considering, then notes that he can already see Klaus shifting into a sharp expression from across the hall. Blair tells him flatly to leave if he finds the company unpleasant, and Oliver immediately protests that he was joking and that Blair absolutely cannot attend the ball by himself. Oliver asks whether Blair has ever genuinely liked anyone he has danced with, since Oliver himself can always find something worth appreciating in any woman he meets. Blair grits his teeth and tells him that unlike Oliver, he does not fall for every person he encounters, and then without any warning Eleanor's face surfaces in his mind with startling clarity. Blair goes still internally, rattled in a way he cannot name, asking himself why her face appeared just now and finding no answer whatsoever. Oliver notices the sudden shift in Blair's expression and stares at him in open surprise. They reach the entrance to the main hall where a crowd far larger than the occasion warrants has already gathered, and Oliver points out that Klaus is already present, remarking that this gathering is supposed to be exclusive to the royal family and yet the hall is remarkably lively. He leans closer and murmurs that all these people have been waiting for Blair this entire time, and from across the gleaming floor Klaus turns toward them with an easy, unhurried smile and says good evening to his dear brother. Klaus smirks and greets Blair with a pleasant good evening, but Blair responds with a low quiet voice, simply asking how he has been. Klaus says it is a wonderful night before glancing around with mock curiosity, noting that he sees no one beside Blair except Oliver, wondering aloud whether Oliver is his dance partner for the evening, then asking whatever happened to the Taggart daughter who was supposed to accompany him. Oliver grits his teeth and grumbles under his breath. Blair explains calmly that he has no particular partner tonight and has decided to withdraw from the dance since he is not yet skilled enough. Klaus lets out a laugh, saying that even Blair's own guard has a partner while his companion ran away from him, calling it a genuine shame before adding with a grin that he says this purely out of concern. The others nearby join in the laughter at Blair's expense. Blair steps away, telling Klaus that if he has time to chatter about such things he should simply head into the hall. Klaus follows him, slamming a nearby door open with his palm, grinning as he says that if Blair were only a little more reliable he could find himself a partner without any trouble, and that their father will surely be disappointed. Blair turns toward him and says plainly that if Klaus has time to discuss rival matters he should stop wasting it here. Klaus tells him not to be so cold and to listen to advice once in a while, pointing out that he himself has been betrothed for ages while Blair still cannot find a single dance partner, adding that it would help if Blair put more thought into his appearance as a royal since it reflects on all of them. Oliver's entire body trembles with barely contained fury. Klaus looks at Blair and suggests with exaggerated sympathy that perhaps Blair should beg and plead with the Taggart daughter to take pity on him. Oliver finally snaps and demands to know how Klaus dares say such a thing, and Klaus's attendants begin moving forward, the tension on the verge of boiling over. Before it can escalate, Blair speaks up quietly, saying that now that Klaus mentions it, he actually hasn't asked anyone at all. Klaus looks at him in confusion and Blair adds almost to himself that he has no particular interest in dancing and hasn't thought much about it, but that if he could have another pleasant dance like before, if he could dance with Eleanor once more and look into those determined eyes of hers, he clenches his fist at his side before catching himself. He smiles and says simply that it seems he likes that girl. The entire room goes silent. Oliver shouts Blair's name. Klaus stares at his brother, his expression darkening immediately, and he calls out to Blair in sharp confusion before glancing back at the ladies standing nearby, noticing how intently they are all listening. Klaus grits his teeth in frustration, but before he can say a word Blair has already turned away. Oliver hurries after him and asks where he is going, and Blair says he is going to invite someone to dance. Oliver panics and asks which lady he means, and Blair says he is going to ask Eleanor. Klaus, still processing who this person even is, stares after his brother. Oliver exhales and mutters that he knew it, then immediately shouts that Blair cannot do that, pointing out the gap in social standing and asking what people will say if his partner is not a suitable lady. Blair asks Oliver sharply whether he is saying that is what matters right now. Oliver says no but sighs in deep frustration regardless, and Blair tells him not to worry since he is simply going to invite someone to dance and Oliver is overreacting. Meanwhile Klaus stands behind them, grinding his teeth, realizing that he had carefully arranged things behind the scenes to keep every suitable partner away from Blair, ensuring the Taggart daughter would find a reason to leave as well, yet Eleanor was never on that list. He tries to recall her family name. Just as Blair moves to leave, Oliver steps forward and tells him to wait, saying that anything causing inconvenience to the king cannot be overlooked so easily, and that even if Blair brought Eleanor right now she would have no time to dress properly, there is no way she could attend in a maid uniform, and Blair should consider whether she even wants to be thrown into an extravagant ball completely unprepared. Blair pauses and admits that Oliver has a point. Oliver exhales with a small measure of relief. Before the conversation can go any further, a large hand claps down firmly on Oliver's shoulder from behind. Oliver spins around and freezes. A broad and imposing man stands there with an easy expression, asking whether it isn't a fine evening and what the matter is, wondering if this kid has caused some trouble. Blair recognizes him immediately as General Taggart. Oliver, rattled, asks why the general is calling him a kid. Taggart looks at Blair and asks where he is headed since the ball is about to begin, then chuckles and asks whether Blair is planning to slip away to the training grounds given his well-known difficulty with dancing. He then turns a sharp glare on Klaus and his attendants, telling them bluntly to make way for the prince because this is not a place for a scene, muttering that the behavior is truly unbelievable. Blair calls out to him and sighs, apologizing sincerely for the trouble he has caused the general's daughter. Taggart raises an eyebrow and asks whether Blair is saying his daughter is not to his liking. Blair says that is not the case at all, that he has no particular issue with her. Oliver goes tense at the wording. Blair then says quietly that there is simply someone else he wishes to dance with. Oliver barely contains his reaction. Taggart smiles and says he understands, but tells Blair plainly that this matter falls under the king and queen's decision, asking whether Blair might consider his duty just this once and take his daughter as his partner for the evening. He steps aside to reveal Lucy, who has dressed up and made the journey despite everything, her gaze landing on Blair with a sharp edge. Blair looks at her and apologizes, saying the letter he sent should have arrived the day before, asking why she changed her mind and forced herself to come when she had made it clear she cared for someone else and could not dance with him publicly. Before Lucy can respond, Taggart turns to her and asks directly whether she is willing to become Blair's partner. Blair braces himself, and then Lucy says yes, turning her face away the moment the word leaves her mouth. A beat of silence follows, and then Lucy steps aside and another figure steps forward. Blair looks over and goes completely still. Eleanor stands before him in formal dress, bowing gracefully and telling him that if he will allow it, she would gladly serve as his dance partner. Blair stares at her and asks why, then looks at her more carefully and asks whether Lucy forced her into this, whether the adoption was pushed onto her. From behind, Lucy scoffs and tells Blair that it was nothing of the sort, that Eleanor was the one who asked to be adopted. Taggart looks mortified and tells Lucy firmly that there is no way to address a prince, and Lucy tells her father to handle it himself. Eleanor stands quietly through all of it, and Blair turns back to her and asks again, simply, why? Eleanor smiles and says she thought that this time she might actually be of some use to him, which is why she went to her uncle and asked to become his adopted daughter. Blair glances uneasily between Taggart and Lucy, and Taggart steps in to say there is no issue since he had already been considering the adoption for some time, and that with her brother inheriting the family name their line would not be at risk of dying out. Eleanor steps forward with quiet composure and says that losing her family name has always weighed on her, but that she realized something recently. Her father served his country with great pride, and the foundation of that service was his ability to support the work of the king and the kingdom. She is still fulfilling that same purpose by protecting the prince's dignity where her father could not. Even without the family name, she carries his will, and that makes her his daughter still. She looks at Blair directly and asks whether he will take an inexperienced lady like herself as his partner tonight. Blair loses his words entirely. Eleanor falters slightly, murmuring that perhaps this really wasn't the right thing after all. Blair's heart slams against his chest, a feeling so sharp and overwhelming it almost makes him dizzy, something that grips and aches and somehow feels wonderful all at once. He turns his face away and covers his mouth for a moment, telling himself he needs a second before he can look at her clearly. Eleanor watches him in confusion and quietly asks what is wrong, worrying that she has put him in an awkward position, wondering with a trembling voice whether he simply didn't want her to be the one. Blair flinches and says quickly that is not it at all, that it is not what she thinks, that he doesn't dislike it, and asks whether she would like to dance with him. Eleanor smiles and says with pleasure. Blair immediately hides his face again, completely undone by that smile. Eleanor turns back to Taggart and Lucy with barely contained excitement, telling them she did it and that she was finally accepted. Lucy looks at her with fierce determination and tells her to do her best. Oliver slides up beside Blair from behind, gripping his own frustration tightly, telling him through his teeth that the way he just invited her would be considered an utter failure by any standard. Blair sinks slightly into gloom, and then Eleanor calls out to him with a thoughtful look, telling him plainly that she will definitely step on his feet and asking whether that is all right. Blair laughs. The people nearby go completely still, staring, because Blair laughed. Blair tells her that is no issue at all and asks whether they should go. Eleanor takes his hand with a smile and says yes, and together they walk into the ball. Above the hall, Bradley watches from a distance with Wolfgang at his side. Wolfgang asks quietly whether this is truly all right. Bradley says there is no helping it since his sister begged him in a way he could not refuse, recalling how she told him she could not let the prince attend the dance alone if it meant protecting his honor, how she hugged him and said that even if their names differ they will always be siblings. Bradley reflects that the rivalries and tensions within royal circles have always been a constant source of strain, and he knows perfectly well that it was the concubines' faction in Klaus who ultimately caused their father to lose his footing and be driven to his sickbed. Bradley holds the power to end that quietly and easily. He begins gathering that intent, and Glenn speaks up and asks whether he is going to stop. Bradley exhales and says that his sister has already worked this hard, and that even though he does not particularly like her partner, he looks at Eleanor below and says she is so pretty that he simply cannot get in her way. Glenn laughs softly and says he is too blinded by his love for his sister, and when Bradley levels a sharp look at the cat, Glenn quickly corrects course and says he will be watching over the extraordinarily wonderful elder sister. Wolfgang looks at Bradley and asks whether he may also go down to guard her. Bradley says that Klaus is an eyesore, but that the man currently standing beside his sister bothers him even more. Wolfgang's eyes go wide and he tells Bradley that as he wishes, however Bradley must remain where he is since they are still close to the Holy Sword, and now that his health has finally improved so much, Wolfgang hopes that the tension won't cause any harm. Bradley sighs and says he understands, asking in return that the first prince not do anything strange near his sister. Wolfgang bows and tells him to be at ease, promising they will protect her properly. Glenn chuckles, pointing out that they may be demons but they will take good care of her, then grabs Wolfgang and pulls him along, with Wolfgang calling back to Bradley to be mindful of his magic and not cause a scene. With that, the curtains rise on the Temptatus ball. On the floor below, Blair glances at Eleanor and notices that beneath the composed expression she is visibly nervous. Across the room Klaus watches his brother with a look that has not softened in the slightest. Inside the ballroom, the king and queen raise their cups and welcome everyone, inviting them to enjoy the evening to their heart's content. The room erupts in cheerful celebration before the dancing begins. Nearby, a cluster of ladies whisper among themselves in disbelief, unable to believe the gentle expression on the first prince's face as he moves across the floor, and they agree quietly that his partner dances remarkably well, whoever she may be. When the dance concludes, Eleanor finds herself seated on a sofa alongside the Crown Prince Richard and his fiancée Harriet, surrounded by unfamiliar grandeur and visibly uneasy about resting in a space meant for royalty. Richard tells her warmly that before they are royals they are simply men, and no man of any dignity would make a lady stand. Harriet smiles and tells Eleanor to relax, saying they only wish to have a conversation with her. Richard then turns to Blair and suggests they go fetch drinks, and Eleanor immediately jumps up saying she will go, but Harriet takes her gently by the arm and guides her back down before asking Blair to fetch them instead. Richard laughs and agrees, and Blair glances at Eleanor and tells her he will return shortly before the two brothers head off together. Harriet turns to Eleanor with a warm smile and explains that Richard wanted a private word with Blair, suggesting the two of them take the chance to talk as well. Eleanor stares at her in quiet awe, realizing this woman is the first princess of one of their allied nations, and begins to say something about her own far more humble position, but Harriet simply smiles and continues. Across the room, Richard sips his drink and asks Blair casually whether Eleanor works at the royal palace. Blair asks whether he already knew, and Richard says he simply caught a glimpse of her there before, asking Blair to confirm her current role. Blair tells him she works as his maid. Richard takes another sip and says it seems they have grown rather close, that Blair appears noticeably more at ease around her, and that he is glad. Then he gives Blair a meaningful look and says that if that is the case, there are quite a few preliminary arrangements to be made. Blair stares at him and asks what he means. Richard says their father and mother should be manageable regarding the engagement ceremony, and that he will handle the matter of the consort position, but that the real concern is Klaus and his subordinates, who may not object outright but will likely resort to harassment instead. Blair goes red and demands to know what Richard means by preliminary arrangements and harassment. Richard looks at him plainly and says he is talking about Eleanor becoming a princess, acknowledging that there may be people on Blair's side who will not receive the news well, but assuring him they can be dealt with one by one. Blair sputters and tells Richard to please wait, insisting loudly that he did not bring Eleanor tonight with that intention. Richard asks whether he truly didn't. Blair says he had no intention of making her he stops himself, the word princess catching in his throat as he hides his face, asking himself what on earth he is thinking. Richard watches him with quiet amusement and says that for Eleanor to draw this kind of reaction from Blair, she must be quite special, telling his younger brother with a smile that he and Harriet will be cheering for him. Back where Harriet is seated, Eleanor receives essentially the same sentiment and her face goes scarlet immediately, her voice trembling as she insists there is absolutely no way, that she is only a lady's maid and only came tonight as a replacement for her sister, and that it would never have felt right to let the first prince attend alone. Harriet laughs softly and says Eleanor dances beautifully and that everyone present discovered this for the first time tonight, meaning Blair has clearly opened his heart to her. Eleanor shakes her head and says that is not the case at all, and just as the words leave her mouth a group of ladies approaches. Eleanor reads the intention in their eyes almost instantly and steps in front of Harriet, and before she can do anything one of the ladies deliberately tips a drink over her, splashing it across Eleanor's dress. Eleanor stands there as Harriet calls out her name in shock. Eleanor immediately turns to Harriet and asks whether she is all right, and Harriet says she should be the one asking. The ladies offer a practiced apology, claiming one of them simply tripped. Eleanor looks at them and recognizes the woman at the front as Klaus's fiancée Ophelia, who tilts her head with a light smile and says there was no real harm done since it only spilled on a servant. Harriet rises to her feet and demands to know whether Ophelia is not ashamed of such childish behavior, telling her to apologize to Eleanor immediately. Ophelia says she already apologized and that she tripped, and one of the women behind her laughs and wonders aloud whether a princess from such a small country struggles to understand plain language, hoping the royal family and Lady Ophelia are not too embarrassed by the association. Eleanor feels something tighten in her chest. Harriet squares her shoulders and says that small or not, she is proud of her country, then turns to Ophelia and tells her directly that even a duke's daughter is expected to carry herself with some basic courtesy and dignity. Eleanor looks at Harriet with quiet admiration. Harriet asks Ophelia again to apologize, and Eleanor steps closer and tells her gently that she is fine. Harriet snaps that she absolutely is not fine. Ophelia grits her teeth and says this is ridiculous, asking why she should apologize to someone like Eleanor. Harriet demands to know what she just said, and the tension spikes sharply. Eleanor takes a breath, looks at the situation clearly, and steps in before it can go further. She grabs Harriet's arm and tells her with complete calm that she genuinely has no problem with what happened, then turns to the group and says pleasantly that humans walk on two legs and tripping over nothing is something that happens to everyone, herself included, and that every time she falls she simply decides the mishap has taken her misfortune away with it. She adds almost cheerfully that Ophelia's clumsiness and carelessness must simply be a fate the goddess assigned her. The entire group goes still. Eleanor smiles, presses her hand gently but firmly over Harriet's expression before anyone can respond, and tells them all to please excuse them as she steers Harriet away. Ophelia snaps at them to stop and raises her glass to throw it at Eleanor, but someone catches her wrist from behind. A man looks at her and tells her quietly that she will not be able to use the tripping excuse a second time. Ophelia's attendants demand to know who he is, and even Ophelia looks at him in confusion. Harriet turns and asks the same. Eleanor spins around in shock. Before she can process anything, the man lifts Eleanor off the ground entirely and tells her to let go of the situation. Harriet stares open-mouthed. One of Ophelia's ladies murmurs that he looks like staff from Lucy's household, and the group shifts uneasily at that. Lucy herself appears from behind at that moment, eyes sharp, asking in a low voice what exactly was happening while she was away. Eleanor looks at her cousin with relief flooding her face, and the man carries Eleanor over to Lucy's side. Lucy looks at the man and asks who he is. Eleanor's eyes fill with tears as she wonders the same thing, and she asks him directly where he came from and who he is. The man tells her quietly that they cannot stay here looking the way they do and that Bradley is already present and already in a terrible mood, asking Eleanor whether she would prefer the castle to remain standing. Eleanor goes pale and shouts his name, suddenly realizing, asking whether he and the others are Glenn and Wolfgang. Wolfgang confirms it and apologizes for failing to prevent what happened, and Eleanor asks in disbelief whether he can take human form as well. Wolfgang tells her that is not the priority right now, that her brother is currently on top of the hall and getting closer to him will not be safe for anyone, and that more trouble will follow if another demon appears in this space. Eleanor groans and agrees. Lucy steps forward and tells Eleanor that Harriet has offered to prepare a change of clothes and has asked Eleanor to go to her dressing room, adding that she herself cannot leave the Crown Prince's side. Eleanor stares at her in a panic, realizing she has left Blair entirely alone. She apologizes to Lucy and asks whether Blair has finished, and Lucy says he was just with her a moment ago but mentioned he had something to attend to and that Eleanor should go ahead first. And across the room, Blair closes the distance toward Klaus and asks where he is going. Klaus looks at him with a grin and says it appears his fiancée has caused some trouble for Blair's partner, so he was heading over to offer his greetings. Blair tells him flatly that if it is a greeting it should be done in his presence, and tells Klaus clearly that from this day forward he is to keep his distance from her. Klaus's expression opens in mock surprise, and he says what a rare sight it is that the elder brother who showed no interest in anything has suddenly become very invested when it concerns this particular woman. He smirks and says that confirms it then, that Eleanor is his brother's weakness before agreeing pleasantly to wait right here as Blair wishes, his smile not reaching his eyes. Blair holds his gaze for a long moment. Glenn stands nearby and watches the exchange with quiet satisfaction, then turns to Lucy with a cheerful remark that someone in the house is clearly very lively. Lucy stares at the cat trying to place him. Eleanor grinds her teeth and decides she needs to leave as quietly as possible, but as she moves through the room ladies stare at her and whisper that she must be the first prince's partner. Lucy's expression sharpens as she catches the sound of a familiar voice, and everyone stops as Lady Victoria, the king's concubine, appears at the front passage and informs them that this corridor is reserved exclusively for the royal family, asking with a smirk why a mere servant is standing there. Eleanor and Lucy both lower their heads. Lucy clenches her jaw. Eleanor notes with unsettling clarity that Victoria's smile is almost identical to Klaus's. Wolfgang tenses immediately and demands to know what Victoria means by calling Eleanor a servant. Eleanor grabs him by the collar and tells him sharply to just bow his head. Victoria laughs lightly and turns her attention to Eleanor, saying she had thought this was the first prince's partner and wonders how the world has come to this, remarking that Eleanor's face is plain and her figure unimpressive, musing that unlike his son Klaus, the first prince truly has no eye for women and has apparently fallen for some simple trick of seduction. Eleanor holds herself very still and tells herself quietly to have patience. She glances at Lucy and realizes with alarm that Lucy has blended so smoothly alongside Wolfgang that the situation could ignite at any second. Then the Queen speaks, and the temperature in the corridor drops. She studies their expressions and says that people from the lower classes do tend to look that way at these sorts of words, doesn't she think? Eleanor feels the sting of it but keeps her face composed. The Queen continues, saying that Eleanor is the daughter of that house after all, and that words like these must be nothing to the daughter of such a cunning man. Eleanor's eyes go wide. The Queen moves closer and says that she even managed to move the stubborn first prince, perhaps hoping to revive her ruined family name, adding with a cold smile that it is truly like father, like daughter. Eleanor looks at her and says quietly that her father was not cunning. She lowers her head, feeling the weight of it settle through her, knowing her family fell because of the concubines' faction, knowing she never even had the luxury of resenting it because survival demanded everything she had. She grips her dress and steadies herself. Victoria's real target is Blair, she realizes, wanting to diminish him by humiliating his partner. Eleanor lifts her chin and says clearly that there is no possibility of someone like her asking the first prince for anything of that nature, and decides firmly that she will end this here without dragging Blair into it any further. Victoria circles her with a thin smile and tells her to do her best then, saying that when the day comes that her house is finished, she will simply crush whatever remains. The words hit the room like a stone dropped into still water, and the silence that follows is absolute. Then from behind Eleanor, something slams into the ground with a shattering crash, several swords driven into the stone floor at once. Every person in the corridor freezes. Eleanor turns around and feels the blood drain from her face. Bradley stands there, and she realizes with a sinking dread that of everyone who could have appeared at this moment, he is the last person she should have allowed anywhere near this place. She calls out his name in a voice that is barely holding together. Bradley has been sickly since childhood. Even through the deaths of their mother and father, he remained bedridden, suffering through agonizing days with no relief in sight. It is no surprise that a person who grew up enduring that kind of pain, watching the ones responsible walk free, would carry this much rage inside him. Eleanor looks at her brother and apologizes quietly, knowing he is in pain, but knowing just as clearly that she has to stop him because he is her precious little brother and she intends to live alongside him for the rest of her life. She looks at him and recognizes the uncontrolled fury in his eyes, understanding with dread that this is the awakening of the demon king within him. She steps in front of the Queen and shouts at Bradley to stop. Bradley glares at her and tells her to move, demanding to know why she is protecting someone like that. Eleanor knows she cannot let his anger continue burning or he will lose himself entirely. She calls out his full name, Dasudin, and Bradley freezes, staring at her in confusion. Eleanor tells him that if he feels hatred, he should talk to her first, that they should work through it together. Bradley looks at his sister, something shifting in his expression, and just as the tension begins to crack, the Queen shouts and points at Bradley, screaming that he is a monster and demanding that the guards arrest him immediately. Eleanor exhales in relief at the interruption, but before she can act, the Queen turns and screams for someone to kill him instead. Eleanor steps toward the Queen and tells her to calm down, and the Queen raises her hand and slaps Eleanor across the face, shouting at her not to dare interfere and accusing her of being the one who brought him here. Eleanor steadies herself, realizing that this woman is deliberately pouring fuel onto the fire, and understanding exactly what will follow if she continues. Before Eleanor can respond, Bradley steps forward with every sword rising into the air around him. He says coldly that he supposes he really does have to end this. Eleanor shouts at him to wait. Bradley raises his hand and the swords hang suspended overhead as he announces that thanks to the goddess's blessing his sister will not be harmed by an attack of this scale, and that as long as Eleanor is safe he does not care about anyone else. The queen needs to die. Just as the swords begin to descend, Blair lunges forward and pulls Eleanor down, shouting at her to get down. Eleanor looks up at Blair as every sword in the air turns toward them. She screams that this is wrong, and in the next instant a massive blast tears through that section of the castle, a dark blinding light swallowing everything. When the light fades, Bradley opens his eyes and finds the space around him completely empty. An elderly man appears beside him, addressing him as king and saying he narrowly escaped that particular hornet's nest, that a direct hit from that light would have been extremely dangerous. Those remaining in the area pull in close around Bradley as the old man chuckles and remarks that something rather troublesome has made its appearance. Bradley grips the arm of his seat and stares downward. Eleanor opens her eyes slowly, disoriented, and looks around to find everyone nearby collapsed on the ground. Before she can process it, a hand touches her shoulder. Blair asks whether she is alright and whether she is hurt anywhere. Eleanor turns to him in shock and starts to ask what happened and whether he is injured, when suddenly a man drops from above and sweeps Eleanor off the ground entirely, calling her master. Eleanor stares at him in complete bewilderment and asks who he is. The man looks offended and tells her she is being terribly unkind, asking why she didn't come to retrieve him when she has been in the royal palace this whole time. Eleanor has absolutely no idea who this person is. Blair steps forward and tells the man sharply to put Eleanor down immediately. The man looks at Blair with an easy smile and says no. Eleanor, quickly losing patience, points at the unconscious people scattered across the ground and tells the man firmly that everyone has fainted and they need to help them right now. The man glances at them and tells Eleanor they are not dead, as she should already know. Eleanor snaps that simply breathing is not enough. The man smiles, sets Eleanor down, and walks over to the collapsed figures with his hands beginning to glow. Eleanor watches in shock as the dark discoloration spreading across the queen's legs begins to fade. Everyone stares. The man turns back to Eleanor and says cheerfully that since she still cannot fully control her power he handled it himself, adding that the others were simply exposed to the Demon King's energy and will wake on their own soon enough, so there is nothing to worry about. Eleanor demands to know who he is. A voice from behind answers, telling her that he is the Holy Sword. Eleanor spins around and her eyes land on Bradley, who is surrounded by a strange barrier with people clustered tightly around him. She stares at the barrier in alarm, then turns back to the man with a look of complete disbelief. The man explains that since his master never came to retrieve him, the goddess granted him a new form. He takes Eleanor's hand, eyes sparkling, and tells her they will be together from now until the end of time. Eleanor shoves him away immediately. The man simply launches himself back at her and wraps his arms around her, declaring loudly that he loves her. The entire room goes still. Bradley grinds his teeth from behind the barrier. Eleanor still cannot fully accept that this person is truly the Holy Sword, the real one. Then Blair's voice cuts through the chaos as he steps closer to Eleanor and says the words that have just clicked into place in his mind, telling her that she is the goddess's hero, that he really did see her pull the Holy Sword from its resting place himself. Blair processes everything quickly, the memory of Eleanor pulling the Holy Sword and the revelation that her brother is a demon lord settling in his mind, yet strangely he doesn't press her with questions. Instead his attention shifts sharply to the Holy Sword himself, who has appeared out of nowhere and is already making himself far too comfortable. Blair pushes him back and asks whether he is truly the Holy Sword, adding that even if he is, clinging to a lady is completely inappropriate. The sword tells Blair he is just as attached as any sword to its owner and turns back to Eleanor, asking her sweetly to please equip him. Eleanor shouts that she is not his master. Blair rounds on the sword again and tells him to stop being so clingy. Eleanor stares at both of them and wonders aloud what on earth is happening. Then she feels it, a sharp and unmistakable gaze cutting across the room, and she looks toward Bradley and realizes her brother has been glaring this entire time. The sword catches Bradley's eye and flashes him a bright smile. Eleanor immediately grabs the sword and tells him she is begging him to please stop adding fuel to the fire. Eleanor's gaze then snaps to Lucy across the room and she calls out her cousin's name in alarm. Glenn suggests calmly that the simplest solution is to alter the memories of everyone present. Wolfgang scoffs and mutters that Glenn is doing this again. Eleanor calls out to the elderly man nearby, worried about Lucy, and Wolfgang tells her not to worry because memory alteration will be handled as ordered. Eleanor looks around at the sheer number of people and feels overwhelmed, and as the elderly man begins speaking, Wolfgang explains that the instruction was also to move the troublesome holy sword somewhere else, since separating him from this space would weaken his power. Eleanor looks at the sword and wonders how that is supposed to work. Wolfgang sighs. Eleanor pushes the sword aside and decides she has no choice but to take him elsewhere herself, but the problem is she cannot leave Bradley behind. A shout cuts through the tension as something is thrown to the ground, and a woman leaps down into the space beside Eleanor. Eleanor stares at her and calls out her name, Cornelia. Cornelia laughs and tells Eleanor that the king is in her care, then looks at Bradley and remarks that he seems to be returning to himself, saying she always preferred the innocent version of him since he was much cuter that way. Bradley sighs and says he doesn't want to be apart from his sister either. Cornelia looks at Eleanor and asks whether she realizes just how popular she is. Eleanor tells her to stop saying strange things. Cornelia laughs and says in that case she will make things a little more interesting, then calls out for her beloved pet to appear. Eleanor looks around in confusion as someone materializes out of thin air. It is Reed, blinking and looking around with no idea where he is. Eleanor freezes and shouts his name in pure shock. Bradley goes still. Reed spots Eleanor and immediately asks what happened to her dress. Eleanor panics about her appearance and Reed tells her it looks good on her, that she looks beautiful. Eleanor goes red and thanks him quietly, admitting it is the first time she has heard that. Across the room Blair goes completely rigid. The people nearby stare at him in alarm as he sinks slowly to the ground looking utterly hollow, remembering Oliver's words and realizing bitterly that Oliver was right, that he should have said something the moment he saw her dressed up. He wonders in misery that it is her first time hearing that. Reed notices Blair on the ground and calls out to Eleanor asking whether Blair is alright. Then Reed looks at Blair more carefully and the realization hits him, and he turns to Cornelia in shock as the meaning of the word prince sinks in. Cornelia steps close to Reed and tells him cheerfully that he is inside the royal palace right now, gesturing around and saying she is a real witch after all. Reed's eyes light up and he says now everything makes sense, that it was all her doing, and that it was his first time experiencing teleportation. Cornelia turns to Bradley and tells him to consider what she has arranged, explaining that she created the backstory of being a great witch from the kingdom long ago. Bradley grits his teeth. Cornelia says more importantly that she brought Reed here so the king would return to himself, because consoling Bradley while he is in demon mode is exhausting work, but involving Reed is asking too much of him. She tells Bradley that with Reed present he will not get any more violent. Bradley grits his teeth again and then Reed looks at him and says he has somewhat changed, stepping closer and remarking that Bradley has gained muscle and grown quite a bit. Then something clicks in Reed's mind and he asks Bradley directly whether he is talking with the first prince right now and whether the one hovering nearby is also a prince. Bradley looks at Reed with mild uncertainty about his identity and Reed asks whether they are acquainted. Something then clicks in Reed's mind as he recalls words the king once said to him, and the realization crashes over him that Eleanor is the person Bradley has been invested in. Reed drops to the ground. Nearby a strange sound follows. Bradley stares at Reed in surprise and Eleanor rushes over asking what is wrong. Reed shouts for Cornelia to check whether he is injured using her magic. Cornelia checks and says no injuries, then crouches beside him and asks whether he is alright. Reed turns his face away, noticing she is dressed up, and says with a small laugh that he is fine and she shouldn't worry. He stands and asks whether he was brought here to help with something. Cornelia says not exactly, that she was simply thinking he could take the king home. Bradley looks up in confusion and says he still wants to stay with his sister. Eleanor looks at her brother and tells him gently that she is begging him to go home with Reed. Eleanor turns and shoves the holy sword away from her as he tries to cling to her again, telling him to get away from her for even a moment and warning him she will not forgive him if her brother's condition gets worse because of him. She exhales and then points at Bradley with quiet firmness, telling him he is going home now and that when he does she will be ready with an entire night's worth of scolding. Bradley looks at her. His face goes slightly red as she tells him she will scold him until his ears fall off. Then she pulls him into a hug and tells him that he is her brother, her most precious treasure, and that is exactly why she will not allow him to harm anyone. Bradley's eyes fill with tears. Eleanor tells him she doesn't care if he is the Demon King, doesn't care how many subordinates he has or who he hates, and even though she doesn't like it she accepts it, but please, he must never stop being her little brother. Bradley hugs her back tightly and says he has done nothing but cause her trouble, and apologizes. Eleanor laughs softly and tells him he troubles her greatly but she will always love him. Bradley is then enveloped in a dark mist and disappears as Eleanor asks Reed to please look after him and himself. Bradley's voice carries back to her just before he vanishes completely, telling her he is glad he is still her number one, and asking her to deal with the holy sword quickly and come home, warning that if things continue like this there will be a massive uproar over the sword's disappearance. Eleanor realizes he is right. Bradley adds with a final chuckle that there will be no working overtime even in an emergency, and then he is gone. The holy sword immediately moves toward Eleanor again and Blair steps in front of him and tells him no. Cornelia sighs and asks Eleanor whether it is really such a big deal, offering to simply send them somewhere else. Eleanor tells her to please do it. Blair steps forward and tells Eleanor he is coming as well. She looks at him in surprise and Blair says that as a member of the royal family he has an interest in knowing what becomes of the holy sword, and he calls her Eleanor before quickly correcting himself and calling her hero instead. Eleanor shouts at him to stop calling her that immediately. Blair says he understands, flustered. Cornelia laughs and says she doesn't mind him coming along but warns him not to think about taking advantage of the situation, saying Eleanor has a personality he simply cannot handle. Blair tells Cornelia that the entire royal palace is already in the hands of a demon and he has no intention of doing anything improper, but that if anything happens to Eleanor he will defeat Cornelia herself even at the cost of his own life. Eleanor stares at him. She thanks him quietly and sincerely, and then apologizes. After that they make their way back to the garden where Eleanor plants herself in front of the holy sword and points at the tree, telling him firmly that the hole in it is his home and he needs to go back right now. The sword tells her he cannot return because his place is beside the hero. Eleanor tells him to please stop, pointing out that he is currently in human form and asking whether he can simply turn back into a sword, because it is genuinely difficult to believe he is the holy sword when he looks like a person. The sword considers this and agrees, asking her to please catch him properly. Eleanor barely has time to react before he transforms back into a sword and drops directly into her hands. She stares at it, stunned, finally accepting that he truly is the holy sword. She immediately moves to push the sword back into the hole in the tree and the sword converts back into human form mid-motion, nearly in tears, asking whether she was just trying to put him back in there. Eleanor grits her teeth. She points at the tree again and tells him he is the main character of the goddess festival every spring and he needs to be there. The sword scoffs and says that even though they say that, they always neglect him afterward, and he absolutely hates being woken up early by noisy birds every single time. He declares he is staying by her side from now on and before he can finish the sentence Eleanor cuts him off and shouts that she is not even a real hero. She pulled the sword out by accident while she was simply trying to clean it, and she is merely impressed that it happened. The sword takes her hand and tells her firmly that is not true, that she is the goddess's chosen hero. Cornelia sighs and says she agrees. Eleanor turns on Cornelia and tells her not to. Cornelia pauses, then calls Eleanor's name thoughtfully and asks whether they could perhaps just take the sword back home with them. Eleanor turns to Cornelia and asks why she would suggest taking the sword home. Cornelia tells her not to worry about Bradley's health since he will be fine, though she admits he may end up with migraines. Eleanor stares at her. Cornelia explains that there is a reason keeping the holy sword close is the better choice, even if it causes discomfort to the Demon King's side. Eleanor asks what that reason is, and Cornelia poses a question in return, asking whether Eleanor knows what happens if she gives up the sword and walks away from being a hero entirely. The goddess will simply choose someone new. Eleanor's expression shifts and she asks whether it is because of her brother, whether it is because the Demon King has already awakened. Cornelia shakes her head and tells her that the moment a new hero is chosen Eleanor will be free of the sword, but asks whether that is truly what she wants. Eleanor still goes. Cornelia then points toward Blair and says to consider what would happen if the next chosen hero were someone like him. Eleanor turns to look at Blair and her expression darkens immediately. Cornelia says it quietly but clearly. Subjugation of the Demon King. Bradley may be Eleanor's precious little brother, but to the rest of the world he is the greatest enemy. The memory of what that would mean crashes over Eleanor and she says without hesitation that she will never allow it. She realizes then, with some shame, that all this time she had only been thinking about not wanting to be the hero, nothing beyond that. Cornelia bows her head and asks Eleanor sincerely to please continue carrying the role, to protect the Demon King while building her holy power, because as long as Eleanor remains the hero the demons will not touch her, and the current fragile balance of the world will hold. Eleanor absorbs this and asks why the goddess chose her specifically, a hero and a demon king who cannot destroy one another. Blair speaks up then and says he doesn't know the goddess's intentions, but that he agrees with the arrangement entirely. He looks at Eleanor and says that if it were him, or anyone else in her place, there would be no hesitation in cutting the demon king down. Eleanor calls his name sharply. Blair continues, saying that if the demon king and the hero live peacefully under the same roof, the world itself lives in peace alongside them. He then adds that to protect that coexistence, the memories of everyone present need to be erased, including his own. Eleanor stares at him. Blair says quietly that this is the reason he came along with her tonight, because he already knows her circumstances now and the fog that clouded his understanding has cleared, and he knows that the demons will not harm her, and that if the hero and demon king were ever to join forces not even someone like him could stand against them. So keeping quiet and forgetting is the right thing to do. He looks at Eleanor and says that there is only one thing, just one, and his expression tightens as he says that this feeling he discovered tonight is the only thing he wishes to keep. He does not want to forget it. Eleanor's eyes fill and tears slip down her face before she can stop them. She tells him through her tears that he doesn't need to worry, because even when a memory disappears the feeling that has taken root inside a person will always remain. She apologizes deeply for having pulled him into her affairs for her own sake, crying openly now, and she declares that she will not kill the demon king, but that if this world or this kingdom is ever truly threatened she will do everything in her power to stop it. She swears it, as the sister of the demon king. Blair looks at her and asks whether she doesn't mean as a hero. Eleanor looks back at him with wet eyes and says she means that too. Blair reaches out and quietly wipes her tears away, telling her not to cry, that he genuinely enjoyed this evening with her, and that he will be glad if she carries that feeling with her even after tonight. After that, the elderly man's magic disperses across the hall, gently waking everyone in the palace, and somehow the ball reaches its conclusion. The royal palace falls into an uproar over the disappearance of the holy sword, but beyond the palace walls most people simply continue their lives in quiet peace. Bradley sits with Cornelia and processes everything, remarking that in other words his sister never grasped what Blair did not want to forget. He wonders whether Reed still has a chance, then glances at the holy sword and realizes with a jolt that he has completely misunderstood who his real rival is. Nearby Wolfgang is struggling with Reed, scrubbing him thoroughly and muttering that he is the only one who truly understands Reed's feelings, while Wolfgang panics and says he still has not sorted out his own thoughts on the matter. Back in the palace Eleanor moves through her duties as a lady's maid, and while working in Blair's room she notices the flowers sitting in the vase. She stares at them, the white blooms looking completely out of place, and apologizes to Blair, saying she will quickly arrange a proper bouquet instead. Blair stops her and tells her simply to leave them as they are. Eleanor says all right, but the moment she turns away her frustration quietly surfaces as she wonders who was responsible for decorating his room this way. Blair watches her with a small smile. When she finishes and steps out into the corridor, Glenn falls into step beside her and remarks that she really should do things like that in front of the prince more often, because at this rate she will end up with more devoted followers than she knows what to do with. Eleanor tells him not to bring it up, pointing out that the house is already over capacity with the holy sword added to the mix, and that everyone inside the palace is so buried in work that nobody even blinks at a cat wandering the halls anymore. She says quietly that she only hopes Blair feels some peace looking at the flowers. She wonders to herself why even the hero has no free time. A voice calls out to her from down the corridor and she answers immediately that she is on her way. The lady waiting tells Eleanor there appears to be one of the queen's garments hanging in Blair's closet. Eleanor grips her frustration tightly and apologizes through her teeth, saying she will replace it at once. She reflects with tired resignation that she is not free because she is not simply the holy sword's master, she is also a lady's maid, and apparently that combination is precisely why the queen's clothes ended up in the prince's closet in the first place. And that concludes the video and the story. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like and comment. And as always, thank you God for another day.